and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I appreciate you as ever for tuning on in today as we got game day, game 2, Motor City, going up against a very tough Detroit Lions team who just went into Arrowhead and was able to beat the Chiefs in opening week as they were celebrating their Super Bowl win from last year. So this is not going to be any easy opening victory for our Seahawks to get back into that column of things. You're going to be down your starting 2 tackles in this game, so it's quite a road to trudge today for our Hawks if they're going to hope to get this win out there on the road. But they still do have a lot of talent that they're bringing to bear today, and including what should still hopefully be a pretty good offense. So it will be fun to watch. I hope you guys are all having a great day. I just want to make my hellos out there to everyone as we're just about to start here. It's always tough in the early mornings to get up a little bit earlier, but I was trying today, but it just kept running out of time. What's up, Herbicide? It's good to see you. What the smell? How you doing? Sea Lord of Bravos. Hello, hello. Says keeping my expectations low, so feel free to exceed them, boys. Go Hawks. That's I'll be in the same place today. You can't hold them as hard to task as maybe last week playing at home when you had the full collection of everybody at hand. When you are down your starting 2 tackles like this, this is quite a bit for a team to overcome. And if they are able to, it's something definitely worth celebrating at that point. William Leonard says we have to turn it around today. Be nice to just see at least whether we come around with the win or not, a little bit of better energy, a little bit of more of a tangible feeling of playing hard, that you just feel like, okay, we are getting these guys' best effort out here. What the Smell's got him 37-30. I like it. I like it. John Hobbs, how you doing? Colombo, hello, hello. He's got 31-10 Lions. Can't fault you for looking and seeing that score. Herbicide Pete had a birthday the other day. Coach 72. Happy birthday to the coach. Megan Gock Roger, hello. Good to see you in the chat. I brought out my Largent. I had to bring out the big guns today. Sanchez over under number of plays until Adams gets a season-ending injury. I think he'll try to make it all the way through this year, but I don't know. I'm going to be optimistic. 12. Sean Lee, will our defense play any different today compared to last week? I would guess that yes, the answer would be on that one. My feeling on that is, they're not to say they're going to necessarily be world beaters here now. Oh shit. Commercial, sorry. Not to say that they wouldn't be world beaters here, but that they're going to suddenly turn that. But I think you're going to get a better energy from them, a better, you're going to get a better, just they're going to be trying hard. They know people have called them to the mat. So I think that that's going to bring a better performance just on that basis alone. Is that going to be enough to overcome the Lions today? I don't know, but it should have them playing better, I would think. And if it doesn't, if there's really a lot of those miscommunications in the secondary and gaping holes in the secondary, I guess we'll see. I will say this about Jared Goff. He is a guy that, if you look at the heat chart, as I was doing some research for this game from last year, if you looked at his heat chart, that same Stafford heat chart that we looked at where all of his throws last week were into the middle of the field and intermediate throws, that very much was the way Goff went at us last year when the Lions put up well over 30 points. He wasn't attacking up the sidelines at all. It was everything right here in the middle of the field. Even Tariq Woolen's interception last year was right there in the middle of the field. So how the Seahawks defend that today, coming on the heels of how they played against the Rams and then on the heels of how the Lions want to attack, this is going to be a challenge for them. They've got the strength to go into what was your early weakness to start week 1 off, but there's plenty of time for adjustment. We'll see. I'm sure they're going to be better. Robert Pennington, my brother in the house. What's up, Rob? It's good to see you, brother. Love you. Dio Brando. This is either going to be ugly or surprising. Hopefully Witherspoon and Jamal make a difference. Hopefully indeed. I don't think we got Jamal today, so you get Witherspoon but no Jamal. Hope you're doing good, Rob. Tell the fam I said hi. Tell my nephew, niece, unless you don't know. Rob says no Mafe, no Cross, and no Lucas. That's right. No Mike Morris in addition to that. We have to get by with, hopefully Derek Hall is ready to step forward today in a big way. Sports is really sorry to burst your bubble. I love me some football. I know it at least is listed as entertainment. Gavin, let's beat the Lions. I'll tell you this, haters. You may be right, might be wrong. Last week was not anything being rigged. We were just playing bad on that. Roland, I guess we know in the first 5 minutes how this game's going to go. I think we'll have a good idea. I mean, as long as we provide some resistance defensively, then we'll know we can at least, okay, this might look a little bit more like a normal football game. What the smell, Deion Sanders for next coach? Yeah, he's looking good. Yeah, he's definitely, it's remarkable the job he's done going there to Colorado. CJ says, boy, could use a dub somehow today in the worst of ways. Keep the faith, 12s. Hashtag 12 up. Hashtag 12 up. Indeed, man. Indeed, we need it. That's why I brought out the large in jersey. I don't bring out the large in jersey of power unless it's a needed win, unless it's a dire victory that we got to go out there and get. This one feels a little more dire for being a week 2 game than you would normally think. Sanchez, thank you for being a member of the Hawks Nest Ring of Honor for 11 long months. I really do appreciate that long-time commitment to the channel. He says, if the Lions win, we riot. I can't ride today on this one. When you're down the 2 tackles, it's harder to call a count, especially if you're playing what I would consider a playoff team minimum. And my viewpoint's definitely going to be different to this one than for me, Sanchez, playing at home with the Rams, who are in the kind of season they're in compared to a team like the Lions. I will hold it in a little bit of a different account. But it's going to definitely only increase the calls out there that you started to hear this week of frustration, of folks getting kind of tired of seeing some of the same stuff. If they lose in the same way, I mean, if they fix the stuff and it's a different way you lose and, maybe a bad bounce at the end of the game or a bad call or, something different than your just secondaries getting, cut to death, sliced and diced. Keldon says, doing some work. Got the Hawks Nest in one window and NFL Game Day in the other live window. Well, thank you for that, Keldon. I appreciate that, man. I hope it's not too hard to work today on a nice little Sunday. We got just about the start of the game here. Russell Mark Q, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, what's up, Brandon? Hey, what's up, man? And the energy level for me will pick up as we go along. I'm not a morning person. You guys know that about me. So I've got the coffee going. I'm trying to cook it up and go in here, but I'm sure once the game gets started, I'll be a lot more jazzed up here. Sean says, let's see if Saul Hall surprises us today. Well, that's why you got that extra second round pick, is to have this kind of depth that you could call upon. You still got Darrell Taylor back there as well as a rotational guy, so you can still keep them relatively fresh. Seahawks are going to start off with the ball here as the Lions are going to kick off. And let's go. And just to let you guys know, too, on this, folks in the chat, I do try to respond as I can in the chat to the game, but I'm going to be, and this is going to be kicked through the back of the end zone. I'm going to mainly be doing the play-by-play throughout the course of this game, and then we will be, of course, doing a very long post-game show. If I don't happen to get to a question right now, it's kind of a hard balance on that when the game's actually on. So we'll just be kind of concentrating on doing the play-by-play and color commentary at the same time, which, and then I'll hit you guys up as we can at the commercial breaks and whatnot. Seahawks will start out here at the 25-yard line. Geno under center here to begin things with a 2 tight end look. Walker in the backfield. The give is going to be to Kenneth Walker. He dances around the first tackler, dances around the second tackler. He's out free, out at 13, 14-yard gain. Boy, what a nice little job there. He looked like he got deep into the hole of where it was supposed to go. It was clogged up. Then he backed out of it, went back around to the left, stopped and started on a guy, got free of him, and was able to create another 5-6 yards. Geno now in shotgun after first down. It's going to be a hurry up here. Gives back into Kenneth Walker again. Again, dancing. Not as much room around there this time. He's only going to gain about $2. Spectre7, thank you for the $20 donation. He says, I can feel a win in my bones. Hawks are the best after a loss. Detroit is feeling too good. Not the same old Lions. We will see about that. Sorry, man. One sec here. Geno back in shotgun here. 2nd and 9. 3 wide now. Play action pass. It's going to flip it out over to Jackson Smith and Jigba, who will make the catch for a gain of about 6 or 7. He says, I was as confident against the Raiders last year. Yeah. That's right, man. I get it. That was my confidence last week, man. I got played the fool on that one. But it works that way sometimes. That's football for you. All right, we got third down and a long 2.5. 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field. Geno in shotgun. And we got ourselves a flag, I guess. $12 men on the field for the Detroit Lions. That'll be an automatic first down. Helpful for the Seahawks there. Campbell's not happy by that. So, Spectre 7, thank you, man, for that 20. I'll read your comment again here at the commercial break so I get it right. All right, we got 2 tight end sets again. We thought we were going to see a lot of this here today. Actually got 3 tight ends in this game right now. Colby Parkinson aligned wide. Geno changed the play at the line of scrimmage. The give is into Walker again here. And he's going to get a gain of about 1.5 or so. So 4 plays, first 4 plays, you've had 2 or more tight ends on the field in 3 of those. As we thought, this is what you're going to get as a steady dose from the Seahawks today to help protect those tackles out on the edge. Completely understandable strategy. That's what you would tend to do. Seahawks got second and long now. Back to 3 wide here. Geno in shotgun. Line showing a 4-man rush. Geno dropping back to throw. There we go. Get the ball out of your hands. He does so. Kenneth Walker breaks the tackle and is able to get to a first down. You're going to get a lot of Kenneth Walker, I'm guessing, down routes like that. Geno's been told, get the ball out of your hands. You can't hold it for the 5-6 seconds. You could maybe do that with Cross and Lucas in there. You've got to get the ball out. You've got to get it on time. Find your spot. Let it rip. Good job by Geno there. Fast decision making. First down and 10, 8:57 to go here. We got a couple first downs rolling. Seahawks on the 37-yard line of the Detroit Lions. Geno back in shotgun here. Dropping back to throw. Geno's going to let this one rip out to DK Metcalf, who breaks a tackle. Gets a couple extra yards after the catch. Nicely done by DK. First down, Seahawks. Nice chip by Disley there. Disley shows you what a good chip can do. Like that, that hurt a little bit on Hutchinson where he went, oof, that was kind of had one of those feelings to it. All right, first and 10, Seahawks on the 19-yard line of the Detroit Lions. Back out here in a 3 wide receiver look. Walker in the backfield. Give is to Walker again. He's going to try to bounce this outside. Good job of pursuit by the Detroit Lions linebacker. He will bring him down for a 1-yard gain. Second and long. If the Seahawks can come out here with these kind of situations, get touchdowns, not field goals, definitely would love to do that in this game, as opposed to kind of like what we saw a little bit last week. We got empty look now here for Geno. Tyler goes in motion behind him prior to the snap. Geno drops back to throw. We've got, looks like going to be a false start here on Seattle. That's on Will Disley. What you'd like to avoid here as much as you can. Second and super longs, third and super longs. You want to keep that threat as much as you can of the potential of them rushing. Or you rushing, keeping that in the back of their mind. You might do that. Keep that pass rush just a little bit eased back a bit. All right, second and 14. Geno back in shotgun here. He's going to let it rip into Disley. Another quick little fast throw, but this is going to pick up about 7 or 8 yards. Bring this into a makeable third down spot. Good opening drive here from the Seahawks. Geno 4 for 4, 42 yards. Third down conversions. Last week, Seattle was 2 of 9. Of course, you had the Rams on the other side at 9-17, one of the big stories of that game. Let's see if they can clean that up here a little bit more. Geno back in shotgun. The Lions are bringing a blitz. Geno sees it. Gets it to DK. Nice throw to DK Metcalf. And he's down at the 1 yard line. Very nice throw by DK. Needed to reach back to this ball. Geno needed to put the ball there just to kind of make sure he's keeping it away from that closing safety, Joseph. And boy, Carroll might want to, it's 1st and goal. Probably not 1st and goal. Geno hurries up here in shotgun again, now on 1st and goal. Lions bringing a lot of traffic up to the plate. And we're going to have another false start here, it looks like, on the Seahawks. Don't know why they went so fast to go back to hurry up there. But a great throw by Geno and a great catch by DK. He's got to put that down on his body here, out of way, as opposed to out in front. Because if you put it out in front, you're going to get your receiver decked and destroyed. So you want to put it back to protect him a little bit while still putting him into a position to actually make the catch. And Geno did so there. That was a really well-thrown ball there by Geno Smith on that 3rd down conversion. Seahawks now in a 3-wide receiver set. We got a Bobo sighting on the football field. Geno's going to again change the play up at the line of scrimmage. He is under center at the moment. Lions showing a lot of people up around the line. They're expecting a run play here, and that's what this is going to be. And this is going to be almost clogged up. Yeah, it's going to be clogged up, and a big loss on the play. Oh, and then we're going to get a flag. Lions defender had to give just a little bit of extra. He gave a little bit extra. Here you go. A little extra. Here you go to him after the play, and that drew the flag. That's definitely, in this world of taunting, that will be a little bit too much. He throws him down, and then he pushes him again. I don't know what you think is going to happen there. You can't do that. You don't get to have him tackled, then he gets up and you push him again. That's going to be an easy call for the referee every single time. I don't know what he acted like. He talked about his mom or something. The way he pushed him after, like, I understand you're turned up, but like, can't do that. Lions have had a couple penalties here where they've kind of shot themselves in the foot on this drive to begin things out. 1st and goal now for the Hawks after that. That's a big penalty. It goes from being 2nd and goal from about the 14, 15-yard line now to 1st and goal from about just inside the 5-yard line of the Lions. Geno in shotgun here. Lockett's going to go in motion. Dropping back to pass. He's looking, and he's just going to throw this one away. We've got another penalty flag. I'm guessing we're going to get a hold here because it didn't look like it was even a catchable ball, but I'm sure it's probably, Lion defender probably panicked. Well, it's not super blatant. The hand's on the back. It's touching the back. Sometimes called, sometimes not called, that play. Lions got a defender that's injured here on the play. He's down on one knee in the end zone. Sector 7, let me read your donation here right. Let me get this right here. I got it offline. It says, I can feel the wind in my bones. Hawks are the best after a loss. Detroit is feeling too good. Not the same old Lions. Well, we'll see about that. I was just as confident against the Raiders last year, and yeah. Hey, sometimes confidence is a real thing, though. Some confidence is rightfully put. I think you're right to be getting these teams as they showed in this first half, this first drive here. They're going to come out with a sense of purpose today, I think. Are they going to, we got 1st and goal here. This is going to be about from out the 2.5. Gardner Johnson goes to the bench. He is injured on that play. So 1st and goal, Seahawks from, I thought it was half the distance, but they're putting it at the 1. Okay, I guess they're calling that a pass interference. And Walker's going to jump through here at the end zone. And looks like he's going to be just short. Walker tried to do one of those vintage 1980 running back jump moves where they used to leap over the center of the pile. Didn't quite have the hops to get there. He did get knocked. I got to give him credit. He might have gotten there. He got knocked up before he got into air. So he might have had enough there. He might have had enough juice, but the guy just hit him at the right time. As he goes up to jump and a guy lows him off of his feet. Scary moment there where a guy goes straight up and down, flying through the air with his head going first as the first thing that's going to land. Second down and goal now for the Seahawks. Long drive here for them. Back into Walker on second and goal, and that will be a touchdown, Seahawks. Kenneth Walker right up the middle of the defense. You got to feel like Detroit's probably sucking some wind there on that drive as they were on the field for a long period of time to begin this football game. Seahawks came out in just a heavy formation, 2 tight ends right on the line of scrimmage there, and then Walker goes right in behind his guys. Shout out to Stone Forsythe there, showing a little bit of nastiness there, throwing guys around on that play. I like that from Stone. Mr. Only pass protector, not all the time, I guess, on that play. Myers out here for the extra point. He will send that up and through. So the Seattle Seahawks will take the lead on their opening drive, 7-0 here against the Detroit Lions. Very, very well done here to begin things. Well-structured drive by Waldron. You've got to give him so much credit there. He's operating within, today, when he's having success, he is operating within restrictions. You know, he can't step back on 7-step drops and trust his tackles in this game. And so it's a lot of 3- and 5-step drops. It's a lot of Geno go through 2 reads and get it out. You don't have the time to do the 4-read stuff in the pocket here today. And he's got guys he's loses in as pass catchers, you know, because when you do chip, as good as it is to chip, as helpful as it is to help out a backup tackle, the thing that now you are missing out on is that guy out there running that route for the first couple moments post-snap. And so it is a little bit of a hindrance, but he worked around it really well on that. And just a impressive opening drive there. Geno on it, really good throws, really good decision-making. Even on that one with Tyler got called for where the pass interference on Tyler, you know, he didn't try to force that ball in there. If Tyler wasn't open on that play, you know, throw it through the back of the end zone, let it rip through, and go on to the next play. You know when you can kind of kill it, know when you can go beyond it. Sector 7, thank you, though, for that $20 donation. I do appreciate you on that, man, so very much. And I hope your gut's brighter today than it was in that Raider game last year. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate it, Megan. It's good to see you in the chat today, too. I hope you're doing well out there. It says 3 a.m. start and quickly. Jersey Change has the Zorn proudly won. And B, if we win, you have to say Zorn is the greatest. I'm not giving up that bargaining chip so easily, Megan. And I'm wearing the Largent jersey. So you're just comboing up on the Largent Zorn power jersey. It's already having an effect. Look at that. We got a touchdown right out the gate. We're already feeling the effects of it, you know? It's like putting a crystal in your house or something. Already feeling that negative energy and all those bad vibes from last week going away. Just drifting on into the universe. Thank you, though, Megan. I'm glad to hear you got the matching Zorn, though. That doubles the power. It's the Seahawk jersey of power squared. It's kind of how that works, you know? Appreciate you, though. 1 second here. Why does this thing... It doesn't want to go in there. Lions have another player on the cart, 31 for them. Not a good sign for them already, looking like they're down Johnson, Gardner, and then another guy on the cart as well. All right, this kick is going to go through the back of the end zone by Jason Myers, and that will bring out the Seattle Seahawks defense. So no Boye Mafe today, no Mike Morris today. You do have Jaron Reed. You are getting Witherspoon back for some of his action. We'll be watching very closely how Seahawks are going to utilize him in this game. Lions are going to come out in a 3 wide receiver look. Seahawks have Witherspoon on the outside here. The give's going to be up the middle, carry for about a gain of 7 yards there on first down for the Lions. So Witherspoon playing out there in the Trey Brown, Mike Jackson role, for those wondering. All right, Goff is going to run a little bit of a hurry up here now on 2nd and 2. He's got an empty look. Drops back to throw, looking. He's going to scramble to his right, and he is going to find his tight end for a first down, Laporta. Goff, of course, on the edge of setting a record for most attempts without an interception. He's closing in on that very quickly. Lions are going to run a little pistol look now here with him. Give is inside. Darrell Taylor. Hi, Darrell. Darrell made a great play. Got in the backfield. Looked like he had a negative 2-yard play and just could not. Ball carrier just slid right off of him. Like a greased up pig. 5:43 to go here. 2nd down and 4. Lions right around the midfield stripe. Goff again is going to go empty here. Dropping back to throw, finding his running back underneath for an easy completion. And that will be a gain of about 7 or 8 yards for a 1st down. And they are now into Seahawks territory. Running back just ran a little leak route right out into the middle of the field, sat down, and was wide open. Goff under center here. 2 tight end look here for the Lions. They get the tight ends to one side of the field and just try to hammer the Hawks with a numbers game. And Witherspoon comes up and makes a nice tackle on the back. Jahmyr Gibbs stopping him before he can even get started. Flow to the ball carrier well there. That's Hawk tackling technique too. You grab the near thigh and you wrap and roll. Near thigh, wrap and roll. That's Hawk tackling technique from the old days. Nice job there by Witherspoon. 2nd down and 9. Hawks showing press. We're going to have a penalty marker here. The ball is going to be complete to Josh Reynolds on Witherspoon. Witherspoon looking like he's almost beating him up a little bit as he's in the process of tackling him. It'll be a 1st down. Witherspoon in press coverage there. Does get his hand a little bit on him. It's just a back shoulder throw, though. I think Goff just read that back shoulder throw, too. I don't know if it's actually a stop route there. Looks like the penalty's on Seahawks, so Lions will, of course, take the play. 1st down and 10. They are at the 22-yard line of the Seahawks. Goff in a pistol look. Brings his man in motion again here prior to the snap. He's going to let it rip. That's going to be a touchdown reception on a little seam route right up through to Josh Reynolds. Quandre Diggs comes over and sticks him, but it's not a hard enough hit to dislodge the ball, and he's going to score. The Lions answer right back on that drive. And that's Julian Love in coverage on that, by the way. Witherspoon had to take the tight end to the outside on that route, and Julian Love looked like he got worked on that route. It's tough, too. Julian Love had some of the tougher tape from last week a little bit, too, as far as in coverage goes. I don't know if he thought he was releasing that off to Quandre Diggs. Hoosah. Brandon Taylor, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Witherspoon at left cornerback, Bryant at slot pregame. That's where they're looking like they're rolling today. I think that's where they see him having the best impacts. That'll make a lot of Hawk fans happy, Brandon. I know that there was a lot of them out there that was quite uninterested in the thought of Witherspoon as a slot. So indeed, you are getting him on the outside. That's where they're going to line him up here, it would appear. And that makes sense. It makes sense. I think you could say that in that secondary, and Love had a tough day, but probably your left outside cornerback had the toughest day, and that's where there's the biggest need of maybe some improvement in the secondary. There's a lot of places that need improvement, but that'd be one of the main places. But thank you, Brandon. I appreciate that $2 donation. Really kind of you for doing that, brother. Garth Knight, thank you. Scarlet Tears, thank you for subscribing, Scarlet Tears. We are trying to get to 15,000 subscribers here on the channel this year if we can. That's our goal. So if you aren't subscribed, please do get subscribed. If you could too for me, please hit that like button for me. It does help the channel, helps me grow, helps me, show up on all those algorithm searches for Seahawks content. Yeah, that helps. It does. So please smack that like button if you could for me, please. Guard Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. It says, Spectre feels the wind in his bones, and I can feel it in my plums. My big plums. Sitting at home with my big plums. I love that. I love that. It's one of the greatest outtakes ever of Will Ferrell on what was it? What was the show? Was it Eastbound and Down? Might have been Eastbound and Down. Where they're having the face off and he's making them laugh. Feeling my plums. My plums. Whenever I need to laugh, Garth, I can always go to that clip. And I'm I don't know how they got through that scene, those guys. And they don't. You can see they're breaking up each time, like barely holding on. Because he's wearing this ridiculous blonde wig with the sunglasses. It's like, I can't keep a straight face here. Thank you, though, Garth. Appreciate you. Byron D has been a member for 7 months. He says Olu was in. Olu was in there? I thought it was Brown I was seeing down there still. I'll take your word for it on it. Thank you for the 17 long months as a member of the channel. Appreciate you, brother, on that. But I'll track it here on this next drive. We'll see who's out there at center for our Hawks. The Lions are going to kick off now. And this is going to be a shorter kick here. DJ Dallas is going to take it. He's going to see what he can do with this. Takes it up the field and gets hammered right about the 22-yard line, and he'll be stopped there. Concierge with Nolan, thank you for the $5 donation. Says Greg Bell says JSN is under the blue tent with a trainer looking at his leg. Yikes. Well, thank you for the update on the $5 donation. I appreciate always the updates, guys, because sometimes I can't see or hear off of what's going down or looking at Twitter. But yikes, that's not good. That's really not good. Thank you for the $5 dono, though. Yeek. Well, he is back out there on the field right now, which is a good sign. So it seems like he's okay. We got a 3 wide receiver look here from the Seahawks. Geno Smith's going to change the play at the line of scrimmage. Play clock is winding down fast. He gets the play off, play action pass. He's going to flip this out to the JSN in the flat. JSN's going to get out for about a gain of 4 or 5 yards. Geno making sure he's in the right play at the line of scrimmage here early on, showing a lot more patience in that approach than last week. Was there feel like sometimes a little bit of a rush at times in getting things going, getting things started up. Well, you can get 5 yards there to JSN on that play. Geno now 6 for 6 for 63 yards in this game. Jackson Smith with his second catch. I will get to the donos on this, just play by play. I want to make sure I'm on top of this. Geno back under center. 3 tight end look here. Pitch play out wide to Zach Charbonnet. He bangs hard through the hole, keeps his feet. He's still on his feet, grinding all the way down up to the 38-yard line in Seahawks territory. Looked like he was going to be snuffed out with about 3-yard gain, and he just kept the legs driving. Shows you how he is a little more of a power back style. This guy's a hard guy to bring down in the open field in that way, and he's just tacklers that kind of sliding off of him a little bit. First down and 10 Seahawks. Nice run by Zach Charbonnet. By far the best one of his young career here to begin things out. Seahawks again now here in a 3 tight end look. Jake Bobo as your only wide receiver on the field. Charbonnet back in the backfield. Give is going to be again to Zach Charbonnet. He's going to dance around, spin through a tackler. It's only a yard gain, but another really wonderful run there by Charbonnet just to get past the penetration that was getting into the backfield. He had to slide kind of as a half spin to get skinny and allow the defender to kind of fly past him so that he could then kind of get back going. There was never any ground on the play, but he made what he could with what there was. Second down and 10 now. Charbonnet still in the game. We're going to get an empty look here from the Seahawks. 5 wide. Geno changing the play again, getting everything set correctly. Line showing a 4-man pass rush. Geno dropping back to throw. And he's going to end up just kind of throwing this in the dirt. Looked like he was trying to hold up, throwing it there at the last second. Didn't like what he was seeing. So this will bring up third down and mighty long. Gino and shotgun. Dropping back to throw. And it's a bubble screen to Jackson Smith, who's quickly drugged to the ground. I'm wondering if you had meant by when you had said Greg Bell said JSN's under the 10, I'm wondering if you meant it was DK wasn't out there on that last play, on this last third down play, which makes me wonder if there's something going on with DK on this. But thank you again, Nolan, for that fiver, man. We got Dixon out to punt. 1:03 here in the first quarter. Dixon will lay into this one. Looks like a nice driving kick. Woo! Good job there by Mr. Jarek Reed. There, a monster punt by Mr. Dixon, and then Jarek Reed in there covering down. There was a gunner. Did a great job all over the returner. We should have probably just called a fair catch. The Lions are going to have a long field to work with. Nice job by the special teams unit. But I wonder, Nolan, I didn't see DK out there on that play. I'm hoping nothing's wrong with DK because he wasn't out on that one. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation. Says Anthony Richardson has 2 rushing touchdowns in the first 6 minutes. Damn, the Colts for sniping him. Yeah, Ski, I think you're probably right. I think the team would have very much at that point just not overthought it and said, hey, we got the opportunity to get our franchise quarterback here and now. Let's do so, even if we got to wait on him a little bit. Of course, Colts aren't going to wait on him a little bit there. Yeah, he's a marvel, man. He's a really great player, and he's just going to be getting by on his wits and physical ability this year as he's trying to figure it all out. A guy who really honestly probably should be sitting for the first season, being how little he had played in college. But he's a fun quarterback. He's going to be one of the more dynamic ones we've seen in the open field, and just fun to watch. The entertainment value on an Anthony Richardson's through the roof. You know, there's nothing he can't do at the quarterback position. Kind of that new model of quarterback. You know, they can run like a running back. They can throw with the strongest of arms. They can throw with touch. They can throw with accuracy. Just with him, he's just got to get accuracy. He's got to get a little bit more closer in point, and then of course decision making that'll come with time and maturation. But Ski Nation, thank you for that $5 donation. Dr. G, thank you for the $10 donation. Says, good to see you today, Brandon. Well, thank you so much, Dr. G. It's great to see you too as well, brother. Going to be doing this all year long with this play-by-play stuff, and always look forward to game day, man. We only get 17 of these, so you know you gotta enjoy them. You gotta savor the flavor, if you were. But appreciate you watching today. Thank you so much for that donation, man. And I hope our Hawks give us a nice victory today. Give us a nice big old win. That'd be nice to see. Thank you, though. You guys are very kind. I really do appreciate it. Live Sports Center, thank you for answering my call out there to you, which was, hey, you guys, if you're not subbed up, please do get subbed up. I would really appreciate it. We're trying to get to that 15,000 mark. You answered that call, so thank you so much for doing so on that. I really do appreciate you, Live Sports Center, for joining the Hawks Nest in that manner. All right, the Lions are going to take back over here now. 50 seconds left to go here in the first quarter. You got the Seahawks showing an actual true kind of bare front look here, 3-4. The give is going to be inside, and Montgomery's going to grind his way for about 5 or 6 yards there. Looks like, yep, DK is injured. They're showing some replay. It looks like he took a shot right into the kidneys there. And he's going to the sideline, or he's going to the locker room. Not a good sign with DK Metcalf. 2nd down and 5. Play action pass. Goff has got all day to look around. He finds a man in the middle of the field open. And Laporte is able to take this for a first down. So a tough season on injury fronts already kind of to begin things. That's going to wind us down to the end of the first quarter. Those are scary kind of hits on that. It can be a rib. It can be a kidney in there. Geno tried to throw it in a way where he kept it away from DK on that third down throw, but yeah, DK's a tough guy. You get him off the field, it's in. Concierge with Nolan, thank you for the $5. Says Ian Furness says DK's walking with the medical staff towards the locker room. Greg Bell must have missed on the name in the tent. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too with it. It's just something is obviously probably, I guess, at this point going on with the, I worry for on a shot like that, you worry about a broken rib because those are things that are really tough for receivers to play through. I don't know a lot that even tough guys that are able to kind of fight through that. And the guy cracked him right in there on that spot. There's a couple of places in there where it can be, it's I guess luckily it doesn't look lower, it's nothing lower legs or anything there, but you're already walking into this game light, and to lose DK on top of it would definitely hurt even more so at that point. Thank you for the double update on that, Nolan. I'm sorry that Greg Bell sold on you there with the first $5 as he was inaccurate on that first report, but hopefully DK is not too injured. Ducon Quack 2498 says, can I get some walking asking where the pass rush is? I'm looking Ducon Quack. I'm looking everywhere. High, low, in between. I don't see it at all. No. Do you? No, you don't. I don't know. Where is it at? Pass rush. Hello? Are you there? No, I'm not here. Somebody give me now the pass rush, please. I need him now. We're going to lose without it. I don't know why they can't do it. Just do it now, please. I'll get my cowbell if you want. If that's what's required, I'll do it. Just someone sack the quarterback now, please. God, help us. We'll get there eventually, Daquan. We'll get there eventually. Woo! Strap in, folks. 2023 is going to be a fun ride. All right, we got 1st and 10 for the Detroit Lions from the 30-yard line in their own territory. Start of the second quarter here. Jared Goff under center, 2 wide receivers. The handoff is into Jahmyr Gibbs. Nice job of plugging up that hole by Bobby Wagner. He will bring him down to the ground for a very, 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 very short gain. For a very short gain. All right, Goff 5 of 5 for 74 yards to begin this game and a touchdown. He'll come out now in a shotgun look with 4 wide. Seahawks are going to try to cover this up. Quick little throw out to the flat there. Tariq Woolen is up and quickly brings the man to the ground for about a 3-yard gain. Very short, 2-yard gain maybe, very short gain. This will bring up a 3rd and 7. And Tariq Woolen's now on one knee on the turf. Spectre 7, we'll go to commercial break here. Witherspoon's remaining on the turf on one knee. Spectre 7, thank you for the $5 donation. It says, all right, Brandon, I'm not confident anymore. I'm going to have a bone transplant Monday because I no longer feel it in my bones. You just need to drink some more milk, man. That's all it is. Me too with this. I was feeling my bones last week. I've been mainlining milk all week. Like, come on, Bones. You have 2 jobs. Keep my flesh in place and predict crap. You're failing at one of those points. You're failing somewhere. Thank you, Logan Nolan, for the double dono, man. Spectre 7, thank you for the double dono, too. Daquan, The pass rush will be there some point today. I don't know when. Third, fourth quarter, maybe. Gabarge, thank you for the $5 donation, Gabarge. He says, please shout out my diehard Hawks friend, Andrew Maths. Thank you. Andrew Maths, you are a diehard Hawk fan. You're getting up at the buck crack of dawn because you love your team. Andrew, there's no doubt about that. There's no questioning your loyalty to this team. There's no questioning whether you're tapping in every day for this team. You better believe you are tapping in for this because you got your friend Gabarge letting everyone know. And I dig that about you. So appreciate you, Andrew. Appreciate your friend Gabarge. And let's help make this win happen today. Don't lose the faith, my friend. Don't lose the faith. And if I chopped up your last name, Maths, I know I'm not the only one. Okay? Is the E silent? Is it loud? Do I sit on it? Do I pull back off of it? I don't know. I'll go with Maths. So we got Tariq Woolen headed on into the blue tent now. Picked the wrong day to give up heroin. All right, we got Lions here at the 34-yard line. The Seahawks in a 3rd and 7. Trey Brown now on the field taking over for Tariq. A little bit of pass rush this time, but still an easy completion into Jahmyr Gibbs, who will appear to have a first down. Working on Kobe Bryant out of the slot. The thing about Jahmyr Gibbs, you can line him out like a receiver, and he can run those routes like a receiver. Still a tough coverage there in that aspect of things. Runs a little out and up route, and catches Kobe Bryant clean on it. 13:28 to go. First down, Detroit Lions. Seahawks come out in the 3-4 look here. Showing a little bit more of that today. Give is quickly out there to the running back and taken to the ground by Edwards Jr. Mario Edwards on the play, getting some penetration and making the play in the backfield. Nice job by Mario. I do love the 3-4 look so much better than I like that 4-man front. Just open a little bit more of the door to penetration back there. 2nd and 13. Goff back in shotgun, 4 wide. Drops back to throw. Completion to Amon Brown. Be a gain of about 7 or 8 yards. Julian Love in coverage. Comes up and makes the tackle. So this will bring up 3rd down about 6 or so. 6-ish. Four. Or 4. A long 4. 6 or a long 4. However you want to put it. Goff back in shotgun. 3 wide. Handoff is up in between and up the middle there. Montgomery still on his feet all the way down to the Seahawks 36-yard line. Nice run on the play by him. This will be a first down. Goff starting out this game 8 of 8 for 92 yards. Defense trying to find itself here a little bit. Goff back in shotgun, 1st and 10. Give us back to the running back here. He'll have himself a gain of about 4 or 5 yards just on an inside zone run. Second down and 6. Goff checks the play. He's going to come out from shotgun back under center. Play action pass. He's looking. Hits a man out into the flat. Trey Brown knocks him out of bounds just short of the first down. This will be about a 3rd and 2. Goff now 8 of 8 for 92 yards to start this game out. Third and 1, they'll call it. Long one. My eyesight's missing. It looked like he was out of the bounds there, but usually 2 yards short. 10:29 to go here in the second quarter. Lions on the 28-yard line of the Seahawks. Goff and shotgun. Got 3 wide, 1 tight end. Tight end goes in motion. The give is quickly the back, spins out of the first one, and then is quickly tackled. Nice job by Jaron Reed getting the penetration there on that play to spin the back around in the backfield and allow enough time for the reinforcements to arrive. Wonderful play there by Jaron Reed. 4th down and 4. It looks like the Lions are going to go for it. Big play early on in here in this game. Goff is going to be back in shotgun. We got 4 wide. Brown goes in motion. Kicks out in motion post snap. Great play by Witherspoon in coverage on 4th and 4. Be very tight there in man coverage and knock the ball away. I don't know if he got the full hand in there and knock it away, but he was draped all over in a clean way here, and he knocked it away. Great play by Witherspoon there, showing off why he was the 5th overall pick in the NFL draft. Nicely done there as the Seahawks get a 4th down conversion, and the offense will be able to get back on the field. Lions being aggressive as they are and as they are tending to be, and that pays off there for the Seahawks. Nicely done. Nicely done. Robbie Red, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, there's no way we don't draft quarterback next draft. Penix. Well, Penix has looked phenomenal. Going back, watching again some of the tape last night on some of the throws he made in that game. The one in particular when he's in the end zone, and he throws the 50-yard ball that it was kind of a trust throw, but just to get that kind of arm strength on that throw with the defender so close, closing down in right in his face. Very impressive. Very, very impressive. The kid stock's elevating by the game, and where he is going to be taken, I think, is hard to exactly pinpoint. I don't know if he can elevate himself into a top 15 range of things. But some of that is dependent upon the year he ends up fully having this season, and that's going to determine that. Would he be on the table there for the Seahawks to potentially take him as an option? I think potentially. I don't think that there's anything about him that's from his skill set that would have them take him off their board as far as a quarterback. I think it's harder to pinpoint him, though, as far as him versus other guys in this draft, because Robbie Red, there's just so many quarterbacks in this draft and draftable ones, good ones, guys that'll play in this league. So it's less now about there just being like we've had in recent drafts where you have just kind of a select few guys of really functional guys, whether they'll be good or bad. These are your functional guys. These are guys with some prospect status to them. This year, there's going to be so many names, so many guys in that avenue of things. I think that just opens up for that much more potential, the many more guys you can end up going through and potentially selecting. But Penix has looked fantastic. The arm strength has been great this year. The decision-making has been unassailable. Accuracy, it's all there. For me, it's just sometimes the left-handed delivery is a little funky, and he gets into Phillip Rivers mode at times with that sidearm delivery. And now we're going to get Tariq Woolen, who is going to be walking back to the locker room as well. He's got a chest issue, according to what we're seeing on the reports. So it would appear we are going to be down DK Metcalf and Tariq Woolen the rest of this game as well. 1st and 10 now, play action pass here. A little throw out to Tyler Lockett in the slot. Boy, Tyler and JSN are going to have to do some work today. Jake Bobo as well. That's going to be a 1st down reception for Tyler. Nice catch there. Nice throw by Gino there. He had to kind of throw that at a weird angle to get the ball off. He had a man in his face. 9:11 to go here. 1st and 10 Seahawks. They'll come out in a 3 tight end look here. Walker in the backfield. Play action pass. Gino dropping back to throw. He's going to let this ball rip. And he's got Noah Fant deep down the field for a 1st down. Noah got matched up on a safety there and then just outran him up the sideline for a 1st. Nice catch by... We got a flag. They're going to call a holding penalty on the Lions. That's going to be, of course, a no on that one there. He got just turned around. Good, a little wheel route there to the tight end. Nicely done by the Seahawks. And a good eye there by Geno. Beautiful throw. 1st and 10, Seahawks at the 28-yard line of the Detroit Lions. 3 wide receiver look here. Bobo out. We got a Bobo sighting. Walker in the backfield. Play action pass again here. Geno steps up. Run with it, Geno. God, you could have... He's got to pick his moments. He runs with it too, man. He had a good 8-9 yards up ahead of him, and he just threw it away over the top to lock it there. Use your legs when you got it. You're going to need it today. You're down some bodies. You got to call upon all. He had a little bit of room there to kind of go up there and at least take a 5-yard play on a first down, 1st and 10. Geno back in shotgun. Give is going to be the running back. Walker. The Lions were all over that. 3rd down. Third and 10. Seahawks 1 for 2 today on 3rd downs. Geno's going to be in shotgun here. He's got Colby to his right, DJ Dallas to his left. Seahawks anticipating a blitz. Lions bringing it. No, they're not. They dropped out of it post-snap. Geno looking, and he's going to throw this away. Probably good decision-making there by Geno on that play, as there didn't look like there was a lot. Preserve the field goal attempt. Tyler Lockett. Well covered on this play. Tyler's getting doubled now. He's going to get a lot like a soft double team here because there is no DK in this game now. Myers comes out for a 45-yard kick from the left hash. 2 of 3 on the year. This would be a season long. Myers sets up, sends the kick about 15 feet to the left of the upright. No good. That was not even close. Duquan Quack, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, how many injuries till we fire Ivan the Terrible? Sadly, I don't think that day comes as long as the Coach Carroll is here. Ivan basically has followed Coach Carroll since his days out at USC. And I think last year they had that one anomaly year where they weren't like really bad with injuries. And that probably is enough of a year to give a guy like that the 1 year that he can ride then on for 5-6 years over if he needs to. But injuries have been a problem in Seattle for many years here. And we've long wondered. I mean, that's why the guy's got the nickname. It isn't a lot. Trainers don't often get nicknames, right? They're pretty anonymous people. So to get to a point where you have a common nickname that's understood as Ivan the Terrible based on your travels, it probably hasn't been a good run. Let's just say that. But yeah, he's not probably heading anywhere, unfortunately, Daquan. Whether he should or not, but it's a lot of injuries to start this year. We played a game and we made basically not even fully 6 quarters, and we're down. It feels like just about half our football team as it stands. Maybe not that bad, but holy Lord, man. Gabarge, thank you for subscribing. Tell your friend Andrew, thank you as well for subscribing if he does as well also. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, we're going to win this for Reek and DK. No Chicken Little today. Hey, no Chicken Little today, Wu-Tang. Thank you for the $5 donation. Let's go get it done, man. Let's go get it done. Okay, we're right in this game. We're matched up well. Defense, see if they get a little momentum off that last stop they had. Let's go. But thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate that, Wu-Tang, so very much. I love the attitude as well. Love where your head's at. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. Says if we're going to have a 49ers injury year, Caleb, I don't think sadly you're going to have to get pretty beaten up in the injury front to get to a point of getting to Caleb. Because I just think the Coach Carroll teams are always going to have a little bit of a floor of 5 to 6 wins minimum. All right, Lions take back over here with Jared Goff back under center now. 1st and 10. Lions on the 35-yard line in their own territory. This handoff is going to be Montgomery. Got a little bit of space to work with, and then brought down to the ground for about a gain of 5 or 6 yards by Tyreek Smith. Tyreek Smith out in the field here for the Seahawks, getting some of his first action, the kid out of Ohio State. Bring up 2nd and 5. 7:15 to go here in the second quarter. Be a little stop route here to Amon St. Brown for a first down catch. For a first down catch. Goff the give here to Montgomery. Quick penetration by Mario Edwards Jr. again. Eventually the back's brought down for about a gain of a half yard, but good job again by Mario Edwards Jr. showing off those run-stopping skills, which were part of what caused the Hawks to bring him here this offseason, which is good to see. Snail, I just can't see us being that bad, though, to get to Caleb. You're going to have to be the worst team in the league to get to Caleb. And so you'd have to lose probably Geno. You'd probably have to lose your back. You know, you'd have to get pretty weakened to get that down that far, I think. Just doesn't seem like it's really in the neighborhood of a possibility. 2nd down and 9. Goff back in shotgun. 3 wide. Give is going to be in here to Jahmyr Gibbs. He bounces this outside, breaks the first tackle, and then Jordan Brooks is able to bring him to the ground. And this will bring up for about a 4-yard gain. It'll bring up 3rd and 5. Third and 6. Goff goes empty here. Shotgun. Dropping back to throw. That ball is kind of thrown to no man's land. We're going to get a flag, though, it looks like, on Witherspoon. Too much grabbiness in coverage. Jonathan Salazar, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I miss Wilson. First down, Wilson would have ran for the first down and not even thought twice about it. Yeah, I put that drive on Geno and Geno only. Yeah, I mean, that moment was a bad point of decision making there, I think, from your standpoint. I think that you're not wrong there at all. I mean, that's when you could hear me in the moment going, you got to run there. You got to you got to be looking to run at times. You got to be looking to use your legs at times when it's that wide open. If the defense is going to give you a free 7 yards, go take it. And he did last year. I mean, against the same Lions team, you had to run up the middle for a touchdown in that game. You had another one where he scrambled up the sideline. That's what it took last year for you to beat this team. And so, you definitely he needs to accommodate that here in this game when the moment presents itself. 1st and 10 for Goff. Back in shotgun now on the Seahawks side of the field after that penalty. We've got a flea flicker here. Goff's got him open. Witherspoon's going to try to get back there, but it's going to be too late. It's going to be wide open, and it's going to be a touchdown. They were just buying in on the run play there, getting up to try to help the run play, and that freed up the receiver over the top for a big-time touchdown. Lions take the lead. So I mean, it is it's bad on that one there with Jonathan. I think too it's going to be tough sailing for the offense today coming in. You're down now. You're 2 tackles and you're down your starting wide receiver, your number 1. It is going to make this a little bit of an uphill battle offensively speaking here in this game now, and if it wasn't already. But I get where you're coming from on that one choice. I definitely, there's an issue there, but he also did create that, he did put you as far as into a point of having a scoring drive there. Myers kicks what should be a pretty makeable kick for an NFL kicker. This is a 10-14 game, and you've gotten 2 scoring drives in this first half on 3 of your drives by Geno. Witherspoon getting punished there for a little bit of aggressiveness in the run game. That was his man over the top. Just came up to try to help out in the run, stop it up, and Lions attacked it, probably feeling that aggression, and that's why they called that play. Jonathan, I do appreciate you on that $5 donation, though. Very kind of you, man. Thank you so very much. Nolan with another $5. Thank you for the triple donos, Nolan. Thanks. Very kind of you as well, man. Thanks for that. He says, I have no knowledge of Ivan, but DK rib on a hit, Reek on a tackle, Cross with a toe, Lucas with a chronic knee. That's not training. Yeah. I mean, I don't know that it's a blame game on this for him for that. It's the Ivan thing is a thing that goes back for a while, Nolan. It's a deal that goes back to him being at different colleges and going in and training guys, and the injuries went through the roof when he arrived in USC, and then when he left, the injuries resolved. Then he went to UW, and the injuries went through the roof when he was there, and then when he left, the injuries went down. Since he's arrived here in Seattle, the injuries have gone through the roof. Now, does that mean when he leaves that the injuries will go down? I don't know. But this, you mentioned you had no knowledge of Ivan. This is the track record of that guy as far as it's understood within the fan base. So that's why he's being referenced a little bit. I agree. These aren't necessarily trainer-related injuries, but it's also you'll have your normal injuries, and then if you have a trainer who's not training right, and then you have bad injuries on top of that, you'll still have normal injuries there, but then you end up with this yearly. I think what people do is they look at the yearly huge amount that you normally typically end up with. If you were to trace this back, looking at Nolan the last 5 years, we're probably a top 3 team in the NFL in games lost due to injuries. So that's also what some of the people relate this to. Is well, doesn't that go back to the trainer? Doesn't that go back to that staff at that point? But thank you for the $5. I do appreciate you on that. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says let Law kick. Maybe, man. Myers, I couldn't have been any worse than that last kick by Myers. Holy lordy. Holy lordy. Thank you for that donation, though, man. All right, this kick's going to go through the back of the end zone by the Lions. Gino and company will come back out 1st and 10, 4:51 to go here in the second quarter. Marcus B, 28, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, switching from Coca-Cola to brown liquor. Damn Hawks. I might be joining you by the second half at this pace. Hey, we got DK Metcalf back out. Let's go. Let's go, DK. There's a little bit of encouraging sign. There's a little shot in the arm. Okay. 1st and 10, Hawks. Gino back in shotgun. Gives to Kenneth Walker. Walker can't break the tackle. The safety coming up there. Nice tackle by him. Gardner Johnson just shows you a good player he is. That's a tough tackle, and he made that look kind of easy. Flying up from the safety position there. Seahawks 126 total yards. The Lions 150. Hawks managed 21 rushing yards. The Lions 45. Each team with 105 passing yards. Gino back in a pistol look here, 3 wide to the far side of the field. Quick little in-cutting throw to Tyler Lockett for a gain of 9 yards there. Nice little throw. Jordan with a $2 donation. Thank you, Jordan. Says starting center is out now, so we're down 2 tackles and a center. No problem. Now it's just about even. All right, Seahawks come out in a 3rd and 1. They're 1 of 3 on 3rd downs today. Gino's going to go empty on 3rd and 1. Interesting decision here. Dropping back to throw, stepping up in the pocket. He's going to look, he's going to look, he's going to look. He's going to find JSN here for a 1st down. Nicely done by Gino to get out there, elongate that play, and give his receiver some time to get open. Nobody open initially. And shout out to Curhan there. He's doing a nice job on Hutchinson out there. No easy task. And JSN, good job flowing with his quarterback to get back out to the sideline on that play. 1st down. 3 minutes to go here. Seahawks about the midfield stripe. It gives to Walker. Walker spins out of the first tackler. And boy, great just to get out of the first tackle of Hutchinson, who seemed to have him dead to rights there in the backfield. He just spun up out of it and was able to get a gain of about 1. I've had a couple of those plays. Sharpen had one of those earlier today where it's only about a yard gain, no gain, but it's very easily could have been negative 3-yard play. Gino's going to hurry this up and then get back into an empty look here. Drop back to throw. He's going to look. He's going to hit Bobo for a gain of about 2.5 to 3. This will take us to about a 3rd down and 6 or so. 5.5 maybe. And this will also take us down to the 2-minute warning. They'll call it 6. So 3rd down 6, 2-minute warning here. This does feel like a drive. You really got to come out of this with some points. You're going to be kicking back the Lions after halftime. Really would like to get something out of what you can from this drive if possible. Yeah, Live Sports Center, the offensive line's doing a great job today. Got to give them a lot of props. They're holding up in there. There's even times where they're going empty, where they're not leaving the chipper in there. So it's not just them leaning into just chip block solely or anything like that. You've got to give them credit for giving Gino the time back there to be able to make some throws and do something back there as far as that's concerned. So yeah, they've been doing a good job here in this game. Those guys had a tough, tall order coming into this one. To give you guys some updates around the league here, we've got the Packers up 7-3 on the Falcons. The Raiders down 14-10 to the Bills. Ravens are up on the Bengals 10-7. The Chargers up on the Titans 11-7. Buccaneers up on Bears 10-7. And the Jaguars are up 3-0 currently on the Kansas City Chiefs. Strange game out there in Kansas City. Or out in Jacksonville. I thought that game was going to be a lot more of a higher scoring game. Colts up 21-7 on the Texans in the early action. Boy, OB, yeah, Olu's not looking too bad. Not too shabby out there. Jeff Speak says Woolen should be back after halftime. They're just going to give him that same kind of shot they gave DK, and they get a little bit of that Toradol. The Tord. Give him a little bit of the Tordo. Big man's amp. Why is everyone made of glass on this team? That's where we get back to the Ivan the Terrible stuff. That's where that, and I don't know if that's the reason. I'm not saying that is the reason. I don't know what is the reason. I don't have a good answer on that. That's what some people say, though. That's what they say. That's what they say. All right, Seahawks come out now here in shotgun. They are just on the Detroit side of the field here at about the 46-yard line with the 3rd and 6. DK going in motion, operating out of the slot on this play. DJ Dallas in the backfield with Gino. Lions showing a typical 4-man pass rush here. Nope, they're bringing a late blitz, 5-man rush. DJ Dallas picks it up. Gino steps up. You got to run it with Gino. You got to run it with Gino. You got to run it with Gino. Ooh-wee. So 4th down play here now, and an interesting call for Coach Carroll to be made. Because do you want to give the Lions back the ball here with 1:51 and 3 timeouts? I feel like you got to probably go for it here if you're Coach Carroll. Hard to trust the defense as it currently stands to get a stop here, and you could quickly find yourself another 7 to 10 points down here before you get the ball back offensively. If you don't go for this in this moment. He's going to go under center here. Let's see if they're going to try to just draw him off sides or if they're going to snap it. Looks like he's trying to hard count him. Seattle's just going to call this a timeout. So Coach Carroll wants some time to think about it here. I think he still comes to the conclusion that we got to go for it. It's hard to trust the field position game and trust your defense game. We'll just knock it down to the 4-yard line and the defense will get the stops in there. It's hard to be at that spot necessarily. I can understand why not. If they were like, oh my God, this ain't feeling like we got to get some more points here. Yeah, I think just go for it's the way. All right, they're gonna punt. Well, you got a great defense like this. You just trust that great defense. Like you got a championship defense. You go, hey, this is where we make our hay. This is who we are. All right, Dixon with the punt. He will send this back to about. Nice job by Bobo. Bobo actually catches that in there. I said 4-yard line, and they literally got on the 4-yard. Well, they'll call it the 6-yard line. That was pretty close, though. All right, well, we'll see if Pete's smart on this one. He's got a little more confidence than I would have had in this defense, but, defensive-minded coaches are going to trust their defense. Walt Rich, it was 4th and about 3-yard or so, Walt. First and 10, 1:44 to go here. Jared Goff on about his 1-yard line or so. Comes out with 3 wide, 1 tight end. He'll give this up the middle to the back, who will take this for a gain of about 4 or 5 yards. Lions have run the ball 13 times for 50 yards in this first quarter, or this first half. Be 2nd and 5, 1:20 to go here. Lions don't seem too much in a hurry here. Goff back in shotgun, empty look. It's going to drop back to pass. It's going to hit a man right in the hands, and it's going to bounce out of his hands. Jahmyr Gibbs, the running back, was wide open there and had the play to be made. Jordan Brooks in coverage. Man, he might still be running if he had made that catch. Goff jumping, he knows. Oh, gosh, I had you. 3rd down and 5. See if Coach Carroll's strategy can pay off here, and he can look really smart to get a stop and get potentially the ball back with still 2 timeouts left to go. Goff drops back to throw. Looks like we got a hold on the Detroit Lions there, and that ball is going to be thrown away. Guessing the Hawks will probably decline this, but definitely an obvious hold there, right from within the middle of that Detroit offensive line. And indeed it will be, so that'll be 4th down. So nice job by the Seahawks defense. It helps when the guy drops the ball. But sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Okay? That's why they say that saying. That's how that saying always goes. It's a timeless saying for a reason. 4th down and 5. Lions are going to be punting from within their own end zone here. Seahawks with a chance to get some good field goal position back, potentially. Field position back here. If I can speak clearly. Not a smart man, but I can speak clearly. Why did you call a fair catch on that, DJ? Long punt, fair caught by DJ Dallas. All right, Gino. Let's see what you can do here, my man. Not a lot of time, couple timeouts. A little bit to work with here. .44 seconds. Seahawks on the 36-yard line, their own territory. Brown, the center, is back out there for the Hawks. Gino in shotgun. Dropping back to throw. The pass rush is right up in his face there. Gets it out to Charbonnet, who will get out of bounds. So 37 seconds left on the clock after a gain of about 5 or 6. Geno had to get that ball out of his hands. There was definitely some pressure getting in there. What is going on now? Booth review. Booth review of what? Oh, whether he was in bounds or not? Or whether it was a first. I don't get this booth review. To determine if he's in bounds or not? This seems like a dumb use of the review tool to me. I don't. Why are we reviewing this? This is so stupid. Yes, his knee was in bounds. I've never seen them do a booth review in under 2 minutes on an out of bounds review before. This is a first for me. Because even if you determine that the clock's going to run, the offense is going to just get into their formational set. If they're just going to run the clock. Okay. Yeah. Completion out to Tyler Lockett. Call time. First down. I guess we lost a timeout somehow and all that stuff. Drop back to throw. Blitz coming. Geno's got to get it away, and he gets it away, and the guy gets it completed, and he's inbounds timeout. A lot of short throws here from Geno, which I know he's got to do with the pressure stuff, but you got to get the ball pushed up the field, and you only have so many plays, big guy. You got to get the ball pushed up the field there. Too many little check down little throws there where it's like, I get the Tyler one, but then come back, you throw it away then. You save the time. You can't burn a time out there like they had to do. Jason Myers, somebody's asking about how far out. I think 60 yards is about as far as you could hope to get out of him. I mean, so you're still looking a good probably 10 yards here at least, 10 to 15 yards. You do have enough time to complete it on a little 14, 15 yard in route, post route, whatever. Get the guy down, clock it, and then get your field goal kicker out there. There is enough time for that, but you might only have time to do that one time as a play process goes. Seahawks are on the 48-yard line of the Detroit Lions. Geno and shotgun. Dropping back to throw. Hits Tyler. Did just what I thought. A little post route almost there. Coming up now. You just get it up and spike it. Tyler gets set. Tyler, and he does get it spiked with 7 seconds to go. Seahawks are going to bring out Myers, which is the smart way to go. Just get the kick at this point. Nice route run by Lockett there to get open. And good play call by Waldron. That's the kind of call you want to do there. Get yourself 10 yards up further and then see if your kicker can get it done then from that point. So Myers is out here for the kick now. Really could use this one, Detroit do, to get the ball back after halftime. Myers is set here. The kick is up. The kick is floating to the right. Will it stay in? It will not. The kick is no good. Seahawks, 2 missed kicks this half. 3rd missed kick already in 2 games for Jason Myers. It's a very long kick, not an easy kick to make, but this is also why you have the guy as a highly paid guy on this team. He's one of the highest paid kickers in the sport. Lions will come out here with 2 seconds, maybe try to do a little Hail Mary here. Looks like Goff's going to do just that. Guy fumbles. Love picks it up after the catch. That'll be the end of this half. Seahawks going to halftime. Could easily be right now pretty closer game than is at 7-14, but a couple missed field goal attempts. And the Seahawks find themselves down at halftime. Offense moved the ball pretty well in the first half. No points to score for it. Again, just kind of settling for field goals, not touchdowns, is not necessarily going to be the pathway here for us. 16-20 for Geno Smith, 159 yards in that first half. I can't knock him too much for his play. There's a couple of moments in there, but overall he did fine, especially with what he's got up ahead of him. Especially because he didn't have much of a running game in this first half. Seahawks ran 13 times for only 25 yards. So this is really on Geno's arm today in kind of getting it done from an offensive perspective. On the defensive side of the ball, again, the quarterback on the opposition is able to kind of make it look easy back there. You don't have Goff under any kind of stress or pressure. The Seattle Seahawks had no quarterback hits and no sacks in that first half. Jared Goff, 12 of 15 for 185 yards, 2 touchdowns, 157 rating, 12.3 yards per attempt. The Lions have run 13 times for 50 yards for almost a 4-yard attempt average. Not bad on the part of the defense. Not to where they were last year as far as the bad goes there. So there's at least some improvement there. So that's it. Lockett leading the way, 4 catches, 37 yards. Noah Fant, 2 for 35. DK, 2 for 34. A couple injuries in that first half. DK able to come back. Brown able to come back. It looks like Woolen's still been out as it currently stands. Concierge with Nolan has been a member for 23 months. Thank you for that long time support, Nolan, and also for all of your donations today on the chat. I hope you do know I really do appreciate it. He says, hashtag never kick. It's part of the thing I don't understand with Carroll a little bit in the years as they've gone on. It felt like when he first came here, he was so much more willing to go for it on 4th downs. And it just seems like with time, he's been less willing and less willing and less willing to actually go for it on 4th down attempts. And, I don't really understand quite why at times as much, because it's not like the kicking game has been all that great. And the thing I worried about with Myers this year, and I'm seeing we might be seeing it this year again, which is that the man's had an 8-year career prior to this year. And when I tell you that you can time his career production like on a clock. So, first year great, second year bad, third year great, fourth year bad, fifth year great, sixth year bad, seventh year great, eighth year bad, like one of those things, and we're due for a bad year right now. It might have been the opposite way where he started out bad, good, but whatever it is, it's like a bad moon rising, We've got a blood harvest moon coming up. That's what it is right now with Myers in this current year. At least if it holds true to his career of the last 10 years. I don't know if that's going to be the case or not, but that is the thing I worried about with giving him that money, is that you're paying for a bit of consistency that you don't really get from him over the course of his career. The numbers kind of don't add up to that, quite as much. Bear with me one sec, folks. Do 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 do. Though her mind is overread. All right, let's get over here. I got a couple of donations here. Thank you guys for all the donos. Please hit that like button if you could do this for me, or get subbed up if you're not. I would really appreciate it. It does help this channel out tremendously. Jeffrey A. Thistle has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 16 long months. You can become a member right now. We've got some great benefits, PFF grades, special little shows we do for members only. Thank you, though, Jeffrey, for that long-time support as a fan of 16 months. It says, why does everything with our offense look so hard? Heart attack offense for a decade is enough. I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure. I mean, it's been relatively productive today. Certainly, there seems to be some real difficulties once you get on the other side of the football field into enemy territory. I will say we're not seeing a lot of, I think we had one bubble screen in this game on a 3rd and 10. I don't think that we've seen but maybe one fly sweep this whole year so far with Walker. That tends to be usually a pretty common part of the offense. But I don't know, man. I think it's also going to be a little bit harder today too. I mean, let's just speak today. I can't speak to other times, Jeffrey, but today in particular, it's going to be a little bit tougher too when you are going to have to keep some more guys in pass protection. You're going to try to help those tackles out a little bit more. And that's going to make it a little more difficult to have success at that point. When it already is going to be tough if you're not dealing with that to begin with, so to speak. But I get where you're coming from, man. I do. Not for sale. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says F. Jason Myers. It's tough, man. It's tough. I get the frustration. I had some worries and issues with the signing of him at the time because I worried this very thing would happen a bit where you're relying on him to be a certain way that he's not exactly been in his career. And he's coming off a really good year last year, but that doesn't mean that with kickers, it's like relief pitchers in baseball. Just because you have one good year doesn't mean next year the guy, even if he's in his prime, even if he's still relatively young, it doesn't guarantee that guy's going to still be good again the next year. It's a weird position. It's a weird hot and cold thing that goes on there. And if you start paying for results, you want to make sure you're really going to get that. And hard to feel like if you look at Jason Myers' numbers throughout the course of his career. Let me read off to you so you guys don't feel like I'm just talking out my ass. So let's go through Jason Myers' career here. This game a retrospective on Jason. First year with the Jaguars, 26 of 30, 86%. Not bad. Pretty good. Next year, 27 of 34. Not good. Next year, 11 of 15. Not very good. Then next year with the Jets, great. 33 of 36. Gets a new contract with Seattle and free agency on the back of that. Then first year in Seattle, 23 of 28. Not that good. Then the next year, 24 of 24, 100%. That's great. Then the next year, 17 of 23, 73%, not good. Then last year, 34 of 37, 91%. That's great. Now this year, of course, he's already missed a couple as it stands. So yeah, 2 of 5, whatever he is here as we currently said. He's at 66% currently for the year on his kick. So it's been something you could kind of track with this guy going back quite a bit of time. Not a new recent. He's an up and down kind of dude, up and down kind of cat. Potentris, thank you, though, Sale. Cameron, thank you for the $5 donation, Cameron. He says, I said we should have signed Jason Myers this offseason. I was wrong. He is bad. Sorry for doubting you, Brandon. Oh, it's okay, man. I get where people were coming from in their viewpoint of wanting to you want to create a great special teams here. Finding kickers is not always the easiest thing that can be done. After Hauschka left, we went through a couple of guys, and it was a little rough roads. It is. But yeah, that was the thing, as at the time, Cameron, I just kept coming back to is I'm okay paying for a kicker if he's shown that level of consistency. But you paid him a monster free agent contract basically for kickers, him coming off his best year, and now you're about to give him another equivalent contract of what you gave him last time, coming off what is basically his second best career year. And that's usually not always the pathway to success when it comes to a player and expecting the player to remain at a performative level that he just might not. But no worries, Cameron. Maybe he turns it around, Cameron. Maybe those are his last misses for the year. And I'm made to look weird. I'm made to look bad on this one. when it's all said and done. It could happen. Not another realm of possibility. These kickers run hot and cold, I'll tell you. Thank you, though, Cameron. I do appreciate you. Guard Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Were you just singing Tom Sawyer by Rush? I dig it, man. I think I probably was, yeah. I don't know why I was singing that one. I don't know what... Today's Tom Sawyer, he's a real cool dude. I can't stand that. I can't stand Getty's voice, man. I cannot stand it, but those drums and that musicianship, I'll tell you. Thank you, Gar, for the $5, man. Thank you so much. We got to get you on stream here. Why are you being so shy today? Why are you being so shy? Maybe that's the problem today. We haven't got enough cat stuff going on. We need some cat playing with pens. Here, this will put smiles on people's face. This will put smiles on people's face. Come on, let's make them smile. It's a tough day for our peeps. Tough day. Thank you, Garth. Gotta get a little Rush every once in a while. That might be the only Rush song I know any of the lyrics to. Don Mata, thank you for the $10 donation. Don, very kind of you. He says, bad news all around. Gino's playing scared. Pete lost all of his aggressiveness. Defense is a sieve. Honest question. What should we be excited about this team in the future with this current regime? I think it's probably the $1 million question, I would say, Don. I mean, that is the grand question to kind of unpack. And I think that you touch upon, as far as state organization and fan base goes and where we're at as far as this crossroads go, this is where we're at. And you can be a fan that has ultimate faith, and I'm not saying I don't still have faith here with it. I'm not saying I'm exactly in the same place you are with it, Don, but what I am saying in understanding the different perspectives that do exist in this fan base is that there is a very big contingent of this fan base that's in the place you're in, where they say, okay, how do I get to the place of excitement? I think that's something we can talk about. Let's touch on a little more as we can commercial breaks on that, Don. I think it's a good subject to talk about. And especially as we get into post-game discussion, I'm sure it will be at the forefront of a little bit of what we might be speaking about, depending on how this game goes, especially. But I get where you're coming from on it. I think Gino's playing pretty good myself, considering what he's dealing up against today. I mean, you look at the bottom line of his stats and his production, it's been okay. I'm not saying that there are in some moments where he's been a little bit, hesitant with stuff. First and 10 here with Goff here to begin things. We got a fumble! Risky. Seahawks are going to pick it up here to begin the second half. First play of the second half after the fair touchback kick. And we get a fumble. Early penetration on this play. Was that DT? No, it wasn't DT. Uchenna Nwosu. The Seahawks land shark. Beautifully done there by Uchenna. Boy, did the team need that or what right there? I mean, is that just something that you talk about the defense, the team needing a shot of life, a little bit of energy, and they get it on that play, not only getting into the backfield for the penetration on the play, but then to also rip the ball free. I mean, he pulled that sucker loose. Fantastic play by Uchenna Nwosu. Seahawks come out, play action pass, Gino dropping back. He's looking down. He's got Colby Parkinson. Colby Parkinson steps inside, down to the 2-yard line on the play. Nice job by Colby on the catch. Good throw by Gino. First and goal, Seahawks. First and goal. Let's go. Ball on about the 2.5. Gino in shotgun. The give's going to be into Walker here. Walker dancing around, dancing wide. He gets wide. He's going to shoot on into the end zone for a touchdown. Seahawks. Kenneth Walker with a touchdown. Let's go. Woo! There's a nice little change in momentum. Just what the doctor ordered for the Seahawks on that. Uchenna Nwosu helping to guide the way. You can just feel the momentum of that. Even Gino coming out in that first throw, a different just feel to everything when you come out a little bit. That little just a nice breath of air into the sails of the Seahawks there in that moment. Myers comes out here for the kick. Come on, Jason. And he's going to kick it up and through. So 14-14 Seahawks. Seahawks are able to capitalize on that mistake by the Lions. Well done. Love it. And Don, I thank you for that $10 donation. I think that, there are the people in the fan base that think as you do. I think like this last drive shows, or, where I stand on it myself is that it's an evaluation year for me. The team has done a lot of good things in recent years. They have updated the offense. I mean, today, right now, you think about the way this offense is running as opposed to like the 2016 offense, where you've thrown this ball 21 times, you've only ran it 14 times first off. That wouldn't have happened back at any point in time, I don't believe, in really the Rush years. You never would have had this much of a difference. And outside of just being completely down in the game and having no choice but not run. But then to have your quarterback also 17 to 21 in this game, accurate, on time, 179 yards. You wouldn't have that at all. And my point on this is that they have updated the offense. They have done things to where they've updated. Part of my thing this last week, and I went hard at it because I wanted to see it fixed, but I didn't go hard at it saying this is me calling for heads. It was me saying this needs to be fixed as far as the secondary stuff goes and the issues within the secondary. It's not I want a new guy in here. I just want it fixed. And we're having the same issue continue to just every week you're kind of facing it a little bit. Even this week we're facing a little bit with Goff and looking at how he's been and how efficient he's been able to be in this game, how little you've been able to challenge him. But it's an evaluation on year where I think you've got to, we look at that defense and watch and monitor what that defense does. And as you get through this year, if we find that at the end of this year where there's not been those adjustments in the secondary, they've not been able to find a fix, they continue to have these, gaping wide holes in that secondary, and there's nothing they can seemingly do about it. Well, I think that there's going to be, to the final point in your question with that, Don, about where's the excitement at that, it's going to be hard to drum that up for Seahawks fans because it will look to them and look to many that there is a schematic hole and a failing to the defense that's going to hold this team back from going anywhere as far as to high water marks, to getting back into the Super Bowl. And I think that concern is rightfully put on folks like you that feel like you do. I may arrive where you're arriving, or some are arriving in the chat in that point, but I'm going to go through the year and give it the full evaluation, and let's see if this can change. It's a young team. It's a young defense. Let's see if they can move the secondary parts around to find the magical combination, especially with Witherspoon now returning to the form, Jamal Adams coming back very soon. And then let's make our determination at that point once we got all that data. And I agree it is trending a certain way and it's looking a certain way and it may go that certain way, but I don't think that there's anything lost in waiting for the full year to come to a final determination on this. And it's in view though, Don. It's something that to me should be at one of the forefront things we're paying attention to this year. Is this hole by which has been a hole in your defense, is a hole in your defensive game for a few years, been starting to be kind of fixed. All right, we got a kick through the back of the end zone, ball at the 25-yard line now. Goff and empty here to start things off. Seahawks showing a single high look. Interesting formation here from them. Goff's going to look down the football field, and he's going to catch it there to Amon Brown. Julian Love there, very close in coverage. Great catch by Amon St. Brown. Love was there step for step with him. Almost looked like he got a hand in there. He did. He got his hand on the ball, too. Very good coverage there by Julian Love. Just Amon St. Brown showing off those strong hands. All right, Lions already on the Seahawks side of the football field. 49-yard line here, 13:39 to go in the third quarter. Goff and shotgun. Tight end goes in motion. Gibbs going to be the running back. Montgomery for a nice gain here on outside zone, all the way for about 12, 13-yard gain before he's tackled. We do have a flag on the play. All Sparkle, thank you for answering my call. I was looking for folks to jump on as a subscriber to the channel, and you did join that. We've got a face mask on the Seahawks. This will add to the play. All Sparkle, thank you for becoming a subscriber, though. Appreciate you jumping aboard. Trey Brown got hit there, it looks like, with the face. Well, he did the full meal deal. He did the back of the helmet. And, they call that on the back of the helmet now? Okay. Jared Goff, 13 to 16 for 200 yards in this game. Lions deep into Seahawks territory now. Lions gaining almost 11 yards of play on first down on average. That's rough. All right, Goff under center. Montgomery in the backfield, play action pass. Throwing back to Montgomery out there in the flat. He's got room to work with here. He's going to get up the football field for a touchdown. We do have a flag on the play, though. Maybe a hold here. Offensive pass interference on the Lions. So they started blocking on that play up the football field before there was a catch. Can't do that. Josh Reynolds, the wide receiver, got tagged for that. Yeah, he leaned his shoulder in and started doing a little bit of a dip-in tackle, dip-in block thing there early. Big penalty there. It goes from a touchdown to first and 20 now from the 28-yard line. Gibbs going to be here. It looks like Jahmyr Gibbs. Not much to work with there. Great job by the Seahawks defense to rally. Darrell Taylor doing a good job getting back wide there. Helping to track that play down. A couple of Seahawks arrived on the play, but good job there by Darrell. 12:37 to go here. Second and 19. Goff and shotgun. Running backs on either side of him. Oh, Seahawks just cannot get pass rush generated. This ball is going to be completed to Amon St. Brown for a gain of about 12, 13 yards. Amon's going to be a little slow to get up off the football field here after this play. Kobe Bryant just got hit with a little tough route. Bryant tried to give him a peanut Tillman punch. Couldn't quite get it dislodged. So bring up third down. Third down and 5. Amon off the field for the moment here. Goff and shotgun. 2, 3 wide, 1 tight end. Tight end goes in motion. The give's going to be to the running back. Seahawks snuff this run out. This will bring up fourth down. So what does Campbell do here? Is he going to gamble once again? The gambler Campbell? The Kenny Rogers of Motown? Is he going to roll those dice once again? And it does appear he is going to. Brown back on the field. Amon for the Lions here. Fourth down and 3. Trips to the far side. 1 tight end, 2 wide. Pitch plays back to Amon St. Brown. Beautiful play call there by the Detroit Lions to go for a first down. Got the Seahawks in a way they were not expecting there. Everything they thought was going to flow to the strong side, come back to the weak side with Amon St. Brown on a little fly motion sweep. And you catch the Seahawks just right on that particular play. First down and goal. 10:31 to go. Lions at the 7-yard line of the Seahawks. The give is going to be to Montgomery. Montgomery takes it inside. He's going to be wrapped up and brought down to the ground. Nice job again by Darrell Taylor in the run game here. Looking a little improved here in some of his more extended action early on this season. Had a couple stops on this drive. He had another play earlier in this game where he was in the backfield. Couldn't quite bring the guy down, but was back there to make the play. 10 minutes to go. Second down and goal. 10 minutes to go in the third quarter, sorry. Goff under center. We got a 3 wide receiver look here for the Lions. Goff, play action pass. He's going to roll, find his tight end, who's quickly drugged to the ground by Jordan Brooks for a gain of about 2 or 3 yards. This will bring up 3rd and goal. You got to figure here if the Lions win for it on the last series or in the last run of plays and got the conversion, they're probably going to do that here. So this is probably a 2-down territory for them, 4-down territory for them. So 2 plays here still left for them to get this in. Third down and goal. Goff under center. That trips look again with Amon now going back in motion post-snap. The give's going to be to Montgomery. He's got some room to work with. It looks like he's going to have a touchdown, and he will. Big hole there for him to run through. Easy money, and he will score. And Lions will go up 2014. So a pretty easy drive here from the Detroit Lions after the Seahawks got the fumble last time. Goff now 16 of 19 for 229 yards and 2 touchdowns. He's got 152 rating even. The Lions in this game are 3 of 6 on 3rd down. Seahawks 2 of 5. But the name of the game here has been efficiency. And right now, Lions are efficiently finding it. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, if our starting tackles were playing and Myers wasn't cursed, we'd be winning this game. The Lions' O-line is elite, just a better crew than ours right now. Yeah, I think that they're definitely a better unit than we are. Definitely in this game, Wu-Tang, where we're structured at. Maybe we can make a little bit of an argument. We're in play with them to a degree if we're talking having our full guys out there with Lucas and Cross. But yeah, you're down your 2 starters. That is the reality of the situation. And I do believe, as I led up with the top of this show on that, Wu-Tang, I think it's hard for any NFL team when you're down your 2 starting tackles in a football game to go out there and win it. Now, if we want to take that a little bit further, as a step further, of course, though, are you down in this game 21-14 because of your starting tackles? No, you're not. I mean, maybe they are the difference enough in this to allow you to score some touchdowns earlier in that game. Maybe. But I don't know if we can say that with certainty. It's possible. Just can't say it with certainty necessarily. There's other parts in this game you start to feel like a little bit more have that, bigger effect on it. But yeah, the O-line for the Detroit is real, man. And they're strong, even without Taylor Decker in this game as they are. It's a good unit. And Myers indeed is cursed. I don't know what he did, but at some point they got cursed with the every other year. You shall be good every other season. 1 year good, 1 year bad. Never more the change. Never more. Never more. Woo! Ran in the cut. Thank you for the $5 donation. It says, touchdown Seahawks, K9 baby. K9 baby. Sorry, I'm a little late on that one, ran in the cut, but thank you for that $5 donation. Hawks offense is going to keep us in this one, it looks like. At least make this game fun. Let's see what we got here. See if we can answer this bell. Let's ring this bell. Thank you, Ran. Appreciate you on that. Washington Fistquest, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, Greg Olsen is probably the biggest jabroni ex-Hawk. Yeah, I don't really, some of what he's had to say and everything else I found to be pretty funny, where it's, on some of his outlook and view of the team. It's just kind of like, huh? But some of his takes are a little bit, I don't vibe with kind of what he has to say on some stuff, especially in regards to Seattle. All right, we got the kickoff. It's going to go a little bit short here to DJ Dallas. He's going to receive it about a 6-yard line, taking up the football field to about the 32. Nice little return by DJ Dallas. Offense will try to come back on the field here and answer this bell. But Fish Quest, thank you for the $2 donation. I feel the same way you do about that, about Olsen on that. I'm the same place. Same place with him on that. Glad I don't have to listen to him on the play-by-play. Go Live NFL, Go NFL Live. Thank you for subscribing. Sanchez, thank you for the $20 donation. Says, how much more capital do we need to waste before we can definitely say the scheme is the issue? Fantastic question. You're touching on just something Don was talking about with that Sanchez. And I will get to it, so I'm not going to pass over. We got the play-by-play here, though. Gino's going to drop back to throw to DK quickly on first down. Hit him on a little stop route there for about 6 yards. And this is something to Sanchez we're going to go into much more. We'll go into this much more further, much more expansively when we get into the post-game discussion. Because right now, obviously, I'm going to have to kind of short sentence you on this a little bit where I don't give you the full expansive thoughts. But if I was to give you a summation on it, kind of like I was talking with Don on this, for me, it's a year-long experience here, and there'll be a couple reasons for that. A Gino under center. Here's the give to Walker, and it'll be a short gain of about 3 yards or so. So this will bring up third down and short. 8:10 to go. So I will get back to you, Sanchez, I promise, on your don't know. Let's just get to the next commercial break because I can't answer quick on that, unfortunately. Cody Tanner McGee, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you. Long Hin, thank you for subscribing as well. And Tusi Sao, I appreciate you for jumping aboard the Hawks Nest. I thank you so much, you guys, for hitting that subscribe button. It's really kind of you to do so. I really do appreciate it. Gino back in shotgun here now, 3rd and 2. He's going to roll a little bit to his left here, find Tyler Lockett, who's going to be hit instantaneously as soon as he makes the catch, not able to then fall backwards into a first down. So this means he's going to be stopped about a half yard short. What does Coach Carroll do here now? Does he try to trust the defense? Nope. Looks like he's going to go out and try to get this first down. Big play here in this football game. Seahawks on the 41-yard line in their own territory. They need about a half a yard here for the first. Gino back in shotgun. Lions, a lot of guys up near the line of scrimmage. They're going to crowd the box here. Kenneth Walker puts his head down and gets that first down. Let's go. First down, Seahawks. But Cody, Long, Tusi, go live. Go FM Live. Thank you for everybody for subscribing up to the channel. I do really, really, really appreciate it. And Sanchez, you're awesome for your donos, brother. Awesome. 7, we got Seahawks back under center with Gino first down. 3 wide look here. Bobo goes in motion. Play action pass. Gino under a lot of pressure. He's able to flick out of it. Find DK Metcalf for a nice 14-yard gain. Great job by Gino showing off pocket awareness and a good feel in the pocket there to step up, as they say, climb the ladder. He climbed the ladder really well there, where you create, you take advantage of the leverage and the guy's momentum against him a little bit there to buy yourself a little bit of time. Quick snap here, first down. Kenneth Walker dancing around there, picking his way through traffic, finding his way for a gain of 6 or 7 yards. Nice job by Mr. Walker. Brown gets up slowly. He's fighting through at the center out there right now. We've got 2nd down and 3 here. Gino looking to run a little bit more up tempo. 5:51 to go in the third quarter. Seahawks find themselves at the 34-yard line in Lions territory. Gino back in shotgun. Trips to the right. Another handoff here to Kenneth Walker. He's got some room to work with. Dead legs the safety. He blows and flies right past him as a sprawling body. Gets a couple more yards up the football field as he's tackled from behind, but a nice little gain. Another first down for the Seahawks. Great call there. Love it by Gino there, coming back with the hurry up to go to the run. I wonder if he had the freedom there to do that a little bit on that, if he felt it. But a nice little play there by the Seahawks as they continue to drive here now. 1st and 10, 5:12 to go here in the third quarter. Gino at the 23-yard line. Under center, 3 tight end look. Fake pitch play. He flips his hips back around. Finds Will Disley out there in the flat. Disley still on his feet. Nice 14-yard gain. Seahawks offense is rolling. Rolling. Let's go. First down. Four 4:40 to go here in the third quarter. Seahawks about the 7-yard line here of the Lions. Colby Parkinson goes into motion. 3 tight end look here again for the Seahawks. Give is going to be out to Kenneth Walker. Nowhere to go here on this play. He's able to just be close to the line of scrimmage. Just close, but it was a nowhere play there. Good job on his part to just burst around the line there to just get it back close to the line of scrimmage, frankly. Hawks backs have had a couple of those runs today. Probably understandably so with the backup tackle situation where it's currently at. They're not going to get a lot of credits on the stat sheet for these runs, but they've been good, strong runs nonetheless. Seahawks still on the 7-yard line here. Geno and shotgun. They're going to go with more of now a 3-wide look, 1 tight end. Walker to his left. This ball is going to be fumbled off the snap. And DK is going to be drugged to the ground as he's trying to catch the ball. There's a lot of fighting going on between cornerback and receiver there, and DK in the corner. We'll have to see what the call is on this play. Good job by Geno to recover. It was a fumbled snap. I mean, the ball snapped. It was basically rolled to his feet. He picked it back up, had the wherewithal to just try to give DK a fade ball down there in the end zone. Officials are having a lot of talk and discussion on this one. You got DK with his hand in the guy's face mask. But the guy's got it is also hitting DK. I could see them saying this is kind of like both are sort of penalized on this play. I don't know what they're going to call here, but that's where I could see it being where it's odd. Like you both were too much. They're not showing what the call is on the. I'm not seeing the call, so I'm waiting still to. So it's showing still second as goal, so. I'm guessing maybe they called that on DK. The telecast is not showing a clear shot of what they're doing. I guess there's no call on the play. That's right. If it's a no call or it's offsetting, I'd be with that. Second and goal now. And Geno's just going to throw this away in the back of the end zone. Nobody was open on that play. He tried to wait and see if somebody would break open, but it just didn't happen there. Probably a good decision on Geno's part. Yeah, you just got Tyler ended up basically double teamed on that play. Third and goal. Geno back in shotgun here. Seahawks 3 wide. Jackson Smith in the slot. Blitz by Detroit. Get rid of it, Geno. That ball is almost pick-sixed. Very fortunate on that play not to be. Looked like the corner had the ball in his hands, and Geno did not see the blitz coming. The Lions timed it up really nice. And he almost was able to... Got away with one on that one, Geno. All right, so we're going to have Truss Myers on this one to come out now for his third field goal attempt of this game. He's missed his first 2 from 45 and 56. This one's from 25. Come on, Jason. And the kick will be up and good. So Seahawks are down 17-21 in this game by the Lions. Plenty of time on the clock, though. A good drive by the Seahawks overall. Feel pretty good about that. And, hey, he made his kick. So, hey, how about that? How about that? Sanchez, in regards to my own feelings on this, I don't expect every 12 to be in the same place. I think that I would hope, and I know it's not going to be the way it'll play, but I would hope that the Seahawks fans out there who may not feel in a certain way about along in the same alignment of the fellow Seahawks fans about being in or out on Carroll or in or out on whether he should be here in the future would understand why people could reach that conclusion, even if they don't or they do. Either way you stand on this, I think whoever kind of arrives at a place of being into that fed up phase of things, you have an argument to be made. I can make the argument on their side. That's why I say I can get both sides of this. But I get the argument that says I've the soft zone defenses. I've got Jared Goff again for a second straight year, 16 of 19, 229 in this game, tearing us apart after Stafford did it to us last week. You know, I have seen enough to my own eyes. I get the people that take that stance of it. It's not my stance. I say that it doesn't cost anything to wait this out. It doesn't cost anything to let this play through this season as a full season, and then let's make our full evaluation at that part and at that time. And if we got to be hard on Carroll and hard on his approach and and have a lack of confidence moving into the future, especially in regards to his defense, I think we come to the conclusion at that time. But I think we give it through that time for a couple of main reasons. Number one, we haven't seen the defense at the full strength, and especially within Jamal Adams in there. Witherspoon's just getting out for his first action in this game. We now lost Tariq in this game. We may not have the full strength. We'll see what's happened with Tariq, but once you especially get Jamal back, I'd like to see if that doesn't change a little bit in some of the ways they run some of this defense, especially if they try to amp up a little bit more of the aggression and play a little bit more within the man concepts. If they were to eventually make that kind of transition at some point this year, there'd be a lot more confidence then moving into next year, especially if they found success going with that approach, Sanchez. I'm not saying I know they're going to, but that's maybe a hopeful adjustment that could be made, and that we give time for the adjustments to be made. If no adjustments are made, if they just keep running the same old, then at that point, we've got to kind of cook it up at that point, don't we? I mean, and I will be right there along with the rest of the folks saying, okay, I've seen enough years of this. It's not a talent issue. It is a scheme issue, and it's a scheme issue that's being unwilling to be changed in any way, any substantial fashion to have an effect that will really make a difference. But I am going to take myself throughout the totality of this year to make that kind of full assessment and really try, as much as even my emotions might not want to allow me to do, try to have the patience in the assessment of it. Try to wait it out let's really feel for what it is and what it isn't, and making sure that we are sure about what we're seeing, and that's the final conclusion. Because if we come to that final point, then we're there. All right, a kick through the back of the end zone. Now we'll have the Lions starting out at the 25-yard line. I do appreciate you, Sanchez, for that $20 donation. Sorry, it took me a little bit of time to get you on it with it. All right, so 1st and 10 here for Goff. We got a lot of Artie Burns in this game, by the way, now. Seen a lot of 23 out there. We got an early first down run here, up the middle for about 6 yards to the 31-yard line. Especially with Montgomery, the Lions have been able to run pretty well with him today. Jared Goff is going to go empty now, 2nd and 5. Jordan Brooks will give up the catch to David Montgomery for a first down. Montgomery comes up limping a little bit. Jordan did he did a hard roll on that one. Hard roll. Snail, thank you for the $5 donation. Says Coach Prime is overrated. WSU dog walked Colorado State. Took Colorado 2 overtimes to barely squeak out a win. Ward was so good yesterday, they sat him. 1st and 10 here for Goff and shotgun. Gibbs going to be the Jahmyr Gibbs now. Gibbs going to run around the outside there. Julian Love with the tackle. Nice job by Julian Love. This will be a gain of about 2 yards. 2nd down long. I'm still kind of figuring out what I think about Dion as a coach myself, Snail. I think you got to laud him, though, pretty well here for the job he's doing in Colorado. I mean, he took over a squad that was 1-10 last year. 1-10. I mean, that was as bad as it got in the Pac-10. So to get this team out to a 3-0 start, especially with a couple of the wins they've had against the programs they've had against, I think it is impressive. I don't think he's necessarily and Goff and shotgun now. 3 wide, little throw out route here to Jahmyr Gibbs on Jordan Brooks. Brooks gives up the catch, is able to tackle Gibbs, but not before he gets very close to another first down. Lions going after Jordan Brooks in coverage right now. David Montgomery is laid back on his back on the sideline. That ankle seems to be in a little bit of treacherous shape as it currently sits. 1:21 to go here in the third quarter, 3rd and 2. Hawks trying to find some answers defensively against this Lions team today. Ball is on the 44-yard line of Detroit. Goff in a pistol look. 3 wide. The give is going to be to Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be tackled to the ground by Bobby Wagner, shooting through the gap there. Drags him to the ground well short of the first down. And now we get to see what Campbell wants to do. He has been very aggressive in going forward on 4th down today. Does he do so once again here? And indeed he's going to. Big Balls Campbell is in the house. Do you like your Campbell's chunky soup with big chunks? Because that's what you got on these kind of plays. 4th and 2. 4th and 2. Lions under center here. Play action pass. Goff under pressure. He's going to get the ball out. And we are going to get no call. Okay. You had Witherspoon and the cornerback ending out splayed out on the ground. I guess they got their legs tangled up. Aggressive choice by him. Seahawks sending a blitz. Look at the benefits of sending a blitzer, huh? Look at the benefits of that. Jordan Brooks able to create the pressure in there. And it did indeed look like their legs just tripped up Witherspoon and the receiver he was running with. So nice job, Seahawks defense. Let's go. Let's go. Nice. I'll take a good stop. Big stop now. Offense gets a chance here to maybe take this ball up and go take the lead. How about that? So we're going to have to see Snail. But I would offer that, is that when I look at that team and where they were before him taking over, to get that team even to a state this year, Snail, that would have been 500, I think would have been a tremendous job on his part. To take that team to a place where they're looking right now, where they're, 3-0. Two wins, and should they have beaten Colorado State by more? I mean, maybe, but we've come a long way to come from a team that's had one win the prior year to saying they should come into any game that next upcoming season and be looked at as the favorite or the ones who should win any of those games. I think that in itself is a testament to the expectation level raising with Deion's presence there. He's a guy to me to monitor and track and see what he does. His star is on the rise, and he's done a good job with that team so far. His sons are holding it down too on that team, which is fun to see. It's always kind of cool with that. We'll just have to kind of keep monitoring. It's something that, again, too much sample size data for me to come to a conclusion on Deion as it sits quite as we stand right now. We'll have to see. But thank you, Snail. Appreciate the donation. Concierge with Nolan, thank you for the $5. He says, on that 4th down call, I would like to see Geno under center, giving Walker a little head start. Hate the flat-footed start to that play. Yeah, I as well. If you're going to go to a running back on a 3rd or 4th and short, I'm not a fan of the out of the shotgun thing. Like you say, you're not able to get the guy up to speed, and you're having the defense on the other side with their defenders oftentimes doing that. You'll see the linebackers moving forward towards the gap prior to the snap. So you feel that defense getting that cheat step towards knowing, okay, it's going to be a run. Let's go towards the running play. All the more reason then you need the running back to be at that full speed approach then, if you're going to run, that kind of situation. So likewise, too, I feel like you could also have a lot more of an opportunity to run more of the rollout stuff there with Geno at that point out of a play action. And that stuff's been open, it feels like, in this game when they've gone to it and had him kind of roll out to one side or the other. So I agree with you on that one. I'm not a fan of the shotgun 4th down attempt on shorts. If you're 4th down and 5, 4th down and 4, that's different. But if you're 4th down 1, 2, 3, maybe they're a little more under center. 1st and 10 for Geno, and we're going to have a false start by the Seahawks. Disley's going to get hit for his second one in the game here. But Nolan, thank you for that donation. I do appreciate it. Well said as well, brother. One Spot 12, thank you for subbing up to the channel. Folks, please do join like One Spot 12 is as well. Hit that like button, sub on up if you're not already. I would really appreciate it. I appreciate you as well, One Spot, for joining on up, man. Thank you. You're awesome, dog. All right, 1st and 15 here for Geno. 2 wide receivers, 3 tight ends here. 2 tight ends, sorry. My math's a little off. Quick throw underneath here to Zach Charbonnet. He's going to blast into the linebacker, and this will be a nice little gain on 1st down for the Seahawks. Gain maybe 8 or 9. Charbonnet is definitely a physical back, man. He will finish runs, and he will punish tacklers. He has shown that in this game a couple times already. Looks like we're going to get the end of the 3rd quarter here now with a 2nd and 6 for the Seahawks when we return back to the other side of it. Nicholas Newton, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it, Nicholas. He says, keep rolling, 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 rolling. Let's go. Rolling, 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 rolling. Let's go. Rolling, 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 rolling. Let's go. Let's go, man. I feel you. I feel that energy. Come on. Let's wake up, 12s. Wake up. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $20 donation. He says, we're in this bitch. Go Hawks. Win this in the 4th. I ask my chat, can you win the game in the 1st quarter? I ask my cat, can you win the game in the 2nd quarter? I ask my chat, can you win the game in the 3rd quarter? And the answer all should say in unison like a chorus of a beautiful song. No, you can't. And then when I say, but can you win it, my fellow brothers? In the fourth quarter, I ask, I should get one big hell yeah out there. Hell yeah. Love it, Randall. Let's win this bitch. Let's win this, kitty. Help us win. Help us win. We need you. We need you. We need your loving ways for victory. Victory. Give me the victory arm. Victory. Oh, come on. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Good girl. I know. Help us win this. We need you. Thank you, Randall, for the $20 donation, man. Love the energy. Let's keep those vibes going, folks. Let's keep it going. Concierge with Nolan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, no Kobe at any position, defensive back, nickel, or safety. I've seen him a little bit in this game. Admittedly, I think he's been off the field. I think they've taken Artie Burns and brought Artie Burns in place of Kobe as it stands right now, Nolan. So I think that they're trying to give Artie a look in there. Probably based on not loving a lot of what they're seeing so far from Kobe Bryant early on this year in that slot position. I would gather to guess they're trying to get some different looks in there on that. But thank you, Nolan, for that $2 donation. Great of you to notice that as well. I think that's a good spot on your part. Burns has looked like he's done okay in that position. All right, 2nd and 6 here. Seahawks are going to come out in a 3 tight end look. Bobo, your only receiver on the field. Fake pitch play. Back out to Disley. Disley's going to break a tackle, and he's in the open field. Disley, nice job with a little bit of yak after the play there by Big Diz. And he's going to give himself a first down. That's that same thing I was talking about a second ago, right? Play action, rollout. It wasn't really a rollout here, but same kind of thought process at play. Start your tight end or receiver to one side, roll out to that right, bring that receiver or tight end back long way across the field. And against this Lions defense, it seems like there's some openings in that regard to take advantage of here. Geno's hit 9 different receivers today. Back in shotgun. Jackson Smith going in motion. Fake fly sweep to him. Geno looking, got some time to throw it. He's going to flip it out to Jackson Smith. Nice little throw by Geno there. That's it looks like an easy throw to the flat to Jackson Smith there on that play, but you got to throw it with a little bit of pepper and sauce because you can't lollipop it over there. You want to give him a little bit of an opportunity to get upfield on the catch, which is what he did there to give him a 6-yard gain. Geno back again here in shotgun, 2nd and 4. The give is going to be to Charbonnet. Charbonnet dancing through, lowering his head, and getting a first down. Very nice job by Zach Charbonnet, who continues to show off his physicality and his running style. There was a 3-yard gain there to be had, and then he bullied his way for about to a 5 or 6-yard gain on it, just kind of spearing through there. First and 10, Seahawks on the 17-yard line of the Detroit Lions. 3 wide look here. Geno under center. He's got a bit of a stack box. Looks like he's going to change this into a pass play. Indeed he is. He's going to throw a little... Oh, Tyler didn't do the adjustment. So Tyler ran an out route there, and Geno thought when he changed it to shotgun, as you could see there, he had a heavy box, went to shotgun, because he had one-on-one wide, he had a one-on-one matchup then on the outside with Tyler, and they're going to call that intentional grounding, but it was just a miscommunication. It's just to me, this is a stupid call by the officials. It's such a stupid call by the officials. And Pete Carroll is livid, as he should be. As he should be. That's one of those calls there where you're like, it's a miss. The intent's not there. He's not under pressure. He's throwing that because he thought that he's going to run the go route. So just a dumb call by the officials there on that play. Carroll's got every right to be pissed about that one. 2nd down and 20 now. So you lose the penalty yardage and the down, of course. Geno is going to try to scramble here. He's going to take it. He's got some room to work with. He's still up on his feet and gets a lot of the yards back there. Nice job by Geno. Use your legs when you can, bro. And he does. Props to these Seahawks tackles, by the way. They had a tough draw today with what they've been given. You're not getting a lot of help. Or you're getting, I mean, you'll get some help, but the other guy across from you needs help too, so you can't get help 24/7. All right, Seahawks out here on 3rd and 5 now. They're 2 for 7 today on 3rd down. Geno dropping back to throw here. Looking. He's going to try to run this again, and he's got some space to work with. And he gets down for a first down, though we do have a flag. Probably going to be holding on the offensive line on this play, it looks like. Good decision-making by Geno there. False start on Seattle. Damn. Illegal formation. Yeah, you got too many guys off the line of scrimmage there. 3rd down and 10. Seahawks look like they're going to use their first time out here. Try to talk this over and figure it out. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, guys, we blitzed and it worked. Wow. It does often work when we do use it. We just don't like to call upon it very much. And that's, I know why they don't, I think, but just you go, it does work when you guys use it. It's part of the hope that I have here with Coach Carroll at one point or another with this defense in the secondary that they arrive at, especially with Adams returning, of, hey, we got the personnel that can actually utilize the blitz game. We can do this a little bit more. We've got the guys on the outside that can play a little bit more man than we've had in the past. And maybe that'll open that up in a way that's not been opened up for you to take advantage of that before because you didn't have the personnel. You didn't have the built-in ability to do it within the scheme like you have with this scheme now, I think. Or not this scheme, but just not as much 4-3 laden, let's say. We'll see. But it did work, man. Brooks made Goff uncomfortable, helped to force the incompletion. Nolan and Jordan, thank you for that $2 donation, man. Nolan, thank you for another donation today, brother. You're very nice, very kind. He says, what's the difference? What's that defense where a guy gets close to the quarterback? I like that. They should do more of that. Well, to me, that's the defense of we're going to blitz. This is also a purposeful thing where it's not just, well, you had your front four guys, just send your front four and somebody eventually will get there. Sometimes you got to manufacture that pass rush. Sometimes you got to manufacture those pressures. And especially if your front four is not getting the job done. And when I look across the ball here at our front four today, currently as it stands right now, we have one quarterback hit, Derek Hall. And it was on that play that you blitzed on. So you probably should maybe look to dial that up again once we eventually have to flip this back over to Goff and company on the other side of things. But thank you, Nolan. I appreciate that donation. And let's do more of that. That thing right there, that's pretty good. Yeah, I like that. Sector 7, thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate it, Sector 7. He says, chocolate, Seahawk, and starfish flavored Geno. Thank you. Thank you, starfish flavored Geno. Oh, Lord, he's Sector 7. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Guard Knight with a $5 says, Orange Cat, lead us to the promised land. Can you lead us to the promised land, please? We need this first down conversion now. I need you. I need you. Okay. Geno and a pistol look here. Tyler going in motion prior to the snap. 3rd down and 10 from the 17.5-yard line to Lions. Lions creeping up with a 5-man pressure look. Geno's going to let this rip out to Tyler. Completed first down. Tyler gets out of bounds. Let's go. Let's go. An out route there. corner was just dropping into the end zone, thinking Tyler was going to go there. Very nicely run route by Tyler. Wonderful throw by Geno. Tight as a spiral as you'll get. That's machine-like tightness to that spiral. 1st and goal now. Seahawks on the 5. Charbonnet in the backfield. 3 wides to the far side of the football field. The give is going to be a flip play out here to Charbonnet. Not much to work with. He's going to jump forward for 2 yards there. Good play again. Another play in this game with the running backs. Got to give them props. They're not going to come out of this game with a lot of yard per attempt being really high, or YPC being really high. But they've been able at times to find a couple of yards in moments and places other backs would have really done. Would have been a negative play or nothing play. Just leaping forward there, getting yourself a couple of yards on this play, opens this back up now to Waldron, feeling like he can go back to the run if he wants to here. Even not just that couple yards difference in positioning from, the 5.5 to now more like the 3. 2nd down and goal, play action pass. Ball's going to be looped over the top to Tyler. Touchdown, Tyler Lockett! Wonderful throw on a crossing route to the back left corner of the end zone. And a beautiful touch throw along with the accuracy placed by Geno Smith. A wonderfully run route by Tyler as well. These are the routes that he's made a lot of money on in his career. You can see the separation off the line that he creates and then put up perfectly. Perfectly caught by Tyler. Great job on his part, keeping things secured there, not allowing the ball to move around at all. So there's no doubt about it being a catch, no doubt about it being a touchdown. You don't leave any room there for it to be it's jostling a little as it goes out of bounds. Get both hands in there. That's a vet move by him to make sure he gets that second hand in there to keep it held and firm. But two wonderful things on that play. The crosser and great release to create the separation with his release. He shows you how quick he can be with that as Tyler. And then Geno, that's a throw that's an in-between throw. It's not quite a fade route throw. It's not quite I'm going to throw it with a lot of gusto kind of throw. It's that in-between kind of they call it the layered throws in, where you got to have needs a little bit of velocity, but not too much, and then ball placement's got to be almost utterly perfect in that moment. You can't go too far. You lead him out of bounds. You can't go too short. The defender catches back up and knocks the ball away. You got to drop it right down inside the breadbasket. Right down in that breadbasket, and that's just what Geno did on that play. A wonderful drive by your Seattle Seahawks, who have definitely answered the bell in this half. We've got to give them credit with the resiliency this half, bouncing back like they have, both sides of the ball, getting the turnover, getting the 3rd down stops. Offense continuing to consistently move the ball throughout the course of this game. Very, very nicely done by this team as it stands right now. Very encouraging and a great drive there by Geno and company. I will be right back. Whew. Well, we got ourselves a fun, entertaining game today, at least. That's nice, too. This is nice. This is a fun game. I've enjoyed this. Gar, thank you for that $5 for the catch. She's leading us, man. She's showing us the way. Baldo 509, thank you for subscribing to the channel, man. You heard my call, you answered the call, and I appreciate you for doing so. So welcome aboard the Hawks Nest, brother. Jeffrey A. Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, bright side, both of our running backs are great. Well, Jeffrey, that is absolutely correct. I think both of these backs, you have a day here today where you're looking at your total carries and you're going, 20 carries for 56 yards with your two backs today, but you feel like they've done a really great job. Not a lot of holes to be had against this Lions defense in the rushing attack. Obviously, that was a point of emphasis for the Lions coming into this game. That's where they've leaned to stopping that from the Seahawks side of things. Smartly so. That's what I would have done if I was a Seahawks Lions defensive coordinator coming into this. You know, they're not going to have their tackles in this game. They're going to try to run the ball. Let's take that away from them. But the backs have gotten what was there to get, and they've gotten more than what was there to get above that. And that's been very impressive on their part today, Jeffrey, and something I'm certainly going to note when we do the post-game discussion from what we saw from them. All right, 1st and 10 after the kick into the back of the end zone here for the Lions. Jared Goff coming out under center. He's going to give to the back, who is quickly drugged to the ground here. Is that Darrell Taylor making another play? No, that's Derek Hall, sorry. Derek Hall just coming down the line of scrimmage and making the play. Lions offensive lineman remains on the field, on the turf. This will be 2nd down and 10. Boy, he's still kind of turned over, holding his leg right now. Doesn't look good for the Lions on this one. Thank you, though, Jeffrey, on that $2 donation. Joshua Carlisle, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you. He says, thanks for all the content. Glad to have the spare cash to donate after watching the videos for a few months. Go Hawks. Well, thank you so very much, Josh. I really do appreciate that. That's very kind of you. And as I always say, if you don't have the money to donate. I always understand that if you're watching and you're hitting the like button, you're doing perfectly right by me on that. So I appreciate you doing that. I appreciate that support just on that side of things. But thank you for the $5 as well, man. And it's my pleasure. I'm going to have a good time. No matter come hell or high water this year, I'm going to continue to just have a great time running this channel, pumping the vids out, trying to be informative, a little entertaining. Got some stuff coming down the line here soon where I got a computer I'm getting fixed so that I can do a full-on background green screen, but like a huge background green screen on like one of my walls in my house. So we're going to be having some fun with that. Maybe inject a little bit of humor into this year, with some lightheartedness we can bring to the play of this, We get a little serious here at times. So we're going to try to do that if we can. But thank you, Joshua, for that $5 donation. I appreciate that support, man. Much love out to you, man. Hope you're having a great day. Reflections of Japan. Thank you for answering the call as well and subscribing up to the channel. I really do appreciate it, folks. We are trying to get to 15,000 this year before the end of the season, and we are well on our way, but you could help us get over the top by joining Reflections of Japan, by joining Michael Sachs and subbing on up to the channel. You're going to help us get there. You'll help us get there by doing so, and I would really appreciate it. Snail, thank you for another $5 donation. He says, I can't watch today. Have Lions fans switched from ski masks to brown paper bags yet? They are pretty familiar in their recent history with some brown paper bags. They've always got those in the back pocket. I haven't seen too many ski masks in the crowd. I know Chauncey Gardner-Johnson was trying to get them to buy it, and he was making the case that the fans everybody should have the ski masks on. But we haven't seen a lot of the masks out there in the crowd when they've panned to the crowd. Haven't seen a lot of panning to the crowds, but yeah, that looked like a bad injury there to the Lions. Offensive lineman Vitali got his ankle twisted up there pretty gnarly. 2nd down and 10 here for the Lions. Snail, you're awesome for all your donos today. Appreciate you. 10:15 to go here in the 4th quarter. Jared Goff back in shotgun. 3 wide receiver look here for him. Pressure getting in. Quick, easy throw underneath here for a gain of about 7 or 8 to Jahmyr Gibbs. Third down and 3 for the Lions. Goff and shotgun. Seahawks showing a press look. And that'll be a catch to Josh Reynolds for a first down. Julian Love in coverage. All right. Back under center, 1st and 10 from the 40-yard line. Play action pass. Goff looking deep. Going to come back short. Seahawks got some pressure, and they're going to bring him down for a sack. Seahawks bringing some pressure with the cornerback on a blitz, and they get a sack doing so. Brown in a press-based look. Bam, he can come off the edge. Helps to push some pressure up there. Very well done. Nice job by Clint Hurt dialing up some manufacture. There was a guy open there, but Goff didn't have the time to go find him because he was under the pressure, which is what you want to do with Goff. 2nd down and 15. Goff and shotgun, 3 wide. He's looking. This ball is going to be picked. This ball's picked up by Trey Brown. He's up the football field, and he's going to take this back for a touchdown. Touchdown, Seahawks. Oh, my God. Looky there. Looky there. The Seahawks go up 30-21. Goff still feeling maybe some of the sense of urgency from the prior play. Starting to get a bit jumpy after the last blitz. You bring a couple of recent blitzes, starting to get a little bit jumpy. And then even when you have a play that you're not blitzing, you get the benefits back of those blitzes because he has that internal timer now starting to get sped up. This is the turn of the screw we've been calling for at times because it can bring these kind of benefits with it. And good to see the Seahawks coaches making some of those adjustments in this game. Not just sitting back on our heels and letting them take it to us, right? And you could do that on this play. You could come up in this very next play and you're showing guys up near the line of scrimmage. You got guys up near the line of scrimmage. So back to being uncomfortable. Back to going, oh, wait, there's going to be a blitz here coming now again. It just came on the last play. I just got sacked on the last play. My timer gets rushed. My throwing motion gets rushed. My throw is a little bit off and a little bit behind. And now, bingo, bango, you got yourself an interception. I'm very excited to see this turn by our Seahawks. Very excited to see them make this kind of adjustment in this way. This is what I was calling upon. The blitz game works in a couple of different ways. It works in just you get the direct benefits of potentially getting a sack and then a pressure. But then you start to look at what Goff's been doing all day. He's in this rhythm, man. He's in this rhythm. And you can feel it just and you're like, man, we got to get him off the rhythm. Got to get him off the rhythm. We got to change this off. We got to get him to a point of, and a little more having to think. He's not thinking out there. He's just letting it free and easy, let it rip. And that's what you did there to help cause that. Wonderfully done by the Seahawks. A difference from what they've done recently in that respect. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. 8:04 to go. Seahawks are going to be up 31-21. The kick's going to go into the back of the end zone, so you're going to have Goff and company take over back at the 25-yard line. Still plenty of time left to go in this football game for this Lions team to go out here and make something happen. 8:04 to go. Goff back in shotgun. It's going to give a little fly sweep play here to Amon St. Brown. Amon St. Brown gets decked by Quandre Diggs. Nice hard hit by Quandre Diggs. It'll be a gain of 8. We've got a flag on the play, though. Looks like it might be on Darrell Taylor here. And things get a little heated now. Uchenna barking at Jared Goff. Darrell Taylor barking at him at 2. Uchenna doing the crying motion at Jared Goff as they're in the midst of bickering. Hopefully this turns up the defense a little bit. Darrell Taylor. Darrell Taylor just decided to destroy Jared Goff for the hell of it. I don't know if he actually thought he had the ball or not. Hey, I don't think you knew either, Antoine. I mean, what is it like? Goff did the whole look. Hey, Goff does this motion like this. You know, you're going to act like this. You still got the ball, and that's what Goff's doing after the handoff. Is he's doing this? Like, I got the ball, and Taylor's coming from the backside. I mean, 1st and 10 now from the 50 for Goff and company. He's going to drop back to throw this here. He's going to let this rip. The ball is going to be knocked away. No call there. Close in coverage was Trey Brown. Bang, bang play there. Very close. Trey picks up on out of the slot. Nice job of him picking that up, by the way, because he's running in parallel route with the corner with the receiver on the outside. He picked up the slot guy there in coverage late. I don't know if that's a transition that they rely upon or if he just felt that, but nice job on his part. 2nd down and 10 from the 50-yard line. Goff and shotgun. He's going to drop back to throw. He's under some heat here now. He's going to get drugged down to the ground by Draymond Jones, who catches Goff moving up into the pocket for his first sack of the year. The big-time free agent out of Denver that the Seahawks signed, one of the biggest free agent deals that they've ever signed. 2 different spin moves took him to get off his man. Spin one to the right, spin one to the left. Find Mr. Jared Goff. 3rd down and 13. Big play in this game right here. If you can get a stop and the ball back, you can really bleed the clock. Goff back in shotgun. 3 wide, 1 tight end. Tight end goes up into motion. Squirrels back to the same spot. Goff dropping back to throw. What a catch. What a first down. First down by Sam Laporta. Kobe Bryant was all over him in coverage. Kobe Bryant knocked the ball away, it looked like, had his hands on the ball. I mean, Laporta just able to bring it into his body there. Well done on his part. Strong hands by Laporta. Bryant just couldn't get enough of the ball to knock it or free. He was right there in coverage. 1st and 10. Lions on the 40-yard line of the Seahawks. 6:18 to go here in the 4th quarter. Gibbs goes in motion prior to the snap. They're going to fake throw it out to Gibbs. It's a screen play to go back underneath. Jordan Brooks is there to sniff it out. And then Cameron Young comes in to help out and finish it off. Nice job there defensively. A little bit of a razzmatazz play there from Detroit Lions trying to catch the Seahawks in an over-aggressive state, unable to do so. I know I've got a couple of donations on behind in the chat. I will get to that. Just the play-by-play, of course. I want to stay at the head of this. So we'll catch those just as we're getting into the next commercial break, I promise. Nice job by the Seahawks defense there. 2nd down and 12. Goff. Gibbs going to be up the middle here to the back. And he'll go for a gain of about 4 or 5 yards. They actually give it to Josh Reynolds on that play, interestingly enough. This will bring up 3rd down. 5:25 to go here in the 4th quarter. Lions do have all 3 of their timeouts. This will be 3rd and 7. I would reckon this is also, given their position and spot on the football field, this is probably 2-down territory. Goff and shotgun, 4-man front up here for Seattle. He's going to give this up the middle. This is going to be a 1st down run. Yeah, they gave that run knowing they'd have it as a 2-down territory. So if you only had a 2 or 3 yard gain, they would go back at it with 4th down there. No doubt about that. So 1st down run there for him. .440 to go here. Goff back in shotgun. Empty look here. Seahawks 4-man rush. That ball is going to be complete. And it's going to be taken all the way down to the 6 and 7 yard line. Seahawks have drifted back into just the 4-man fronts now on this drive. I know that they're thinking they got a 10-point lead here and that they don't want to risk it, but I mean, and certainly they've caused Detroit to have to eat some clock here, but right after you just had some success with utilizing some of that stuff, they've gone right back away from it here now. 3:58 to go here in the 4th quarter. Sam Laporta, 5 catches, 63 yards in this game for the Detroit Lions. Goff, 24-30 for 300 yards now. He's in shotgun. The give is going to be inside here to the back. He'll take it. Seahawks are on it. They snuff it out. Drag to the ground. Clock will continue to run. Second and goal. .315, empty look here for the Detroit Lions. Quick snap by Jared Goff. He's looking. And that's going to be a touchdown reception for the Lions. Kind of another an easy drive there for them for the most part. There was the bad penalty on Darrell Taylor that helped you get the football field a little bit. But then definitely a little bit of a lack of aggression there by the Hawks defense leaned into, hey, we got a 10-point lead here. The clock's running. Let's just make you could feel a little bit of that. Let's let the clock run. Let's just let this bleed down a bit. And Trey Brown really had no chance on that. Josh Reynolds just kind of spun right past him for an easy play there, easy completion. So 31-28 now after the extra point goes up and through. 3 minutes and 8 seconds left. Hawks are going to need to get a couple of first downs to make this happen if it's a matter of just bleeding out the clock. That part is for sure. And I'm way behind on the donations, so sorry. We had a lot of action going on here. Devion Suzuki, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, let's go! Let's go, Devin. Let's go! Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, called that turnover. Told Miss McDaniel, about to be a pick, 31-21. You are the great prognosticator today, Randall. You get the Karnak hat on your head today. So good call, man. Love it. Love it, brother. Thank you for the $5. Ran in the cut. Thank you for the $10 donation. Says, let's effing go. Pick 6. I know I'm a little late on this. Sorry, guys. I got too hyped up myself on that one. So it took me a while to get back to the donos. Thank you for that $10 donation, though, Rand. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you so much. All right, the Lions are about to kick off here. Very kind of you guys on the dono. I'll get right back to the donation in a sec. We got no commercial breaks. They're going to kick this off straight away. DJ Dallas will receive it at his own 10-yard line. He's going to return this back up to about the 27-yard line or so. And a little bit of definitely getting chippy down there between the players. There's a little bit of extra talking and woofing going on after post-play as it stands right now. Nolan, thank you for another $5 donation. He says, I just deleted a message missing the time when Goff was awful. And he goes and totally redeems himself. Thank you, Nolan. Appreciate that donation, brother. And Goff bounced back, man. He came back on that drive. You got to give him credit. He made some solid plays, solid decisions. He's played well today as Goff. He's continued to play really well for this Lions team. All righty, 1st and 10, 3:03 in the fourth quarter. Seahawks at the 27-yard line in their own territory. We got a 3 wide receiver look here. Bobo in the game as your third wide out. Kenneth Walker in the backfield. Play action pass. And Gino's just going to run this back up for a gain of about 1.5 maybe. Didn't see. I like the fact that they were throwing there. I like the aggressive nature there. But Gino didn't see it, so he says, let me at the very least make sure I'm keeping this clock ticking and rolling. It's going to take a couple first downs. At least probably 2 to really close this down to where you feel steady with it here. All right, Bobo goes in motion. 3 wide receiver look here for the Seahawks again. Play action. We've got a tip. They tried to run a tight end screen out to Colby Parkinson, and it just gets tipped. Lions were all over it. I don't know even if Parkinson made that catch, if he was open to go do very much with it at that point. Looked like the Lions kind of had that all figured out. Yeah, I think he gets tackled pretty quick, even if you complete that play. All right, 3rd down now. What's going on here? Officials holding things up a little bit for the moment. Joshua Carlisle, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, bye-bye goof interceptionless streak. He lost the streak, man. That's the nice part about this, too, is that we get to cost him the streak on this as well. Well said. 3rd and 8. Now we just got to get the dub. DK's in the slot here on 3rd and 8. Lions showing a blitz look here as they have. Pressure's coming. Got to do something here. Parkinson, 1st down. We've got a flag on the play, though, and it's right around the line of scrimmage, which leads me to believe this is probably going to be a holding flag on the Seahawks. A lot of flags called on Seattle here. They're going to say this is offensive pass interference. Whew. That's a tough call to make in that situation, man. That's a tough call to make in that situation. Okay. I don't agree with that call at all. 3rd and 18, Geno back in shotgun here. He's looking. Still looking. And he's going to get sacked at about his own 2. Just throw it away, Geno. Okie dokie. Lions are going to have a lot of time here on the clock here. You got it down to the 2-minute warning, so that part's good, but they're going to have a lot of time to work with here to make something happen. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, this better be the light bulb moment for the D. I would love to see that it be that, Jordan. Then they came back and they were soft after that stop, So I don't know. It's a tough pass to bring them here to it. They kind of like to go to it, but they just will always kind of slide back into their old kind of machinations a bit in that, let's just keep with the front 4. They'll get their pressure. They'll get in there. And you got to manufacture it, I feel like, a little bit more. You just got to do a little bit more with it. And I know it just goes against what they want to do a bit, but it's so effective when they do. Victor7, thank you for the $10 donation. Says, keep browning. Keep browning. Let's go. Keep browning. Let's go. He gave up the touchdown, but he got the pick 6. So I'm still with it. I'm still browning. 24/7, Sector 7. Thank you for that $10 donation, brother. Darren Suzuki with another $5. Thank you for the double dono. Davin, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Sorry if I'm not. Says, Goff feeling those footsteps. Nice job, Brown. Nice job indeed. And yeah, you could feel on that INT that he was definitely, after a couple of those pressures, he's feeling a little bit more. He sees the stacked front come up here. Going to be interesting to see the way the Seahawks perform in this final drive. They've got plenty of time on the clock to the Lions to dink and dunk their way up the football field. If you come back up out of this 2-minute warning, you're probably after the punt going to give them relatively decent field position. Do you again slide back in the 4-man fronts, to which have not brought a lot of pressure today? Do you try to manufacture a little bit something here if you're Clint at the end of this game? Be interesting to see how they play that. But David, he was definitely feeling the footsteps on that one, man. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you so much for the $20 donation. I really do appreciate that. Then you're another double dono today, not triple dono, I think. So thank you for all of that support. He said, I said, folks, gotta cool it with the Chicken Little stuff. Football gods are fickle. We got us some dudes. I'm loving the fire that Spoon has. I think Witherspoon's looked pretty good today. At the end of the day, he's gonna get dinged on the PFF scores for giving up the flea flicker over the top, as that being on him. But aside from that, I think he has played a pretty good game today overall, and certainly it showed you the tackling ability. He's shown you how he can be really close in coverage in those kind of situations like that. And Geno just kind of got to rolling around there, didn't he? If he could have just thrown that away, that would have been so nice instead of taking the sack there. Wu-Tang, I appreciate that $20 donation, brother. You're so very kind for that. All right, Dixon's going to fake punt this out, standing on at the end line in his own end zone here. He's going to give this a rip. Here's the kick. The punt is sent. Pretty long punt. Nice punt here by Dixon. He's got a little bit of room to work with, does the returner here. He's moving around left, moving around right. He's still up on his feet, takes it all the way back to the 50-yard line. Jarek Reed makes his second really nice play in coverage to come over there and save it from being any worse. Dixon was trying to get some length on that punt. You can't blame him for that. Trying to give the defense a little bit of room for error here. So you're going to kick a little bit longer, not as much skying up high into the air. First down and 10, 31-28 Seahawks, 1:44 to go. Lions have all three of their timeouts right around the midfield stripe. Wu-Tang, thank you again for that $20 donation. And I agree, man. Spoon looking good. Looking good today. Goff and shotgun, 3 wide receivers. Here comes pressure, easy completion underneath. This will be a first down on 11, 12-yard route. Again, a 4-man front that the Seahawks are bringing on this play, hoping that those guys can get enough to get it done. Lions now on the Seahawks side of the field and probably in relative field goal range at this point as it stands already right now. 1:16 to go on the clock. Goff, 26 of 32 for 316 yards, 3 touchdowns, and an interception. He's under center here now. Play action pass. It's going to be actually a fly sweep going back the other way to Amon St. Brown. He's going to have himself an 11 or 12-yard gain here. Lions just walking up the football field. Or Raymond, sorry, not Amon. It was Raymond. I saw the 1. I didn't see the other digit there. Nice design play there. A little bit of a hold on Devin Witherspoon there that went uncalled. First and 10. 33 seconds left to go in this game. Lions don't seem to be concerned with calling any of their timeouts. Goff a little bit under pressure here. Receiver's going to be quickly tackled to the ground. I'm guessing we're getting a timeout now. 26 seconds left to go. Duquan Quack 2498, who's been a member for 21 months out of the Hawks Nest. Thank you for that long time support, Duquan. I really do appreciate that. He says, finally seeing some energy from this defense. Yeah, they've shown a little bit more in the second half. They still have given up some points, but you've seen some energy. You've seen some fight. That's a little bit more of that, at least in this game, than what we saw from the last game, that's for sure. And that's an encouraging sign. That is an encouraging sign. Thank you, Duquan. Appreciate that. Long-time supporter of the channel as a member. 26 seconds left to go here in the fourth quarter. Second down and 7. The Lions find themselves on about the 19-yard line, the 24-yard line of the Seattle Seahawks. Goff back in shotgun with an empty look. Scanning, and that ball will be incomplete. So this will take us down to a 3rd and 7 for the Detroit Lions now. .23 seconds to go, 3rd and 7. Lions going to come out with kind of a trips look to one side of the field. Here comes the play. It's going to be completed down and inside, but it will be short of the first down, so this will be 4th down, meaning the Lions will go ahead and give this a punt. I'm surprised Seattle didn't call a timeout as soon as he made that catch, by the way. If I was Seattle there as soon as the catch, I would have called the timeout. Tried to preserve a little bit of time to see what could happen on that. It's not a big deal, but hey, you never know. You don't get any extra points for keeping them in your back pocket. So this will be the final play of this game potentially, or it will be sending us into overtime, one of the two. As the kicker will come out here for a pretty short kick here for the Lions. So it'll be from the right hash, which doesn't tend to be the favorite of a kicker. They like to tend to the right-footed ones like to be on the left hash. But a little bit longer than an extra point attempt here. 38-yard attempt for the kicker for the Lions. The snap is down. The kick is up. And the kick is good. So the Lions will force this into overtime. We got ourselves a scoregami game last year, and this thing has been every bit as jam-packed, entertaining, and wild as that affair was. We're right along the same thing with it. These two teams come together and they play a mighty entertaining game. We're going to go into overtime, though, folks. So see how this is going to turn at that point in time. Wow. Scarecrow Bar, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it. Scarecrow says, fire everyone and hire all Brazilians. I don't want to win anymore. I just want to choke some bitches unconscious. Screw Flanders. Screw Flanders. Screw Flanders. Fair enough. Hey, Scarecrow, let's do it, man. Wasn't there that one movie where they had a football team that they bring out that all the football team, like the guy, half the team on the replacements, they had a couple players who just try to beat up guys on the field. I can't remember which movie it was. There was some movie where some football team did that strategy, Scarecrow. All right, so we've got the calling of the flipping of the coin by Drew Lock. Seahawks are going to receive. They've got it. Let's just go get this touchdown and not bring our defense back out on the football field, please. Let's just do that. No field goals here. No field goals, only touchdowns. Right? So we get a little bit of bonus ball for y'all. Bonus ball for y'all. Got some bonus ball for y'all. I'll be right back and get some more coffee. You guys are donating so much I can't even keep up on my donos. Washington Fisquest, thank you for the $2 donation, man. Appreciate your double, triple, quad donos today, too. Says, Julian Love and Kobe Bryant can't tackle for beans. Beans! Yeah, that's been a struggle with both of those two guys. Julian Love had a broken tackle. He gave up the tight end this last drive there for the Lions where they got the touchdown. Both of them have struggled with the tackling aspect of things. And it's surprising with Love because he was a top 25 guy in the sport last year in tackles. That was one of the places that you thought you were really going to be able to rely upon him coming over from the Giants. But it has been a bit of a missing part of his game and kind of disconcerting. Kind of what you were hoping you're getting a little bit with him a bit more, I think. So I feel you on that, Wash. I'm seeing the same thing on that Wash Fisquest. And that is the truth with Kobe Bryant. He's got the Peanut Tillman punch, but he is not the most surest of tacklers. It's definitely a part of his game that's a little bit light. Jonathan Salazar says, say it with me. Gino! All right, here we go. Kickoff now here into overtime, 31-31. I think that Gino brought the proper energy on that, by the way. I think that clicked it in just right there, Jonathan. I think it did. Thank you, though, man. Appreciate that donation. And indeed, we've got Mr. Gino out on the football field. Gino, 10 career game-winning drives in the fourth quarter and overtime in his career. Nicholas Newton, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, Brandon, I couldn't help myself. I had to keep you streaming in my pocket off my cut. Well, I took off on my Harley for the last 8 minutes. I get it, man. You gotta expend some of that nervous energy. That's the way it goes, man. You know, sprint around the block, do wind sprints and stuff. 1st and 10 here. Seahawks, 3 tight end look now. The give, play action pass. Not even looking towards Walker there. Coming back to Noah Fant. Fant makes the catch, and he's right up the football field for a good 15, 16-yard gain there. Seahawks remaining aggressive. I do like this. Thinking that they'd come back with a running play here. They get a single high look, a little bit more of a stacked box, play action pass. Gino attacks into it. Says, no, we'll keep throwing. If that's what you're going to give us, we'll keep doing it. We'll keep doing it. 1st down. Love it. Nice pass by Gino. Going through his reads there. 1st down and 10. Still a three tight end look here for your Seahawks. Play action pass once again. Gino looking. He's going to dirt this one at Walker's feet. That play was just kind of a DOA on that one. Not much was going to happen there. 2nd and 10. Nicholas Newton, thank you for that $5 donation. I feel that nervous energy, man. My heart's starting to pump here. Starting to pump a little bit. Getting a little nervous now. Getting a little bit nervous. Mouth's getting dry even though it's wet, you know? Second down and 10. Seattle can win this game with a touchdown drive. We can break a million hearts in Detroit. Get up the football field. Pistol look here for Geno and the boys. Dropping back to pass. Looking to throw. He's going to hit it to Fant. Waldron saying, look, what we've done best today is throw the football. We're going to throw the football. Only a gain of about 4 yards or so it'll be about 3 and 6 in a long half. 7 if you want to be a dick. Be nice to find a Jackson Smith here. This is why you draft a guy like this in these moments, is it not? We got a 3rd and 6. We need to get a conversion here. Kid's been pretty quiet up until this point. All right, shotgun look here for Geno. Lions just bringing a 4-man pressure look here. It looks like, nope, a little bit of late blitz look here. They're going to bring a little bit of a later blitz. Geno's going to look around here, find DK Metcalf, who makes the catch, holds on securely to the ball, and first down. Nicely done by DK Metcalf. Great release there to get free. Nice little route there. And then holds on securely there to maintain the catch. 1st and 10. Geno back out. He's going to run a little bit of a hurry-up look here now. The give is going to be into DJ Dallas. Dallas is going to run and push this forward for a gain of about 3. Little inside zone run there on that play. And the Lions have got an injury on the football field. I think DK landed on somebody. And when that big of a man oh, no, it isn't. That's Hutchinson, actually, it looks like. Is that Hutch? He's probably winded. And the Lions defense has been out on that football field for a long part of this game. And he is pointing to his shoulder, though, so maybe something else a little bit more in play there with that. Oh, it was Kaminsky. No, it was Hutchinson. Okay. Oh, it looks like Dallas just drove into him with his shoulder when he lowered his shoulder and got right into his shoulder. 2nd down and 7 for the Seahawks. 7:47 to go here in overtime. Geno and shotgun. Play action pass. Falling back. He's got Parkinson. Parkinson still on his feet. Knocked off his feet there after a big gain. 1st down. Seahawks moving the ball well here. Geno with a very nice throw there. Backed up a little bit off the pressure to give himself a little bit more time to get that ball off to Kobe Parkinson. Nice job up front in pass protection on the play by this offensive line that's done yeoman's work today. 1st down and 10. We got a play action, flip play back. Kenneth Walker doing things I can't even describe. And he's able to somehow get 4 yards out of it. Let me just tell you, he did magical things on that play. And you just take that as scintillating play-by-play there, because I couldn't describe everything he did in about a 3-second mat. He spun, he went right, went left, went back to right, spun back around, broke it back to the middle of the field, and found his way for a 4-yard gain. 6 minutes and 36 seconds to go here in overtime. Seahawks find themselves on the 11-yard line of the Detroit Lions. 3 wide receivers stacked to the far side of the field. DK goes in motion back to the near side. Geno in shotgun. Walker right next to him. He hits DK Metcalf for a short gain. Let's see where the spot. This will either be 3rd and 1 or 3rd and 2 based on the official spot here. 3rd and 2 is what they're going to call it. Hutchinson back out on the football field here. 6:02 to go here in overtime. 3rd down and 2. What's Waldron do here? Running game's not work great. You've got a 7-man box. Basically a 7-man box here from the Lions. Geno dropping back to throw. He's got Tyler. Tyler taps it. Touchdown! Touchdown, Seahawks! Touchdown, baby! Let's go! Seahawks, get it! Seahawks, get it! Game over, baby! Game over, baby! Oh, yeah! Let's go! Woo! Woo! Come on now! Come on now. Tyler makes the catch on an out route, quickly turns around, gets the ball extended out, brushes past the pylon. No doubt about it. The ball only starts to jostle free once he's touched the pylon. And once he's touched the pylon, that's a touchdown. That's a touchdown. That's a touchdown. Let's effing go. What a nice little route there by Tyler. It's unconventional. It ain't how you draw it up in the blackboard, but as long as you get free at the end, that's all that matters. And Curran might have gotten away with it. I mean, just it was a little bitty, maybe a hole. It was tiny, basically insignificant. And Geno Smith, what a job by him today. Jake Curran, much like Tyler Lockett's route at the end there, it's not pretty. It's not technically sound, but he gets the job done. Gets the job done. What a tremendous game. Can these two just play each other all 17 games throughout a course of NFL season? Can we do that? Because I could go for this every single week, games like this. I mean, just back and forth, balls to the wall, offense all day long. I ask you, are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? An unbelievable game from your Seahawks as far as getting this and keeping this in lock where they were. And again, credit back to Geno in this game. You're coming in here with 2 backup tackles on the road, 10 a.m. You got your center mangled up at one point in this game. He's just trying to tough it through the rest of this. You got DK Metcalf out at one point in this game looking like he's going to be out for a lot. Was out for a good part of this game, at least a bit. And still Geno finds a way to not just execute this offense, not just to be proficient with this offense going, but to actually be highly productive with this offense. To be putting up points. And you can't just lean it back to him and say, well, he had such a strong ground game to go off of. Geno was the best guy for you on the ground per yard per carry today with a 6.7 yard average. Other than him, you had 22 carries for 70 yards, about a 2.5 yard per carry average. So it's really like you're going to be hard-pressed not to sell me on the fact that Geno played just an amazing game out there today and what he was able to do, because he was not aligned to have everything just set up for him to go downhill in this game, right? There was a lot that was kind of up against him on this one and what he was going to have to deal with this, and he made smart decision making throughout. Tremendously productive. He didn't do that thing where, okay, I'll give you a 300-yard passing performance. I'll give you 2 or 3 touchdowns passing, but then you're going to get an interception. Then you're going to get a fumble as well in addition to that. He played a crystal clear, clean game, Arm & Hammer clean all the way throughout. And we've got to give him at the head of this a ton of credit for how he played. The receivers did a great job of being very sure-handed. DK, Tyler, these guys are a part of the metronome of your offenses. Between them, 14 catches between the two of those guys for almost 130, 140 yards and 2 touchdowns. I mean, they were what helped make it happen. We got to feel a little bit more of the Noah Fant contribution and what he brings to the table. Why are they paying this guy $5.85 million this year? Why'd they activate that 5th-year option? Because he is a tight end that can get loose and free in a way in the secondary. Not a lot of players can. And that's part of why they have him on the roster. And we needed his presence today. You're going to need to feature some of the tight ends today by the amount of 2 and 3 tight end looks you're going to have to run, by how much you were going to want to help with those tight ends to chip block and help out those backup tackles that were there in the course of the game. Let's also, oh my goodness, let's give ourselves a huge tip of the hat, a monstrous tip of the hat. I'm almost just about to say I'd about make them my players of the game, considering where my expectation was on them coming into this game and what I was hoping they'd be able to pull off. Those backup tackles, Stone Forsythe and Jay Curhan, I don't care what their grade is today. I don't care how PFF views them or how PFF sees them. You gave up 1 sack today. 1 sack. And I know this Lions pass rush is not the most ferocious you'll find. No pun intended. Actually, pun intended. But it's still one that can go, any NFL pass rush in this sport can go after a team that's with its backup tackles in there. And Geno had time today. Geno was able to move around. There were some moments that they had that were tough and that they were able to get around. But for the most part, Geno was able to make it happen there today, in part because those guys did their job and held up. They weren't just complete turnstiles, which is how it kind of looked. Let's not lie. It kind of looked like that when they came in last week in the Rams game, where you're like, oh my God, we've got 2 turnstiles out here at the same time. This is not going to go well. Those guys were absolutely holding up on their end of the bargain out there. Sure, they probably had some help, but they still, to come out of this game with 1 sack when you had 41 passing attempts and Geno had 3 other carries. So you had 44 passing attempts by those backup tackles in this game with only 1 sack given up and only a couple of other real quarterback hits. And Detroit was even trying to manufacture some stuff. So they were testing those tackles with the blitz game as well to make sure that they were going to be on it with those details in addition to that. And they were. And boy, you've got to laud those tackles for just playing a sensational game. Running back Zach Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker, there was no holes to be had. They made do with what there was. It's a game where this is the ultimate game of when it comes to running backs and evaluating Charbonnet and Walker in this one, you can't look at the stat chart. You got to look at the tape on this one and what they did. And what those 2 guys did is they brought to bear really hard rushing. They didn't go down easy. They always seemingly found extra yards, even when there didn't appear to be yards to be had. Hell, the last run Walker had, where he starts out to the right, then he bounces left, then he bounces back out right, then he spins around and comes back to the middle, and he's doing all that stuff not because he's dancing too much, but because there wasn't any holes for either of those 2 guys. And then Charbonnet with the physicality of his running, the willingness to lower his head and bash guys. The thunder and lightning is real between these 2 guys and what they can bring to the table on this team going forward. And even though it wasn't a big amount of yardage or high yard per carry average from the 2 of them today, we're in good hands with this backfield with those 2 running, especially if they can both stay healthy. It does help this offense out, I believe, tremendously. The Lions were in a lot of stacked boxes today. The Lions were bringing a lot of guys up in that line of scrimmage, which was then helping the passing game flourish. I think Waldron by the end was just deciding, wait, I'm not going to just run into a pile of 8 bodies all the time. You're going to leave me these holes in your secondary. You're going to leave a secondary open up that's got some vulnerabilities to it. Then we'll just pass. F it. We'll just throw the ball. And even did that at that end when we saw we were trying to bleed out the clock there to not give Detroit that final drive. We even did it there at the end, didn't we? Where we still tried at that point in time to hey, we're going to try to throw. Throwing is where we're going to have to get it done here today. The running's just not working. Detroit's taking that away from us. Smart of Detroit to do, but then smart of Waldron to then counter back the other way, rather than like we've seen some OCs do here in recent years, right? We've had a lot of games like that where running game's not working. Okay, well, let me just keep hammering it. Okay, running game second quarter, not working. Okay, let me just keep hammering it. Hey, running game's still not working in the third quarter. It'll break through here eventually. We'll get there eventually. Not Waldron today. Makes the adjustments. That's what smart offensive coordinators do. Don't push against where it's hard. Go to where it's weak. And that's just what he did today with this offense and their approach offensively. Let's flip it over to the defensive side of the ball. It's not as bright a story over there, but we've got some good signs to be had that come away with it. Number 1, Devin Witherspoon held up out there on an outside. He's got the flea flicker play he gave up, which, that's a rookie moment. That's him trying to be aggressive and help in the run game. That's stuff that you can easily is going to be correctable. But you saw him out there in, I think, man coverage situations looking good. You saw the kind of tackler he can be out in space. He showed that off a couple of different times. I like the skill set this guy brings. He looked really good in his first action, especially for a guy that didn't get any preseason ball. This was the first time he was going to be out there. And I thought he did look pretty darn decent. You did stop the run again today. This was a big part of what we were trying to do to begin this season was let's stop the run. Let's make that a big part of what we do. And overall, at the end of the day, you stop the run here. 27 attempts, 102 yards, 3.8 yard per carry. If you keep a team under 4 yards per carry, in my opinion, you've probably done your job. And so there were some moments where there were some holes in there. There was no gain that was bigger than 16 yards on the day. Good team defense when it came to stopping the run today, I think, overall. It looks like that's starting to take some steps in the right direction from the first couple of games of what we've seen here, because both the Rams and the Lions have tried to take their hammers, have tried to take their shots of hitting that ground game. I think the Lions were a little more willing in this one to just lean a little more heavily into the pass as this went along. But that's where the issues still do remain even on this loss, of course. 31 points to the Lions given up in this game, a game where you got to pick 6. And you go back and backtrack a little bit on this. I think we'll have to see what the all-22 tape says in this game, but I would reckon to guess that a lot of the passing chart you're going to see from Goff in this game is him hitting in the middle of that field and him really attacking the middle of that field, where Seahawks, again, here didn't have a lot of answers for that over the course of this football game. They just sort of stayed back in some of that soft coverage stuff and allowed that stuff in between and up in front of them to be had. It was a little bit better today than it was with the Rams, whereas with Rams, they had nowhere close to any answers. At least there were some times they had some answers today. And the key turning point in this game, the place where this whole game moved on a dime from where it was to where it was going, was when you have a moment where you come up into a first. Let's unpack this. You get Trey Brown coming up into a press look. So Trey Brown comes up to the line of scrimmage in a press. Right out the gate, we've got a new adjustment. Seahawks have played we've lamented this, a lot of off coverage recently with their corners, 6-7 yards back, and then them dropping to bail depth post snap. Here you have Trey Brown up in a press look. Why is press nice? Because if I try to run blitz off of off coverage, that doesn't work, right? I can only have the potential to run the blitz when the guy is in press coverage as a corner goes. Then you run the blitz. And he's able to get back there into backfield. And even though he's blocked up, he's making Goff uncomfortable. He's freaking Goff out a little bit of what's going on there. And then you get, I believe, a sack on that play. A good play happens. Then you come back the next play. You put 2 linebackers up on the line of scrimmage, again showing a blitz. Now Goff's going, wait. So from Goff's mindset here, okay, taking into the brain of Goff, and I know that's not a fun place to go because the guy can't even tell you where the sun sets or any of that stuff. But let's go into Goff's brain there. Because then in that moment, he's going, wait, hold on. Hold on a second here. You guys have been in soft zone coverage all day. You've been dropping to depth all day. You've been giving me these easy completions all day. Now you're going to blitz every play? You guys don't blitz. I don't like blitzing. Blitzing's bad. I don't like blitzing. No. Then he rushes him, and he gets the ball out of his hands too fast. You push him, and you force his clock to speed up on the next play. As you bring those, I don't even think you brought all of the linebackers. You brought like one extra linebacker, but he starts to speed his process up, stops to think about not into his mechanics enough, throws the ball then behind his receiver right to Trey Brown, who's then got himself a pick 6. This is the benefits behind bringing a pressure-based approach. It's not that it's without its worries. There was a play that they showed on that blitz, I think, that you sent to Trey Brown, where there was a Jahmyr Gibbs kind of open up on the sideline. You know, there is the vulnerability of that to where you can maybe have a big play given up. But why I landed at advocating for this so much and saying this is the route Seattle should go with this type of stuff is because it brought just what it brought there on those 2 plays. You get the sacks, you get the game-turning interceptions. And it's not like your defense was necessarily stopping them in the passing attack anyway. If the downside is, well, we're going to give up a lot of yardage in the passing game then if we blitz too much. Well, where do we find ourselves at the end of this game? With Goff landing at 323 yards passing, 9.2 yards an attempt. So you can't even go, well, it was because Goff was just throwing 5-yard routes all day. He ends up with a 9.2 yard attempt average, just like I believe Stafford last week was somewhere near 10 yards an attempt or something like that. So you can end up in that stage of things a little bit, even still by dropping into your soft zone coverages. And I'm not saying they've got to go to all pressure based all the time. But then what happened was after you had that sack and then you had that interception, then you kicked the ball back to the Lions, and then you drifted back into your 4-man fronts because you had a 10-point lead and you dropped back into your soft zone coverages, just trying to kind of prevent the game from getting away from you at that point. Trying to just go, okay, we'll let the clock will hopefully run out by the time they get enough possessions to go out there and score. And that didn't really work. That didn't work because Goff was able to, even with your soft stuff, which is supposed to prevent them from scoring fast, the great irony, as I always say with this stuff, is that like the big play, you know, the irony of your defense is you're trying to prevent the big play, but you always end up seemingly still allowing big plays, even though your coverages are supposed to be taking that away at the forefront. Much like that situation, your coverages are set up in that forefront to make Goff and company have to use a lot of clock to get up the football field, but instead they're able to really quickly get up the football field in that moment on the other side of it. And that's the irony of it, is that the thing that you're supposed to be trying to stop here, you're not stopping by going into that soft thing. And this is why I come back to advocating and saying, man, lean a little bit more into that pressure-based stuff, especially when you get Jamal Adams back into play. Try to utilize that stuff because you can manufacture stuff for your defense. You don't just have to sit back there and take it. You know, we don't have to sit there bent over the bed with the paddle going to our butt all the time in the passing attack. We can do some steps to try to make it uncomfortable for quarterbacks I was good to see that they at least did it there today. And hopefully they take that as a bit of a shining moment and going, hey, whoa, this kind of worked us doing this. Maybe we should implement a little bit more of this, because your front four was not really getting much pressure today on the day. You were a little bit at the end to get a little bit of pressure as the game wore on, but you still ended up with only 2 sacks out of this game when it was all said and done. And one of those was a coverage sack by Draymond Jones. So it still does remain a place where I don't think you can lean back onto this front four and go, well, we're fine. We got the front four rolling. We should be good enough to go there. It's all taken care of. But this is I'm not going to say it's a season-saving win here by your Seahawks, but this thing could start to drift in a real bad direction after last week's game in a way that could get dark quickly. And this team answering the bell like this, giving themselves a fighting chance. You're just trying to get to the other end of this bye at a 2-2 stage of things. Get out of the other end of the bye. You've got Witherspoon rolling now, fully back into the mix. You've got Jamal back into play. You get your tackles back by that point in time. And then I know you are going into a little bit of the tougher part of your schedule at that point, but then hopefully then you can, maybe make some more noise then down long term once you have the full crew kind of running and able to run things the way you idealized them at the off season when you thought you'd have all these guys out on the football field. So a very, very big win to go in here. This is not a Detroit team that wasn't, going to play hard in this game, that wasn't going to take you anything but seriously. You came in their house and beat them last year in a game just like this. They knew coming in that they were going to want to take this, and especially coming off that big win against Kansas City. For you to come in there and match that energy, with you having a lot of reason to kind of, fall within yourself a little bit if that was going to be the mental state of this team. Offensively, especially if you got like Geno, where I don't get my tackles today. If I don't get the ball out in 3-step drops or 5-step drops, I'm going to get killed. I'm not going to have any time to throw. How are we going to get anything done today? Rather than that, you were in attack mode throughout this game offensively, which was really great to see. Win, lose, or draw, you're in attack mode. You're not just sitting there just sort of trying to get by, trying not to lose. A little bit more of a let's go out there and take it mentality offensively this week in their approach overall, which was, I thought, really encouraging to see, especially with how creative that they had to be overcoming the backup tackle situation. That was going to make it offensively that much more tougher. I got a couple donations here. Let me get, I know I'm a little bit late on, but let me get back behind them. Thank you guys for watching. If you do like what you're listening to today, please hit that like button for me. I would really, really appreciate it. And let's go. Sector 7, thank you for the $2 donation. I hate that I've loved these Limp Bizkit jokes. There's always room for a Limp Bizkit joke, Just got to have the faith. I got to have faith. Baby. Thank you, Spectre 7. Appreciate that $2 donation, man. Brian Kennicott, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? Never forget. Go Hawks. That's right. That's right. Was it over when Genghis Khan stormed Washington, D.C.? Was it over when Alexander the Great took over Japan? No. Well said, Brian. Spectre 7 with a $20 donation. Thank you, man. He says, go Hawks. That's it. Love you. Love this team. Love it all. I need one more Limp Bizkit from you, man. Let me give you a good Limp Bizkit. What we got? We got to give you Limp Bizkit. What's the one? I could just break something. I got to do that. What's that song with the I could break something? Somebody in the chat with the way it goes. I forget how that song goes. When somebody tells me how that song goes, I'll sing some lyrics from that. I forget how it goes. But Limp's pumped right now. Come on. Come on. How's that song go? I could just break something. You feel like you could just break something. Rolling. Come on. Rolling. Come on. Rolling. Come on. Yeah, Limp Bizkit. Rocking the set. Break stuff. That's it. That's the one I'm getting too old to remember the lyrics on that. I knew it in my youth, but now I don't. I'm brain cramping on it for some reason here on that one. I know what's going down on that. Let's go. What a night. That was a fun win. I want the Lions every week, man. I want the Lions game every single week. 24/7. Let's go. Thank you, though, Spectre, for the $7 donation, man. I love you too, bro. Love you too, man. I love everybody today. I love everyone. Ran in the cut. Thank you for the $10 donation. It says, touchdown, Seahawks. Tyler, M, and F, and Lockett. Let's go. Tyler Lockett. How about that guy? Just so steady, so there for you every year. Always call upon, unheralded, underrated, forgotten about in the NFL landscape as he year after year cranks out the 1,000-yard seasons without fail. And once again, looking like he's about ready to go back on that track again. A great day from him, 8 for 59. Comes off the line of scrimmage there at the end. He's doing the little dance move, right? And he's doing it for a good 2 yards, right? And he breaks out, comes back to a stop, gives the defender a little bit of a shimmy shake. I'm coming inside. I'm coming inside. You ready for that? You ready for that inside move? This is for game, sucker. This is for game. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? And the man bit inside. Tyler went beautifully to the out, and he's wide open. That's part of what Tyler, this is the speed, the quickness thing. We get caught up in this with receivers. Tyler is one of the receivers that'll show you. There's many others. We got a guy like Boba that'll show you on this team. Getting open as a receiver requires many different elements and sometimes many different talents and abilities. It isn't just speed. It isn't just quickness. It's body control. It's feel. It's setting a corner up. And those things I think were all kind of what was, what brought Tyler that opening there, right? Because let's think about first setting a defender up. How did Tyler score on the first time? He ran a crossing route from that same side of the field, didn't he? When he got the touchdown the back of the end zone. So he went towards the left side. So when he starts out first right, and then he fakes it back left, defenders may be thinking in his head about that crossing route he scored on. Oh, get back to depth. Don't get hit on that crossing route deep across the field there. Be ready to rally back to get over to that spot. But then he leaves the door open then to the out route for Tyler on the outside at that point. And Tyler shows you that's wonderful route running. That's where it's not just the speed, not just the quickness. It is that feel. It is that just, okay, I think I can get him to believe I'm going inside with just kind of an extra step to the inside. I've started out one extra in. I'll clear myself out here and I'll be wide open. And that proved to be the case. Absolutely proved to be the case. But Tyler played a phenomenal game out there, Ran. You heard one point down DK. JSN still kind of struggling to find where his footing's going to be here on this team. And you need to lean on Tyler heavily along with the tight ends today, and you were able to do so. Great job. Great job by Tyler. Love him. Love him, man. Second best receiver of all time in my book from our Seahawks franchise. But thank you for that $10 donation, Ran. I do appreciate you for that. I'm sorry I scared you away with my celebration. I get hyped. I get hyped. That's who I am. I don't know how not to be. Soul Deep Recordings, thank you for the $5 donation. Had nothing in your comment for the donation, just the donation itself. So thank you for that. And I do appreciate you supporting the channel in that manner. Hope you're having a great night, man. Hope you're celebrating like I am with a big old smile on your face. Washington Fish Quest, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, God bless Tyler Lockett. Go Hawks. God bless Mr. Tyler Lockett. May he sell many homes evermore. May he sell blocks of homes by the month. Hopefully everyone's taking their real estate business to Tyler after that game. If you were on the fence about, should I let Tyler sell my house? Should I have Tyler help me? Now hopefully he's brought you into the Lockett Realty Company game on that one, hopefully. If not that, I ask you, what will it take? What will it take? Appreciate you, Fish Quest. K-Jab, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, super happy I was wrong. Go Hawks. Me as well. I certainly had this as a loss coming into it. The game, it was hard to see this as a win. Part of why it's so impressive to come away, I think, with a win here. I think there's a lot of us that weren't looking in that way of this one being like, oh, we got this one. This will be good. This is done. We got this. This will be taken care of. We're going, this is going to be tough. This is going to be a tough one. We all knew it was going to be a hard road to get this one out. But I'm glad as you say, super happy to be wrong. Beautiful way of putting it, man. Super, super happy to be wrong on this one. Thank you for that $5 though, K-Jab. Guard Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, thank you, Orange Cat, for firing up the fellas to win this. She was just coming up now to take some credit. She's doing her victory cat lap right now. Yeah, we know you were the reason. We appreciate it. Can you say hello to everybody? Say, what's up? Can you say, go Hawks? Can you go Hawks? Give me a go Hawks. Go Hawks. I want one go Hawks. That'll do. Close enough. Close enough. Thank you, Garth, for that $5 though, man. And the Orange Cat was doing her part, brother. But you know she always is. Megan with a $5 donation. She says, B, Zorn DeLargent works yet again and remains undefeated. Time to get on some Lions chats, methinks. Keep the faith, 12s. Keep the faith, 12, especially after this game. We ain't done yet. We ain't dead yet. And yes, of course, Megan's out there. She's got the Zorn jersey on her end of the things. I've got the Largent jersey on. This is, of course, a jersey. You don't see me bring this out very often. I bring this out on draft days, 3 straight draft days. I'll bring this out rarely this season. In fact, I don't know if you're going to see this out again until maybe the Niner game, because there's a power within this. This is like the Marvel Infinity Gauntlet in jersey form. Okay? The power of Zorn Largent can control football games and allow wins and losses, but the key to it is we cannot abuse this power. We call upon it when we need it. It is the reserves. You know, it's like those oil reserves we're selling currently to everybody else. Got to keep on to those things, man. Got to hold on to them. So it worked today, Megan. It is undefeated today. Now we can't abuse this power, though. We got to put him back into the closet till we got to call upon him again. That's the key to this. You abuse the power of the jersey power will be lost. That's what the magicians and wizards and warlocks have all said about this, going back for like 500 years. Going back to the time of knights, Megan. So thank you for that $5, though. Appreciate you. Cheese Taco, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I've been here the entire time, B, but every time I try to hype at the beginning of the stream, we lose. So now I know what I must do. Go Hawks. Hey, we have all got our crosses to bear, Cheese Taco. And we all got to do our own kind of thing to make the wins happen. In our case, you got to wear the jersey. In your case, you got to be not hyped up at the start of the game. It's you just have to create the right conditions sometimes when it comes down to this, don't you? And that's just the way that this works. We can't explain it. It's not scientific. Okay? There's some that would call it woo-woo, but we somewhere know in our hearts that it's the truth of what helped to cause this win to happen, right? Somewhere in your deep heart. And I feel the same way. It all came together in synergy. That's how that worked. Appreciate you, Cheese. Thank you, man. And go Hawks. Go Hawks. No being hyped up next week. I want you nice and calm and placid at the start of the game. I want to be able to just, pulse is like 95. Just do. I was getting nervous by the end of this game. I'll tell you that. You're being loud now. What? I know you're hyped. I'm hyped too. We'll get you some salmon after the stream, okay? I got you some fresh salmon for after the stream. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Tony Borges, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, wow, what a game. The backup tackles really stepped up. What's up with JSN? Gonna have to take a look a little bit. I haven't locked in on the all 22 on JSN as of yet to really see if he's getting open or not open. He was open one on a deep crosser last week where Geno missed him. I saw a shot or two in this game of them showing the 22 with him where he looked pretty tight. They were pretty tightly in coverage on him, just by the looks of things. I don't know if that was the case, but we'll have to take a little bit of a closer in-depth look. The team tried to feature him initially out the gate, get him a couple of touches, and after getting him a couple touches, just wasn't able to kind of get back to him much. So I don't know if he's not getting open or not, but they definitely haven't quite found that featured role, not a feature role, but just any kind of role yet in on this offense for him here. He's young though. He's figuring out his way. He's kind of learning the ropes there, Tony. So I do think that they're going to, before it's all said and done, have found a little bit more of a firmer role for him, and he finds his footing before it's all said and done. He's too good for it not to be the case. Ran in the cut. Thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Victory Monday. Here we come. Here we come. Victory Monday. It feels good. Feels a lot better than last week's. God does it ever. Woo! That was a brutal loss last week, folks. I mean, that was tough, but this one feels good. Feels real good. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. He says defense and special teams were atrocious. Certainly, Myers 1 of 3 today. You don't like that. You're paying that guy big money to make his kicks. I mean, the one that was plus 50 yards, maybe you give him a little bit of rope on that one. You're like, all right. I mean, it's 50 plus yards. Not many kickers are going to hit those at like high rates of success. But yeah, the shorter one I think is valid to kind of say that one sucked. And, you get up a little bit of yardage in the punt return game, and so you weren't necessarily as on it. I think Dixon punted really well. 3 kicks today, 50-yard average. He had a 64-yard long, where I think that was the one where he was kicking out of your own end zone, and he had to get it with some distance and out there to try to give your defense the breathing room, some room to air, room for air to work with, if you were. So he was the part that I think was pretty good with that. But it wasn't the best day for your special teams unit. This wouldn't be a shining example of, for instance, this is why we spend all this money on that special teams unit. It's definitely not that day for that. That's for sure. Thank you for the $2 donation. About Gardner Minshew coming in for Anthony Richardson, getting the win there for the Colts. But thank you. Appreciate that dono. Ascendancy with the $2 donation. Never back down. Never what? Back down. We don't back down. You might beat us, but we're going to stand up. Chest out. What you got? What you got? Appreciate you, Ascendancy. Let's go. Joshua Ipak, thank you for the $10 donation. I do appreciate you for that, Joshua. He says, I'm thrilled Seattle won today, but my week-long fantasy of Caleb Williams in a Seahawks jersey is no more. Sadly, that was a dream that some had that I was trying to put to bed really, really early on this one, where I just don't think there was ever any chance, even in the worst case of this season, even if the Seahawks were in their worst form. I don't know if their worst form still would have allowed them to be in contention for the Caleb Williams selection. They would have to be the worst team in the NFL to get there. And I just don't think Coach Carroll teams, no matter what you think of a Coach Carroll, good or bad, the floor of a Coach Carroll team, his ability with his coaching, with the preparation, with how he puts things together, it tends to be 5 or 6. He's not really a 3-4-2 loss kind of guy, even when things do go wrong. So that was never going to be something probably much on the table here, but that does mean also, Joshua, we get a better, much more watchable, much more better season of football this upcoming year, given that they're not sliding in that other direction, which would be a tough direction. It'd be hard. That'd be 16 games of difficulty watching that. That would have been tough. But Joshua, I appreciate you, man. And luckily, there's a lot of other good quarterbacks in this draft too, man. I love Caleb, but there are some really legitimate, talented guys that are probably going to slip into the second and third round who, you could end up finding yourself being very happy with at the quarterback position long term, because they are very talented guys. They are pretty good. But thank you for that donation. I really, really do appreciate it. That's very kind of you, Joshua. Stephen A. Simmons. So let me get it right. Stephen, thank you for subscribing up to the channel. I really do appreciate it. Folks, we are trying to get over if we can. Right now, we're trying to get up over 15,000 subscribers before the end of the year. And Stephen A. Simmons is helping us get there. I want to thank the sponsor of this channel, Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy is going to be sponsoring us throughout the course of the season. And if you use my code today, or you click the link below in the description section, right there at the top, you can go to Underdog Fantasy today, and they will match you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. So you can have $100 on me by just going to Underdog Fantasy there and logging in and doing that very action over there. And you will be helping to also support the channel. I want to thank Underdog for sponsoring the show throughout the course of this season. Very kind of them to do so. And you can use my code today. Head on over there. And I had a couple of matches in there that I was in on that I got to check on myself here soon and see how if I made my money. I had one that I needed a couple things to hit through that looked good. So we'll see if I got out on that side of it too. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, not these kneecaps, not today. Props to our backup tackles and other than that Zach Wilson level backwards run, Geno balled out today. Vibes are back. Yeah, the run, and I think what he was trying to do there, Wu-Tang, was he was trying to make sure he got him below the 2-minute warning. So there was somewhat of an intelligent approach to what he was doing on that play. but the end result is not ideal for what you would like from your quarterback there. You just end up saying, don't worry about the 2-minute warning. Just keep the field position. That's what's most important to us on that. Tremendous props to the backup tackles today. I don't know of the last time I could remember a team going on the road with backup tackles. Any team in the NFL in recent memory, starting those backup tackles from the start of the game to the end of the game and going up against a tough opponent, an opponent that very likely is to be in the playoffs, if not even win their division. And to come away with that win, and not just come away with the win, but that your offense had to kind of carry the day for you in this game too, on top of it. I think it's very, very, very impressive, and all the way down. Dickerson, the offensive line coach, to get those guys prepped. Waldron for the game plan that he called. Coach Carroll for allowing for the game plan to be established in that way of, hey, we need to throw today. We're going to need to throw. You got to let us do that, Coach Carroll. You can't say, well, I want the running game. Well, I want to keep my defense protected. You got to let us throw. So all three of those elements allowed for that to be opened up in that way. But yeah, they didn't get any kneecaps today to Detroit. We weren't getting handled up at the line of scrimmage. We weren't getting out physicaled. We answered that bell in a major way this week in a way that we didn't answer it last week, which was very, very encouraging to see. But Geno absolutely balled out in this game. You can't pick any part of really his performance apart. I mean, that one play, obviously, and it's not that he was perfect, but 32 of 41, 328 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, only 1 sack, 116 rating, no fumbles on a day where his backfield didn't gain more than 70 yards on the ground, in addition to having an overtime offensive possession. So there's not a lot of places to go to there other than just to give him his straight props, his flowers in this game, because it was mighty impressive and worth heavily lauding, and I'll be doing so throughout the course of this week. No doubt about that, Wu-Tang. No doubt about that, man. Thank you for that donation, though, that triple quad donation, wherever you're at right now. Thank you for all that support. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, needed that game. I had that feeling we get the W. Think I told you that. Next up, Carolina and the Giants. Monday Night Football. 3-1 going into the bye. Then we make a move. Well, certainly if we can get to 3-1, as I've been a person to say, I don't know if I'm an advocate at this point of saying we should make a go-forward move in this given season, maybe to let the season more kind of play out. And if you get to a 3-1, I might be in a bit of a different place as far as being a little bit more willing to be aggressive at that point and making a move. But you did call it, Randall. I got to give you credit. You had faith, brother. You thought this one would go this way. And props to you for getting it right. Props for you for hitting that one on the head, hitting that nail on the head and getting it up. So I love your predictions. You certainly have an opportunity with this Carolina and Giants team to go and grab and get after these two teams. I think both of the teams, we'll see where the Giants are right now this upcoming week. But both of those two teams, I think, are not necessarily quite maybe as strong as we thought they would be coming into the season. That they're maybe a little bit more vulnerable, especially playing Carolina at home. Giants, of course, got spanked by the Cowboys last week. I think the Giants are going to be better than they were last week. But we'll have to see how it goes with that, Randall. Have to see how it goes with that next come. But I like 3-1. I like the sound of 3-1 going to the bye, and then you're going to get your healthiest potentially then coming out of that bye. That would be tremendous. Stephen A. Simmons, thank you for a $5 donation. I really do appreciate that. Lockett is still my favorite receiver, he says. Metcalf held it together at least, but Tyler is my dude. Well, they're a great combination to me, Stephen. When they're on the field, they both are consistent, constant. You can rely upon them. With some, people have their moments with DK that he frustrates them in various ways. Some would like to see him even more productive than he is. But they were both so very steady for you today and consistent. Tyler and DK had 16 targets today. They came out with 14 catches. Let me say that again. You threw at them 16 times. You completed 14 times combined throwing in their direction. They're efficient in what they do. You don't have to, these are two guys that you don't have to make as high volume target guys where you're having to target them 150, 165, 175 times to get that production from them, even if it's just 1,000-yard production. And they showed you why today. And it's so very necessary for this offense. You need every bit of that production to get you where you got, including that touchdown at the end by Tyler. And I can understand why Lockett would be your favorite receiver. The guy's been so good for so long, and he just gets it done. He can beat you deep. He can beat you short. He can get you on the intermediate stuff. He showed that with you a little bit throughout the course of this game. Love what Lockett still brings to the table here. And this was a big game for him. We needed him. DK was definitely not at 100%. JSN still finding his feet. tackles where they were. You're going to have to lean into them a bit. And they did so. It's great to see. So great to see, Steven. Well said, man. Well said. Tyler's good to be your dude. He should be. Especially after performances like that. Adrian X, thank you for the $2 donation. Says the Rams are driving on the 49ers D. What are my thoughts? Well, San Francisco's currently up 10-3, so it would seem that they've gotten back up on top of them. I still land on the place that I've been at with the Rams. If they can prove me true on this later down the season, I'll change my trek with this. I still maintain, and it was funny because a lot of the Rams fans got so mad at me for mentioning that I think that they're in a tank mode this year. And I couldn't quite understand why they took it so personally. Because they leaned so heavily in that direction this offseason. They showed you this is what we are going to do. So I think that they eventually still settle in at that place when it's all said and done here, Adrian X. And I think the Niners end up coming out of this game with a pretty comfortable win when it's all said and done on top of that. But, when you do have, as Stafford showed last week, when you have Stafford playing at that level he's playing at, and he was playing at a high level last week. If he's going to be at that stage, even with what they have as far as the limitations offensively and defensively, he still can go out there and make you, somewhat competitive at that point. And he can make it really hard on you. So we'll see. We'll see how that game goes on that, how it really does shake out. But I would reckon to guess that they're not going to be able to keep in that one for too long. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation. Ski Nation says, great game, great team win. Got to sleep for the graveyard shift. We'll finish the stream up tonight. Great play-by-play, B. You are getting good. Go Hawks. Well, that's my goal with this. I love doing it. You know that, Ski Nation. I'm just trying to get better at it every week, every time I do it. I want to eventually get really good at it, hopefully, with the play-by-play for y'all. I love it as just kind of a separate, different part of this channel that we can do every week on game day. So it's going to continue, of course. I'm glad to hear it's on the right track. And even if you don't like it necessarily, you're like, well, there's a lot of room to grow there on you, B. It's pretty good, but it could get a lot better. I'm going to keep trying to get better at it. I'm not trying to stay where it is and just keep trying to just get better and better as I can with it. So appreciate that, man. I love doing it. We'll catch you back on that stream later on. And go Hawks, brother. Get some good sleep tonight. Get some good sleep. Happy sleep. Hope you got a nice little smile on your face, Here's how you'll be sleeping. Yeah, sleeping with the angels, as they say. Cyberhawk, thank you for the $2 donation. We're talking to America here. Let's go. We're talking America's right. Let's go. Lester Cross, thank you for the $2 donation as well. It says, please like the stream or Brandon will hurt my family. Look, Lester's family's right now in my basement and I've got them tied up. Okay. And, I've been putting feathers in between their toes and lighting the feathers on fire until they burn down to their toes. Okay. And Lester knows the game here. Okay. You hit the like button, his family will be fine. Okay. You hit the like button. Maybe I'll let him out tonight. Okay. Maybe tomorrow. No like button. Maybe I don't let him out. Maybe I don't give him any water for another night. I don't know. I'm feeling kind right now, but that could change. So listen to Lester on this one. For the sake of Lester's family, my God, people, hit that like button. Thank you, Lester. Steven Simmons, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate the double dono, Steven, on top as well. Subscribing up as you have. The Rams make us look like I did playing against my brother, who's 6 years older than me as a child, at least one time a year. Last year was the outlier. Yeah, it's true that definitely McVay, since he's come here, Steven, has had way more of the advantage over the top of Coach Carroll teams. And he seems to have found whatever the magical combination may be that allows him to then go and take off. Admittedly speaking, that's been something Carroll has not really found the answer to, absent last year when the Rams, of course, had Wolford as their first quarterback out there that was playing against you. And then they had Baker Mayfield in the second game, right? So it's definitely been one where, they've had the better of you, except when they're basically having everybody broken and not able to play. And let me get this out of here. Sorry, 1 second. And that's been the case, but absent that, they haven't. My only issue with it on that, Steven, is just that they haven't taken the steps. It's not like the Rams are doing different things every time they play you in order to beat you. You know, they're kind of just applying somewhat of the same strategy, especially on the offensive side of the ball, each and every time they go at you. And you're just not adjusting to that as much, which is really the frustrating part from my standpoint of it. Is just, I can get the failing. I can get the fact of McVay's just so brilliant. He constantly finds the adjustment that, you know, you're zigging, he's always zagging, you know, he's got you guessing all the time. But if you're just trying kind of the same strategy on the onset every single time, it gets a little bit tougher for me to kind of get to that same place of it and saying, well, you know, he's just got their number with it. But you may be right. Maybe last week was just the outlier. Maybe it was, as some had said, even though I didn't agree with it, is certainly something some had said with that. It was just, we overlooked them last week. I do think the defensive struggles were still kind of the same from last week. I don't know that you did a whole hell of a lot extra else as far as your secondary goes and stopping the passing attack any more differently than last week. But it's slightly improved. It's a step in the right direction. And I just hope next time we play Rams later this year, we've got a little bit of a different strategy, Steven, you know, with that. But I love where you're at with it, man. And I hope you are right. I hope you're all right. It's just that maybe the Rams just give them such a tough fight. Thank you, though, man, for all those donations. I do appreciate it. Sector 7, thank you for the $10 donation. Says, I did it all for the Seahawks. Yeah, the Seahawks. Yeah, I did it all for the Seahawks. Yeah, the Seahawks. Yeah. It's not, I know which song you're doing, but I can't, I'm not hitting the right notes on it. The Nookie, that's right. I did it all for the Nookie. That's the way it is, Sector 7. There you go. I came into the check. 1, 2, 1, 2. I came into the world as a reject. Look into these eyes, then you will see the size of the flames. Dwelling on the past is burning up the brain. Everyone that burns has to learn from the pain. Hey, I think about the days my girlie ran away with my pay when fellas came to play. Now she's stuck with my homies that she effed up. Like a chump. He was quite the wordsmith, that Limp Bizkit. Thank you, Sector 7. We all do it for the Seahawks, man. The Nookie, the Seahawks, same thing in all of our eyes, man. Same thing. Thank you so much for that dono. Appreciate you, brother. Guard Knight, thank you for another $5 as well. Says, when the orange cat left her perch, I saw a brilliant light emanating off of your signed Dave Craig photo. The orange cat works in mysterious ways. Indeed, she does. I mean, you can look at her right now. She looks calm. Look at here, this calm cat in her normal habitat, unsullied, unvexed, seemingly at ease. But if I were to take this one blue pen and move it precisely in front of her eyes, she would become a hellacious demon cat, the likes of which we've never seen once before. Watch as she engages in the brutality of ripping and tearing at the pen. She's such a brutal little beast. Oh my God, look at her. You look at her. She's just a beastie. Oh my goodness. Oh Lord. Look at those claws. Look at that ferocity. You tell me she don't got that Seahawks victory in her soul right now. Look at that. That's a Seahawks victory bite right there. That's what that is. You're feeling it right, Garth. She's got that energy today, man. She brought it. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for that dono. Oh gosh, you're so feisty. Tony Borges, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, thoughts on Spoon's first game? It's kind of like, I think, what you would think in a rookie's first game right off the jump, where you get some good moments, a couple of tough moments. But I think overall, he showed you more bright than he did not. They played him on the outside, which I think was interesting. So that's where they thought he could have his best impact with his team. And that certainly made a lot of other Seahawks fans out there happy, because he wasn't being lined up in the slot like a lot of people worried they were going to do with him. But I thought that he was really strong out there. He looked really close in coverage. I think he had one breakup. He had another play where, the legs got tangled up between him and the receiver, but he was very close in coverage throughout this game when we saw him. I got to take a look at the all 22 to get a bit of a better view of what he did and how he did it and if, where he was at. But the first view of it, that he was really good in coverage. And then he showed the strength in tackling as well. He was coming up and helping out as a tackler. You could feel that part of his game in those moments when he was, which is another encouraging sign from him. And so nothing but good really from Witherspoon in the first game. Definitely stuff to build on. Definitely potentially maybe an upgrade out there on that outside corner, Tony, than what we've had recently. Of course, the downside is as soon as we get Witherspoon out there that we then lose Tariq Woolen out on the other side. So hopefully Tariq has not got anything that's too major. He did walk off the field. It did seem like with Tariq, it might be something to do with the chestish torso area. He torsoed something in here. And if that's the case, then maybe you can find him back on the field quicker and sooner than later. But a good first game from Spoon. And you got to give him credit here too, because a guy that was out the whole training camp, he's been just barely starting to practice up. So really getting his first action. He's not going to be probably fully up running full speed like you will maybe within a couple of weeks here, I would estimate. Feed me more Legos. Thank you for the $2 donation. It says Gino's highest completion percentage towards T-words out rec as Seahawk. I think what you're saying is that he had the highest completion percentage. I'm not sure what you were saying on that. I'm sorry, Feed Me. Gino, highest completion per target towards a receiver as a Seahawk. I think I know what you mean there, Feed Me, but I'm not completely sure on that one, bro. Gino, highest completion per towards rec receivers as a Seahawk. His highest completion percentage when targeting receivers is, I think, what you meant in this game. And that would add up because Jackson had 6 targets, but he had 5 catches in this game. So it's, between Jackson, Tyler, and DK, you've got 22 targets and 20 completions. So that would make sense. That would add up. That would track, as they say. Great stat there. Feed me more Legos. Like it. Love it. Dom H has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 15 long months. Thank you for that long time support. Dom is a Hawks Nest member. He says, hey, B. Hey, Cat. Getting some shout outs out there, kitty. We're saying hey to you. You doing good? You doing good? Yeah. I know. You happy about the win? I am too. Me too. Yeah. Thank you, Dom. She says hello. She says, what's up, Dom? She says, hey, Dom. Yo. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Cards up 14-0. Maybe the Giants aren't very good. Could be what we're looking to find here with this. I mean, this stuff does get determined where every year there's a team that, you think is better than not. And Giants were one of the teams that I was targeting as one that was getting a lot of hype prior to this year that I didn't know was necessarily well earned, especially in a tougher division by which they play within. And this could be proven to maybe be the case with this current Giants team as it's really structured and set up. So I didn't expect them to kind of start out this badly as they are here out the gate, but it's eye-opening that the Cardinals are up 14-0. And how about the Cardinals playing kind of strong for Gannon? All that weird inspirational stuff that didn't seem like it should be landing for anybody. Maybe it's landing with that team. But it'll be interesting to monitor there with this Cards team and the Giants if they can pull this one through. But Giants have been very disappointing to start this season out. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, laughing out loud, Cardinals are going to blow out the Giants too. Boy, New York will be freaking out. I'll tell you what, if they do that. You already got the Jets losing out with Rodgers, and then they have the Giants in the tank. New York's just going to be there like going, no. Especially because you guys just signed yourself up to the Daniel Jones experience for multiple years over. So many people tell you that it's a bad contract when you're signing. Think the same thing happened to the Cardinals. If you as an NFL organization are going to sign one of these quarterbacks to one of these monstrous deals, and you have so many fans from different fan bases sitting there shaking their head going, what are you doing? What are you doing? You might want to pay a little more attention to that than thinking you're just the most brilliant in the room on it. Maybe you just have fallen a little bit too in love with a guy that you shouldn't be, if we're talking about paying him $45 million a year, which is what I think they hit Daniel at. That's tough. That's tough. I will say the Giants are a team to track here, Jordan, because if we can be better, we can hold on. If we can get our stage to, like Randall McDaniel was talking about, a 3-1 by the bye, and you're looking at teams that you can potentially go out there and make a move for a defensive lineman to bring in some guy that can help you out here. A guy like Leonard Williams with the Giants might be a guy that we could kind of target and track throughout this process. So, well said there, Snail. Looks like they're going to blow them out. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate that, Randall, for all the donos today on the channel, as well as always all the donations and your support. He says, Cam Young looked active. Draymond may have a heartbeat. Draymond actually showed up a little bit more in this game, didn't he? Got his first sack as a Seahawks, which was good to see. Cameron Young was credited for 2 tackles, including 1 tackle for a loss. So to your point on that, looked like he had a pretty good game. I got to admit, Randall, I didn't lock in on him too much. They're being heavily rotated through, and I was kind of finding my eyes drawn a little bit more to the secondary and what we were running with some of that looks and whatnot. But a good opening, both with Witherspoon and Cam Young. Good opening role from the two of those guys right now. Good to see, encouraging first step from both of them. Certainly the running game was on point again today. Cam Young's presence in that seemed to be a helping matter there too, beyond just making a couple of tackles. To your point on that one there, Randall. Thank you for that donation. And we'll see if Draymond can bring a little bit more. What we got from Draymond today? We had 2 tackles, 1 tackle for a loss, 1 sack, 1 quarterback hit. It's a little bit closer to what we thought we were paying for when we signed him in free agency. That's for sure. Appreciate you on that, Randall. Thank you for the donation. Empower Code. Thank you for the $10 donation. Empower Code. Says, Brandon, I have never been this happy. The pass rush came alive. Spoon has promise. Geno is clutch. T-Lock is him. Need I say more? Seattle's back, baby. Strap in. We're in for one hell of a ride. Well, that last part is absolutely, ultimately, as true as anything on that there, is that we are definitely going to be in for one hell of a ride here as we go through this upcoming season. I think we're going to have some ups and downs, but it's going to be bumpy, but it's going to be fun. And today was an entertaining game. If they can get win, lose, or draw a little bit more into these games where it's just not ugly, although you feel a sense of ugliness throughout or a sense of lack of energy or passion that we had a little bit from last week, then I think we can accept those bumps a little bit easier and the ups and the downs with it. But Geno indeed is starting to show maybe a little bit more clearly to those out there that were certainly questioning him highly last year. One of the number one things that was said about me with Geno and was said over and over again was, he's not clutch. He can't bring you back from behind. He doesn't have that ability to do that. Well, instead, he has shown that to you at times over the last couple of years. And is it that he is, as clutch as Russ, or that he should be considered one of the more clutch quarterbacks? No, let's not overstate it. But is it also that he suddenly, falls apart and just turns into a shell of himself and, just looks for basically the exit sign the second that things get tough? No, he needed to go up there on this final drive and go get a touchdown. I don't think any of us had any faith that if we give this ball back to the Lions, that they bare minimum are going to at the least get a field goal, if not more than that, on this team and this defense in the way that they were playing. And so you felt like that offense had to go get that touchdown. He had to go make some tremendous throws and some tremendous plays just on that drive alone for that to happen. You've got to start giving him a little bit more credit for having a little bit more fortitude in there than some people have given Geno in those moments, because that's something that's been said, but I always thought it was something that was said without very much data to back it up. It was one of those, I've got a gut feeling kind of things. I have a feeling Geno's not clutch because he hadn't really had enough opportunities to come to that as a final conclusion, but that was something that was definitely said and said quite a bit, quite often. But today, he helped to show that was not the truth in Power Code, and I'm glad to hear you're happy, man. Certainly this was, I think it's why I wear the Largent jersey today. As I looked at my Largent jersey of power, I wore this today because I viewed it as a must win. I viewed it as a game. You got to come out if you're going to get the season back in the right place. You can't have another ugly loss and start sending the momentum in that direction. We've got to find an answer here. Doesn't mean to win. Just you got to answer the bell here stronger than you did last week. Home opener at home in that way, and they did today, and it was great to see today. And hopefully they can build upon this now going in to next week to go back and play at home. Let's recapture back this home field advantage. We are 3 games under 500 at home when you remove the COVID season in about the last 5-6 years at home. We got to get that back. We got to reclaim that. That's ours. That's it's supposed to be one of the biggest advantages in all of sports, and it's kind of as pittered away a little bit. So hopefully the fans come back in the house next week and we can answer that bell in a big way, as our team answered that bell in a big way today in Power Code. Thank you so much for that donation, though. I really do appreciate you on that. Very, very kind of you. Feed me more Legos. Outside receivers is who you mean. I eventually kind of was able to, I can usually speak even in the hieroglyphics in there. I'll sometimes get in the chats on that feed me. So I kind of figured that's what you were saying with it. But yeah, the bottom line stats on that is 20 of 22 for, almost 165 yards. 20 of 22 for 165 yards when targeting outside receivers in this game. I mean, technically, Bobo was also targeted for one play for 3 yards, so that would be added on to that, I guess. So you go 21 of 24, or no, it'd be 21 of 23. Sorry, only two of your targets weren't completed balls to the outside receivers in this game from Geno Smith. That's a tremendous stat and very, very impressive. Feed me more Legos. You're right about that. Very impressive. David, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate all of your guys' support. I'm just catching up on all the donations you guys give so much here. So thank you so much to all of you for that tremendous kindness on you. I really do appreciate it. David says, overall, wonderful day, but Julian Love is struggling. Julian Love is indeed really struggling to my eyes too, David. He had one play where he was close in coverage in this game, gave up a completion where he's actually there making a play on the ball. That looked pretty good there. But he's had some other completions where he's just struggling, it would seem like, to rally up from his safety position. He's out there in the strong safety position where you're basically 12 yards off the line of scrimmage. You have an uncovered receiver. He's got to come up to then cover that guy up in coverage while still keeping his mind open to needing the depth, needing to drop back with depth. And so I do believe that's a little bit of, he's trying to find that balance there and he's not been able to do it up until this point. So maybe he can hopefully find a little bit better once Jamal comes back, depending on what they do with Jamal and where that slides. Does that put Julian then into the slot? It doesn't look like they really love having Kobe Bryant down the slot. I would feel like that's maybe the opening here for them, and what they're going to lean to do is put Jamal back strong safety and then put Love into the strong. But Jamal could go into the linebacker role too. I mean, they've got a couple of different places or things that they could look to do with Jamal. But the Julian Love situation is one that, yes, he is definitely kind of struggling out there. He doesn't look comfortable, and it doesn't look like in tackling looks uncomfortable, which is definitely an odd part. I can get the coverage issues and some of the worries that you have with that, but the issues in tackling are a little bit harder to understand. Excuse me. Rich Prod says, game ball's got to go to Geno. We've seen what we needed to see the most was if Geno can win a game-winning drive. That's absolutely been a pace that people have questioned on if he could or not. I think he's answered this bell before. He answered it even a couple times last year, but certainly answered it resoundingly today. He didn't just go get you a field goal. He went down there and got you a touchy. Got you. I'm going to start calling touchdowns touchies. I was trying to say tutty and it came out touchy. But he absolutely showed you a guy today. And yeah, I have to give him the game ball. That was an outstanding performance on his part. Fallen Delta, the Rams are surprising me. Rams tied up to San Francisco, 10-10. There we go. They're surprising me too, Fallen. If they can make more of a season out this than I thought, I would be absolutely kind of dumbfounded. I was as sure in my outlook on that team and where they were going as much as anything coming into this season. Connor says Geno and Nwosu became Nwosu was amazing. Geno and Nwosu became Nwosu was amazing and forced 2 turnovers. Uchenna was really good in this game. Yeah, he was really good in this game again, and he was your highest rated defender last week. He has certainly still looked pretty good since signing that deal for us. We had an early part of this game where we weren't able to get very much pressure. It did come along as the game went along, but 2 tackles, 1 tackle for loss. He helped to cause that fumble early on in the game, which was big. Winning the turnover battle in this game was huge. That's for sure. Herbicide, the Puka Nuka kid from the Rams is a baller. He's looking like they got their next Cooper Kupp in there or something, doesn't he? FU, Lions fans should be the last ones to speak about the refs. Yeah, and I get the last call if they have a problem with the holding thing there. You are trying to let the players play, I think, in general. We had some calls that went against us in this game that were kind of weird. So I don't know if you could go to the officials on this one, but maybe they want to. I get if they're a little bit annoyed at the last call. Like Brando says, let's ride. Let's ride. T-Lord says, man, the chatter around the team would have been brutal if they were 0-2. It would have been. That's why I do feel like there's a little bit of a must-win aspect and atmosphere to this particular game, and that you couldn't just come in this game going, well, it's just another game, one game of the year where you've got to get this back right quick, because this could start to twist and turn in the wrong direction. And seasons go down that line where they start getting that momentum and it just picks up more speed. You know, it's like the snowball going downhill where just the snowball just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and you can't stop it eventually. And luckily they hit the brakes on it. They seem to realize there needed to be a sense of urgency coming into this game. And it was an improved performance. Actually, it says maybe the Rams are good. They're tied with the Niners, which is surprising. Very surprising. We'll see how it holds up over the course of the game. Casey says, got ripped yesterday for pointing out the negative feedback loop of Hawks D being stuck on the field on the Rams games, so they get gassed, then get worse. Exhaustion is a real thing. Those who played know. But we got to see the Hawks team making plays today in a shootout, but looked good. Wasn't giving up grinding drives with no hope. Got turnovers. The end. Yeah, it's the place that I was trying to find as well this past week, Casey, and the hard spot of nuance to get to. You'll get the, well, you're being negative. Well, why don't you just be more positive? The coverage issues are still a real thing, and they're a real thing going through this game, and they need to be corrected, and they need to be corrected if we're going to hope to eventually become an elite team. You don't have to, if you want to look at it through the lens of, I'm being patient this year, I didn't have any expectations this year, this is only year 2 of a rebuild, how can you expect them to do anything in year 2 of a rebuild? I can go with that line of thinking, but what we do need to see is the encouraging signs in the secondary to know that they're starting to fix that stuff up and get some resolution, or working to get some resolution, looking to find some answers. Otherwise, we might continue to see these secondary issues continue on into the future, Casey. And so I agree. It's hard at times to find that place of questioning things without it just coming off to folks as being nothing but negative, when you're just trying to raise what I consider to be valid issues, especially when they're long-standing issues that went beyond just a game. As people were trying to say, well, it's just one game last week. It's like, you guys got to understand, these issues go beyond just the one game. That's why, for instance, Goff goes out and has the game he has today. Is that those issues still do kind of remain in there. You overcame them today when it comes to the secondary problems. But I agree, Casey, they've got to find a way to get out of the grinding drives. They've got to find a way to, and they did today in manufacturing pressure. I hope they can do some more of that into the future. Brian Koski, Whoopin' Woolen and Spoon Man have got to stay healthy. Injuries effing suck. Just imagine 3 to 4 straight years together. They could be awesome, man. It'd be great to see their tandem and their combination together. It really would. And sucked to see the Tariq went right off the field very, very pretty early in this game. Hopefully it's not going to keep him out for too long. Connor says, Giants are embarrassing themselves right now, 17-0, and they've hit to score all season. And that's with an offensive-minded head coach. I think he even took over the play calling duties today. Not a good look. What are you going to do, though? What are you going to do? Gino has 350 offensive yards, 78% completion percentage, 2 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and a game-winning drive. Stop hating on the dude. That's almost perfect if you write a pregame script. Yeah, I mean, I think I saw somebody said that's what he's supposed to do. I don't know if that's what he's supposed to do. I don't know if any quarterback that's your expectation every game, that they got to play that way. And yeah, he played absolutely phenomenal. Not good. He played phenomenal football today in this game. Daniel, hey, FU, what would you say if the Lions held your defensive end on the last play of the game to win it? Would that bother you at all, FU? I don't know why you're saying FU. I don't know if that's just if you're saying FU, and if you're so, I understand you're a little upset about it, man. I get it was right on the line there with it, man. I'm not going to dispute with you that if you wanted to call by the letter of the law, a hold there, you probably could do so. I think that that's a fair enough thing to say as a Lions fan. I will say there wasn't a lot of holding calls being called on either line today. So I'm always a guy that says, number one, I'd like guys to be allowed to play at the end of the game. I don't want officials deciding the game. And number two, if you've gone through the course of the game by not calling very many holding calls on the offensive line, then don't start making those calls and calling them to the letter of the law at the end of the game. So that would just be my only two counters to that. Big Country says Daniel Jones' contract looking real bad right now. It is looking really bad. But it looked bad in the moment. It's like that Murray deal. It's like it looked bad the second the ink was dry. Second the pen was writing on the paper. And see Lord of Bravos, I can't wait to see Woolen and Spoon back on the field at the same time. They look like they might be a pretty good combination. I'm with you. See Lord, did we have a chance to draft Parsons? Dude is a freak out there. No, sadly, we didn't have a chance to draft Micah Parsons. Sadly not. Will Valdez, where do you see the adjustments they made to try to address the defensive scheme? There really wasn't a lot of adjustments made today on the defensive scheme front. I've got to look at the all-22 in the secondary to see what was maybe done back there. Did they run a little less cover 3? Was there a little bit more man-based situations? They didn't blitz a tremendous amount more, Will. They had a key moment, the key changing moment in this game where the things flipped around, where you have a 3-point lead and you get the pick 6 and now you have a 10-point lead. That really happened on the back of having a couple plays of pressure, but they didn't go to it a lot throughout the course of the game. So my honest, outside of playing a little bit more man-based coverage concepts and a little bit more of the bear fronts, a little bit more 3-4 fronts in this game, there wasn't a lot that they did that was different from last week, in my opinion, based off of what I saw. Wu-Tang, anyone still whining about the Geno that needs to sober up? He had like 3 bad plays and none of them resulted in turnovers. Yeah, he was good. He was great. Fantastic. Joe Rats, we earned that no holding call after some brutal calls against us. Yeah, that's the thing I'd say too with the others. Like we had some calls that went against us in this game too. This wasn't a, you could have a little bit of an issue with that last call if you're a Lions fan. I get it, but you also can't come away and say, well, but yeah, and the whole game was one where it was slanted in your guys' direction the whole way. We had some questionable fouls, questionable penalties on us too. OD Death Metal, the Trey Brown, Geno were great today too. Trey Brown was better. Definitely was better. He did give up that one easy kind of touchdown in there near the end of the game, but overall was improved. Brian says, don't get me wrong, Trey Brown had a sack, a forced fumble, interception day. His best effing day so far. Definitely, man. Definitely. And Plagueis, yep, we need Adams back, man. That's for sure. Blitz way more herbicide. That's what I'm saying. Take yourself from being a team that blitzes at like the 32nd rate in the NFL to being a team that blitzes at like 15-ish. Get yourself more middle of the road. Unless you can get to a place where the front four can prove that they can generate the pressure on their own, which they've not been able to prove. Don says, now I'm watching Jets Cowboys on Seattle's Cairo 7. That's what I'm checking out too. It's like the Jets are about to bust off a big play with Wilson here. Get themselves back in the game. Plaga says blitzing could be huge for us. Why aren't they doing it more? I don't know why we don't do it more. I'm confused by it as well. When we do it, we have success with it. You had a 2-play sequence in this game where the first play you have back there, Trey Brown gets the sack. Boom. Come back next play, bring a blitz, get an interception, pick 6. Then you come back on the very next drive. I don't think you blitzed one time on that whole next drive against the Lions as they went up the field and scored a touchdown on you. So why didn't they do that after having success there? Maybe somebody in the chat can explain it to me. I just think that when they come back to the part where they just don't want to blitz because they consider it too big a risk. OD Deathmetal, the Colin Parkinson was trash. Agreed. Yeah, that was a silly call. Silly call. Deadshot killer Jason Myers needs to go. Don't think he's going anywhere anytime soon, Deadshot. They signed him to a 4-year deal this offseason, so you're at least getting him another year beyond this. But yeah, he's up and down. He's up and down. Megan says, still stunned B. Maybe it's the 5 triple shots, maybe the panic attack, or maybe I hoped for the win, but never expected it. I get it, Megan. I get it. It's surprising they were able to come out with this win. A lot was stacked up against them coming into this game, and you knew, and I told you were going to get the best effort from Seattle. They've been questioned all week. You weren't going to get them coming in at 10 a.m., not giving the right energy, not up for the game, going through the motions. After last week's game, that was going to drive people to go, okay, we got to step this up. We got to step this up in a major way. And they did. They answered that bell, and that's part of what helped to bring you that win this game, Megan. That's part of what helped to get you at that spot. And very impressive. This is a very impressive win by the Seahawks today to get this done with all that they had kind of worked up against them, all that wasn't in the greatest of places. OD Death Metal says, Cam Young looked good today. Got some pressure up the middle. I'll have to take a look. I didn't have a chance to lock in on him too much, OD Death Metal. I'll have to take a look at the 22 on him to get that better look. No moments are standing out, but he did look like he was good statistically, and you're not the only one. Randall was mentioned as well that he thought he looked pretty good too, which is encouraging to see. Very encouraging. Mega says, we wanted to go back to bed, but 5 triple shot coffees has me more jacked up than Pete on a good day. Akshay, is McVay a good coach? I don't know anything about scheme, but he makes everything look so easy. How does he do that? Oh, he's a very good offensive coach. Yeah. I think what you have with the Niners and the Seahawks and success in back-to-back week is that, in my opinion, McVay's at his best attacking and taking apart simplified defensive schemes. And there are those defensive schemes in football that are going to line up, and what you see is what you get. And we have two defenses between the Niners and the Seahawks, which kind of, look, there's the Niners defensive stylings, even though it's a wide 9 defense, has a lot of its tenets housed within some of the Seahawks defensive tenets. And so much like with the Seahawks going into the Niners, you're not going to get complication there for them defensively speaking. And so you just sort of pick that apart. You just sort of attack that and go after that. And it's not hard to know where those openings are going to be because those defenses are kind of, they're somewhat predictable, and Niners just have that elite talent to be able to overcome that predictableness with where we don't always have that in the same places they do. But it's a phenomenal job if McVay is able to get a win today with the Niners. They're up 17-10. I can't believe it. If they're able to get a win there against the Niners, that's an amazing job on his part. That team is not that talented. That team is not necessarily in a place where you go, they're going to be able to make noise this year. And so if they were able to do that, you've got to give them a big tip of the cap to pull that off and give McVay his just due. Gene D says, why didn't we run in the fourth quarter with 3 minutes left? Because you hadn't had any success in running the ball throughout the course of that game, G. And a lot of this lack of success in your ability to run was that the Detroit Lions were going to commit to the 8-man boxes. They were going to bring up those stack fronts because what they knew was that they knew you were not going to probably do a lot of 5 and 7 step drops. So if I bring up a stacked man in the box, I got to worry about the back end getting exposed deep. But they know that you're not going to have the tackles on the outside that are going to be able to hold up in pass protection long enough for you to be able to attack those vulnerabilities that are now created in coverage by having the 8-man boxes. And so Seattle realized this as well. Seattle understood this as well, where they went, okay, we're not getting anywhere with this. We're probably not likely to get anywhere with this if we do this. Whereas the passing game's working. We're getting production from it. And they're giving us that opening by putting the 8th man in the box to go out there and pass and attack now that coverage in that way. So I actually like that they did that, Gene. I know that the book there says you just run 3 straight times, bleed the clock out as you can. But that wasn't, running 3 times into a brick wall there was not going to get you a first down and was still going to allow the Lions to have enough time on the clock to go up there and score. There was a lot of time still left on that clock. So I like their thinking to do that there, Gene. 1 first down might have put that game to bed. And it's what you were doing well. So I think there was some intelligence behind their approach on that one. I know it is a little bit off what the book would say to do. Russ is going crazy? Is he? Is he going off? Denver up 21-3 on the Washington football team. Let's go, Russ. Gene D, who's your next opponent? We got Carolina next week. Hans, the Panthers, we need to own them after last year. That loss was tough. Can't let them beat you at home twice back-to-back years, especially this Panther team. Squeeze down on them. That's what we got to do. John says 400 plus yards allowed again today. Over the last several years, it's becoming way too frequent. Hope all the injuries today are minor. That is indeed what the case has been, which is the defense has not been good in recent years. And, you've had a lot of games like today, well over 400 yards, where you just don't have a lot of answers against offenses across the sport. And something to track, I think, John, as I say, it's from my perspective, it's something to track throughout the course of this year, and ultimately making the determination of whether or not we've got the right defense, the right defensive hand, the right defensive approach to find any kind of ultimate success. But I'll kind of see what they do through this year, John. I'll see what happens once we get Witherspoon out there full time. Once we get Adams back in there, see where it stands at that point in time. But something worth watching. Actually, Russ's moonball's back. Hell yeah. Heath says tight end's great today. More of that, please. They were awesome today. How about Big Uncle Will out there making some catches, showing off a little bit of the yak. But yeah, all three of them did their part, didn't they? You got Disley, 3 catches, 35 yards. Parkinson, 2 for 41. Noah Fant, 4 catches for 56 yards. Everybody having a bit of a hand in this one and making it happen. Yeah, it's good to see the tight ends worked into it like they were today. Oh, we got a Lions fan going off. Chris Cam says, outstanding reply, Brandon. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate you, bro. Eric Goddard, Kitty likes the win. She does like the win. She's always happier after a victory. Adventures with Paul, I don't get it. What's grounding that Seahawks had in the end zone and pushed them back to 3rd and 10? That's one of the bad calls in the game that I point to and say, well, there were some calls on our end that weren't the greatest either. You got the Colby Parkinson offensive pass interference call, which I think was highly suspect. And then you have the play in the end zone there where Geno changes the play prior to the snap. Tyler Lockett doesn't get the memo. Tyler Lockett runs an out route rather than going straight up the field and just running a fade. And it's a miscommunication. It's obviously not a grounding call there in that moment. And so Carroll was livid over it too. It was a silly call though. It was the wrong call in that moment. Yeah, the grounding call was brutal. Because they changed you see those plays all the time in the NFL. I see that happen all the time. Not in our games alone, just all the time in the NFL where receiver and quarterback are on the same page. The quarterback throws it to a different spot, but you can see that they've just weren't. It wasn't a matter of trying to. He was under no pressure. He threw it literally one beat after the snap. He basically throws the fade. Weird call. Very weird call in that moment. And it cost us there. It cost us from having a chance really to get in the end zone there and put you in more of a field goal state. Heath Riz, a bad Geno gets us to 7 wins. A good Geno gets us to 10. A great Geno, how about it? You never know, man. Never know. He might be able to pull us all the way into that spot. We'll have to see if he can. I'm not putting any limitations on Geno. Snail says Russ's stats are crazy right now. Is he going off? Nick says Russ got motivated by that OT win by Geno. Hell yeah, I bet he did. Gene says Geno was playing like it was Tecmo Bowl and he had Bo Jackson. That's a great comment. C-Lord, my emotional ties to Russ don't exist anymore. Just another player now. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same spot. And actually, I don't have any updates yet for Drake Woolen. We'll probably get a little bit of that here shortly, I'm sure. And Drew, what is wrong with Jason Myers? He's the 4th highest paid kicker in the NFL and missed 2 field goals today. He stinks this year. Very frustrating to watch. This was actually, I think, a little bit of one that you could kind of see coming. I tried to kind of point people out to this when they signed him to the contract this offseason. If Drew, what I have you do, Drew, is go up there and type into your Google Jason Myers stats and click on that link. And as you open it up, Take a look at what Jason Myers has done on a yearly basis in the NFL. He's been in the league for over 8 years now, so you have a good long track record. And I think what you'll notice there is this bad, good, bad, good, bad, good, bad, good. And he's an every other year guy. Every other year he kicks really, really good. And then on the other side of it, he often will fail on the other side if it's an off year. And unfortunately, Drew, we're in an off year. I don't know if it's going to hold true. It's weird. It's like clockwork with him, you know. Your PM, your AM. Your PM, your AM. But it is if you look at his stats, it's pretty succinct that's what it tells you. And if a guy's been consistently that for 8 years, I'm going to guesstimate that by the time he gets to year 9, that he's going to probably continue to be that way. Daniel Collins says, we're a 5-12 team at best. Daniel has no faith. No faith, says Daniel. He says, no way. Riverside, Russ 5 of 6 for 150 yards and 2 tutties. Ooh, let's go, Russ. Let's go, Russ. Phoebe More Legos. Thank you for the $2 donation. He says, you're so chill. We love you. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Phoebe More Legos. I got chill because I got all my emotions up at that thing. So now I'm through the end of the game. We got the win. I'm in what we call the refractionary period right now, you know? Just regaining back the juice there after that's football does. It takes you through those emotions and you just it comes off as chill, but it's actually Feed Me More Legos, breathless recapturing of my heart. That's what I'm trying to do right now. Just re-get that back, the pulse back to something that's normalized. Go Hogs though, brother. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. And appreciate that triple dono today from you. So thank you. Nolan, it's got to be like your 5th or 6th dono as well, brother. Thank you for all of that support today on the channel, as you always are very supporting. It says the Cardinals are putting it on the Giants. Their general manager and ownership is going to hate that. Yeah, it's interesting. Both the Cardinals and the Rams, best laid plans, I guess, of mice and men. You know, we're going to tank. No, we're not. Damn it. Are we going to be stuck with Kyler again for another year? Yes. We can't. We're so bad we can't even tank right. What is wrong with us? Oh, good for us, man. I want that Cardinal team going out there and winning 4 or 5 games. I don't want them anywhere near that number 1 overall pick. I want them nowhere in the vicinity of Caleb. No. But yeah, the Giants, man. Down 20-0 are the Giants at this moment. That is not a good look. Not a good look for you guys out there. But thank you for more Legos, Nolan. Appreciate you too for that. And yeah, I'm guessing ownership's probably pouring themselves a big stiff one right now. Like, we're going to win enough games just to be bad. Not really bad, but just bad. It's tough. It's tough being a Cardinal. Daniel W., thank you for the $5 donation. He says, we run a zone read defense with 4-3 tendencies while having 3-4 personnel. I do not get it. If you're looking for me to, I'm a guy that provides usually answers on this one, Daniel. But if you're looking for me to tell you that I understand exactly conceptually what it is we're doing defensively, I don't. I can make a guess on it, but I can't say that I can make a guess on how they exactly feel it will be effective. The 4-man fronts you run, you didn't transition to a 3-4 defense here, really. This is part of some of the debate that we had this past week that was a very vibrant, at times angry debate this past week when we had the live stream shows in regards to this defense and what it's doing and if it's made a change or not. Has the defense changed from Coin to Clint Hurt now? Has it really changed that much? You are running basically, like you say, the 4-3 under principles in a 3-4 defense, but then you're running a 4-man front, so you're not really running a 3-4 defense, and you're still running your coverages on the back end in the same manner. And still a lack of the blitz game. It's not easy to kind of figure out what exactly is going on there. And maybe it will become more clear, Daniel, once you get Jamal Adams back. Maybe he is the cornerstone part of this plan. And that once he gets here, it sort of brings the whole room together. It brings the whole defense together where we get a lot more clarity about, they're going to run man-based concepts and more of the blitz game with Jamal and Bobby down by the line of scrimmage. And that's where they wanted to lean into. But, Jamal is such a unique talent. You can't do that with a Julian Love. Like, he is going to be able to do that in the same kind of manner or way. Maybe we come to find out that. That's also why I say, Daniel, when we come to making our firm final determination about what this defense is and where it's going, we probably would be smart to give it a little bit of time for that reason, even though I know that a lot of these issues that are plaguing this defense to start this year out have been issues that have been plaguing the defense in recent years. I am just as frustrated as you and others are with it in that respect, and I think you're right to be frustrated with it. It hasn't been just going on for one game or two games. It's something that's been going on for a few year period without seemingly any tangible adjustment that you can really point to on the field. That's where the frustration comes in. It's not that it just fails or fails for a long period of time. It's that it fails without adjustment. It fails without change. That's where I think that comes through from your standpoint. I'm not trying to speak for you, but that's where I do get that standpoint. Makes sense to me, and I would like to eventually see them make some more of that change. I mean, they even did in this game. I mean, the best success you had in this game, the best two-play sequence you had in this on defense in this game, by far, happened on the back of you doing something different defensively than you normally do 90% of the time. And you would think the coaches would read into that, Daniel. That they might, there's an indicator here, There's a pathway opening up for us here. But we've not yet seen the evidence that that is the case, that they see it that way. I appreciate you on that donation. I share your frustration with that as well. Washington Quest, thank you for the $2 donation. Says the Lions beat the Chiefs. We beat the Lions. We are the champs. That's you're just being logical. I mean, you're just being reasonable about it, And it's the truth, right? I mean, if it's the truth, it's the truth. So that's the way that logically breaks down. Yes. Facts. Big facts. Big old facts. Boy, did I not do well on that one. Jeez. Chiefs surprised me today. Of course, Sky Moore goes off and got him on my bench. Feels bad. Feels bad. Ran in the cut. Thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you ran in the cut for that, man. Very, very kind of you. He says, back to Starfield B. Great win today. Gino damn near 80% completion rate and another game-winning touchdown drive. Tyler is him. Tyler is definitely him after today. I love seeing that out of Tyler today in this game. And Gino was magnificent, Ran. Magnificent. I've long had a lot of confidence that Gino was going to come back this year and be able to provide a very, very much the performance he did last year. And that's because I felt like last year and the way that it happened was not just by luck or teams not taking Seattle seriously or them just playing so many weak opponents. It was because Gino was balling out and showing you ways of balling out, which wasn't just about making big time throws, but it was also the great decision making, the control at the line of scrimmage, the adjustments to plays when he needs to make those adjustments and audibles. He did that, especially in the early part of this game. A ton in this game. We're just coming to the line, seeing something, changing to something else. And that control, that level of patience, that level of calm that's there with him, it wasn't there as much last week, but it was really there on display this week. That's why he had this great game again. When he plays within himself in that way, trust himself to have that full control. Trust his level of control over the game and his mastery of what he's seeing. And he plays with that confidence. He can play the position really, really well. Really well, Ran. And much like last year, Gino had no room for error in this game. Much like last year, he needed to churn out those consistent scoring drives throughout the course of this game. Even beyond last year, he had to overcome 2 missed field goal attempts in this game. They should have just had the win outright. He had done enough on that part of it, but still able to overcome that. The game-winning drive. Hopefully the folks that want to stand up now and say that Gino just falls and vomits all over himself on game-winning drives, that's his reputation. That's who he is what they want to say. There's been enough now to where you don't have to come fully on board and say, well, Geno Smith's now the new incarnation of John Elway. I'm not saying that. But if you're going to arrive at the state of trying to say that Geno's now some guy that can't give you a game-winning comeback or that he's a quarterback who has some fatal flaw inside him where he just can't bring you back in a football game. You've got some evidence that goes against that in recent years. Because you can't quite say that in that way, in my opinion. I think it's an inaccuracy at this point to try to point that in that direction. And he hopefully has brought a few more people over maybe today with this performance ran. I mean, again, a guy doing this and doing what he's doing without a running game, doing what he's doing in this game without two backup left tackles out, doing what he's doing in this game without his number one wide receiver out for about a quarter and a half this game. Don't even know how healthy he really was once he was back, and still getting it done. No room for error, still getting it done. Very, very impressive by Geno Smith today, Ran. And well said on your part, man. Hopefully you're kicking butt and taking names out there in Starfield. Brian says the Trey's pick was effing crucial. Huge crucial. Changed the whole nature of that game. Gave you room for error, put the Lions in a position to take the running back out of play. Now they just have to throw. Yeah, it definitely helped you out tremendously that moment. That was at a big time in the football game. Kyle says, Pete actually changed some defensive things. I'll have to check, and that's why I'll have to take a look at, Kyle. It just gets harder for me to see that stuff until I get a chance to see the all 22 because I'm doing the play-by-play and the color commentary. So it's, looking and targeting on certain things. It can get hard to kind of do all that and then be like doing a full-on expansive view of what they're doing secondary-wise. So I'll have to take a look at the all 22 to see what they did or they didn't do. We didn't do a lot of extra blitzing today. You're pretty much at the same blitz rate you were last week. The coverages were a little bit up tighter, I guess. A little bit more of a willingness to press and disrupt routes, maybe a little bit more in this game. But it is hard until you see the all 22 just to see exactly what they're doing on the back end. Jennifer Cologne says, Jarek Reed trolling the Lions with the blue ski mask in the locker room. A must-watch, feel-good short video. Go Hawks. Hey, how about that? And Jarek Reed looking really good in special teams. He made a couple of really big tackles out there in special teams today. One on a real big booming punt by Dixon where he went down and he made the tackle right after the guy caught it. Very impressive on his part. Loved what I say. Love what I saw of Jarek Reed a little bit in that special teams. That's the role he needs to fill in here as he's kind of waiting in the wings. Eventually to maybe get his opportunity out there as a starter down the road. But yeah, I love that he's doing that, man. Didn't see a lot of ski masks in the stadium. I think Chauncey Gardner's like, he wanted the whole stadium to be filled with it and people to buy it, but they didn't do like one cut flash to the stadium with a group of people wearing it even. So that one, I guess, didn't really take. Nick Brando, Seattle steps off the gas and refers to the stop the deep play D and die from short passes. That's pretty much what they did as soon as that pick six happened. Yep. And it struggles. I don't know why necessarily, because it doesn't stop anything. It's like what they always say about the prevent defense, Nick. The prevent defense doesn't prevent much of anything. Doesn't stop much of anything, It's kind of the same thing where you drop into that soft Z because you're like, well, we'll make them earn it. And then it's like, well, they didn't really have to earn it. It took them, it took about 5 plays to get up the football field on you. Right now, Zach Wilson's just running through the Cowboys secondary. Jesse says Myers is a hit or miss, but there aren't a lot of great kickers in the league right now. There aren't. Nope. There really aren't. I would have gone back to when we talk about if I'm going to pay a kicker that's been really inconsistent in his career and I've got to make the choice between paying him or going a different route for another kicker who might be bad. I'd rather go the other route than paying the kicker that big money because I just don't think you're paying Myers for that performance level that you're going to get back. You're paying for something that you think you're ideally to get that you're not. But it's not a monster contract. It's not like it burdens the salary cap and makes it to where we're just untenable for anything else. It's just that if you're going to pay the kicker, you do want to get the returns back on it. Mario Flores, they tried to play us with the Lockett misread, calling it grounding. Yeah, that was a poor call on that one. Very poor call on that one. He says, okay, 12B, love you bunch, but 7:25 a.m. here. Need to take a break. Hope to be back in a while. May talk to you soon. You have a great night. I appreciate you on that, Megan. Congrats. Adventure with Paul, the Hawks Nest. Did you hear the ref saying to Geno, I'm talking to America? I didn't hear that, Adventure Pauls. Hear the ref saying to Geno, I'm talking to America, to us. I didn't hear that. No, I'll have to see if I can find that clip online after the stream. OD Deathbed, let's give some credit to Stone Forsythe. He played real well today. Stone played an awesome game today. Stone and Jake were great. Hutchinson didn't even get a sniff. Couldn't even get close enough to smell Gino. Fantastic job by Stone Forsythe today. Yeah, he was really good. Very impressive. Both of them played much better than I thought they were going to be able to play in this game. Herbicide says that Lions running back was running all over us. We got lucky when he went down. He definitely had a good run at the end there as he went down. I mean, he was 16 carries for 67 yards. So, he had a pretty good day. I mean, he wasn't like running through open fields out there on us, but it definitely was our benefit when he went down at the time he did and was going to then restrict that Lions offense at that point. I don't know, though. For me, I still think Gibbs is the better back between the two of them, Herbicide, from my perspective of things. We got a tie game between the Rams and the 49ers. Dean Reeve, no surprise once again, Hawks play good teams good and bad teams bad. Glad to have the W. Go Hawks. That's for sure, man. And Wu-Tang, I hate to say it about a division rival, McVay's actually a legend. You got to give him credit, man. He's been to a couple Super Bowls. He's been to 2 Super Bowls with 2 different starting quarterbacks. And he may be doing his best work right now with this Rams team if he's able to start the season off 2-0. ZZZ says Jaron Reed, a top 10 defensive tackle right now. Played a good game today, that's for sure. 2 tackles, 2 quarterback hits. PFF score might end up bearing that out. Cameron Young, King Bomber. A few people were mentioning him on there, playing well. I didn't have a chance to lock in on him as much, but I will definitely take your guys' word for it that he was good out there when he was. C-Lord says one possible outcome of this game is that we don't have to rush Charles Cross back too soon. These replacement tackles did a hell of a job. Yeah, I would hope that they don't do that as well, C-Lord, especially if you're talking about just getting them through the bye. Just give Abraham Lucas and Cross the time through the bye. You have Jason Peters as a backup here as well if things get really rough at either one of those 2 tackle positions in a given game. But I would probably just try to give them the extra week if you can. I think that's a smart way to go. Power Code, our division might be more competitive than last year when 2 teams are rebuilding. This league is so unpredictable. It is a tough one to predict, man. That's for sure. We'll see, King Bomber, if they're good or not. I don't know. And Drew says I'd rather have Nick Folk at $2.5 million a year than our beloved Jason Myers at $5.2. Agreed, Andrew. Agreed. It's Andrew, not Drew. Andrew. Okay, I got it. Yeah. I'm with you on that. Han says, haha, imagine being the Giants now and they think about what we pay Geno. Wow, that's got to sting. Yeah, that's got to hurt. They got a touchdown back. It's 27 Cardinals now, but it doesn't feel good. I'll tell you that. They thought they were a competitor in that division this year. Brian Koski says 23-9 for the past AM starts for the Hawks. Is that what I heard? Anybody? That sounds right, Brian. Carroll's been dominant with it in recent years. I mean, straight dominant with it. And I don't know what he's done. I don't know how he's done it. I don't know how he gets the team to play well and getting those, because those games used to be hellish for former head coaches, a variety of former head coaches. But he is finding his way through, which is good. Right on the cut, are we turning into road warriors? Kind of. You're under 500 at home. That's the flip side of this, though, is that your home record's not been good in recent years as well on the other side of that. But yeah, you've been playing better on the road at times. Kirk Stemmer, that Parkinson offensive interference was blatant and obvious. He pushed off hard. It's another one of those by the letter of the law, I guess you could call it, Kirk. I would just offer that I don't really often see that play called in that way. No, I see a lot of tight ends that'll come off the line in that way on that. It doesn't tend to be one where you see that call made very often. So by the letter of the law, I guess sure. But is that called in very many NFL games when that occurs? Not in my opinion. It's pretty infrequent. And JC, I'm still waiting to hear an update on Woolen. I'll definitely post it out to you guys in the chat as I do. I hope he's okay as well. Ishmael, we need to involve Smith and Jigba more. We do Ishmael. I think a little bit of today of why you didn't see him more involved in, though he was able to come out of this with 5 catches, was because of the fact that you were going to commit to more 2 tight end sets today, 3 tight end sets today. And that was going to then come at the cost of JSN on the field at times. And you're doing the 2 and the 3 tight end sets because you want to have those guys in to help chip block the Detroit edges to help out your backup tackles that are in the game. So I think once you have your healthy tackles back in, this will be a bit of a different tale when it comes to JSN. But until we get to that point, we're probably going to be leaning more into the 2 and the 3 tight end sets to accommodate that protection. And Power Code, never give up on the team. I'll support them rain or shine. Love it, man. Love it. King Bomber says, I feel better about the team, but still not too great. That defense made some plays to help the offense, but doesn't excuse the fact that they allowed 30 plus points. There's still the problem there. There's still the issues in the secondary. There's still the issues with the soft coverage. That stuff does remain. That has not gone anywhere. And it remains something to track throughout the course of the season, King Bomber. Does it go away? Do they fix it? Do they find an answer? Do they try anything different? I think that's the part where we just got to keep an eye on that and see where it goes. But if we end up at the end of the season where this team's allowing 30 plus points a game and the secondary is getting sliced and diced over and over again, I think that's the point where we got to go, okay, how much confidence can we have that this defense is in the right place and going in the right direction when it's not having any answers, it's not applying any answers, it's not trying any adjustments? Well, that's where we'll, I think, have a right to kind of squawk at that point and call it for what it is. But I'm going to kind of give it through that time period to let everything settle to where it's going to go. Daniel W. Oh, sorry. I think I read that. My bad. See, Lord of Bravos, Carroll was hot about that grounding penalty. Yeah, because it's a little bit like the offensive pass interference. The Colby Parkinson thing, you can go, okay, by the letter of the law, it's this, but does that get called in that way in NFL games more often than not on average? No, not really. Same thing I would apply on that thing. There's a lot of these miscommunication kind of moments that you have on a field between a quarterback and a receiver, and the quarterback will be throwing a timing route and the receiver will run an out route, and that's not tending to be called a intentional grounding penalty at that time at like a 99% rate. You'll never see that called as a grounding penalty. So that's why Pete gets mad about that, is it's them just deciding at a very convenient time to start calling the penalty by the letter of the law, which I get. Carter Kinslow, how long are you streaming? I don't know, Carter. I'm not sure. We're 5 hours in right now. We'll probably end up going a couple more hours, and then I'll do my post-game stuff at that time. So something along those lines. I tend to go pretty long and pretty late. And King Bo Jackson in Tecmo Bo was literally a god. They gave him god tier ability in that game. Joe Rotz, Falcons are the sleeper team in Tecmo. Deion Sanders and Andre Rison are OP. They were tough too, yeah. Yeah, they were tough too. But Bo would just run over everybody in that game. It was brutal. Paul says, yeah, I've been working. I saw the box score and highlights. My question is, did they play different, take more chances, or win conservative style? Offensively, you certainly were willing to take your share of chances and that you're willing to throw more than you ran, and you're willing to do that on a day when you didn't have your tackles playing necessarily particular. You had your backup tackles in there. So I would say that's a little bit more of an aggressive mindset offensively. Defensively, they were more conservative throughout this game, Paul. There was a two-play sequence in this game that really changed that. But then they went right back after the two-play sequence back into kind of their old designs. The first one was you have a play where Trey Brown blitzes off the edge, off the corner, a corner blitz, and he gets there and has the sack. The very next play, you're putting 2 linebackers up at the line of scrimmage to blitz, and then that throws off Goff, that rushes his clock, and then he throws the pick 6. You come back on the very next drive, slot back into your 4-man fronts, you drop back into your soft zone coverages. That's more often than not what you ran out there today. But you at least had a moment where you flipped the script a little bit in this game, Paul, but not overall defensively, I would say. John Hobbs says, go Pumpkin, best rally cat on YouTube. Well, thank you. She appreciates that. She tries, She works on her cute game. She's got her little moans she does to try to be extra cute, like she's doing right now. She puts a little paw up here, a little cute paw to flap over the top, Herbicide's only good every other year. That's Jason Myers, man. King Bomber 5-0. King Bomber 5-12. Are you kidding me? We have a chance to go 4-0 for the next 4 weeks. Yeah, I don't see 5-12 on this schedule. I don't. And some tougher parts to it, but we should be able to make some hay. through some of the schedule. John says, spot on, Brandon, about Jason Myers. That's exactly what he does. It's so true. Good one year, bad the next. Good one year, bad the next. It's so wild too, John, because kicking is one that is a fluctuating sport. But what it tends to be too with kickers is that you'll have them with a couple year period, they're good, and then a bad year, and then back to a couple year period, and then maybe a bad couple of years. It doesn't usually so go good, bad, good, bad. But you can literally see Jason Myers' career if we went and track through it. It's bad, good, bad, good, bad, good, bad, good. And unfortunately for us, the Seattle Seahawks paid him his highest contract when he was to become a free agent, coming off of his best year with the Jets, professional best year of the Jets last time. And then this offseason, even having a better year than that final year he had with the Jets, coming off what is now his best professional career this year, you're now giving him that big time contract. So what I'm saying here is you're essentially paying him at his highest performative level. You're paying for that highest performative level rather than where he tends to lean into traditionally and regression and all that, and where he kind of ends up sitting when it's all said and done. Hopefully this isn't going to be a full John bad year from Jason again. Hopefully not. But it's kind of trending in that way to start things off. Mario says it's hard to play against the Panthers. Their field is made of clay, slippery. I think we play that at home, Mario. Aren't we at home next week? Double check. Yeah, we're at home next week, Mario. No clay field for us. No clay field. Tommy Israel. Oh, T-Money Israel. Thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, T-Money. He says, ski masks get criminals caught up and superheroes catch them every time. Hawks played to the end. Never doubt the Hawks. And it's time to put the 12s on the map. Let's go. Let's go, T-Money. That's right. Put on a ski mask. All you're doing is, oh, that's where the bad guy is, right over there. Now we can chart who's who. Now we can figure out what's what. I love it, brother. Heroes don't have to wear masks unless they're trying to hide their identity, but we're not trying to do that, so we don't need a mask. Let's go, T-Money. I love that spirit. Love that energy, brother. Will says Caleb will likely go back to college another year if Arizona gets that number 1 pick. He might. We'll see if that's big talk now. I don't know if that coming off another year, if he was to have another year like the previous year, if that's where he would really land at when it's all said and done on that. We'll have to see with that. But it's possible. He could. And certainly the NIL opens this up more than ever before because you can actually get paid to go back to school for that final year. Nick Rader, don't forget, Cardinals have Texans pick as well. Still a chance at the number 1 overall. Indeed so. Indeed so. And I think that we do have right now the Texans starting out this season 0-2, if I'm not mistaken. So they may be the team that is on pathway to get there. 0-2 this year. Can't believe the Texans traded that future first round pick. It's so wild that they did that. I know that they were like, well, we got our quarterback, so we don't have to worry about it being a high pick. Richard Dow, did Hawks skip YouTube post game, or are they doing that when they land, or I miss it? Did Hawks skip YouTube post game? Did Hawks? I don't know what you mean. If you mean my post game video, Richard, I usually do that after the live stream show's done, which I'm still been live this whole time, so I haven't gone off yet. I don't know necessarily what you're meaning on that. I'm sorry. Aaron Donald, Cardinals look better than I thought. Props to them, man. I didn't think they'd be this good either, Aaron. Surprising me. DVN says, look, the Eagles are working the same defense right now, so I don't know. But at the same time, teams are saying Eagles don't look good. Good old Desai. Good old Desai. Yeah, I mean, Eagles definitely came out with the win, but they gave up their share of points against that Vikings team. We'll see where they go at this year and where they're at. Hard to say on that. We'll see with that. Eagles got so much talent out there. You feel like they're going to get it kind of figured out and together eventually. Megan says, if the Cards beat the Giants, my brother is going to be far more unbearable than I intend to be this week. You got to understand where he's coming from, though, Megan. It was going to be a dark year he thought he was headed for, so year looks a little bit better for him. Mario, we need the Legion of Boom defensive coordinator back. I don't think you're getting him back, Mario, unless he's going to go be a head coach somewhere. I don't think he's already got the Cowboys rolling right now on that defense. I don't think he's looking for any changes anytime soon. John, hats off to the Lions. They're a very good team. They are a good team, John. They gave us all that we could take today. That's for sure. Mike Hart says, I wish we played the Lions twice a year. I was saying that at the end of the game, Mike. I was like, can we just play these guys all 17 games? That'd be the most entertaining 17 games schedule you'd ever seen in your life. Mike says, great game. Always a shootout with this matchup. Always is, man. Been the last 3 times. 2C says, seems to be lacking the conviction we were hearing about the D before. Maybe not writing off the team after game 1 is a good idea. Weird back on the wagon. Did I miss something else on your comment in there? Seems to be lacking conviction we're hearing about the D before. I'm not sure, Toast 2C, I'm not sure what you were saying, if that was directed at me or if you're just saying in general in the chat. So I'm not quite sure on what you mean on that. Deviant says, look, no preseason week 1 and practices to play like that's amazing. Oh, you're talking about Witherspoon? Yeah. King Bomber says, just saw a Lions tweet about how Jalen Carter would have swung the game to their end. Oh, is somebody else playing the Jalen Carter game? We played that game last week. I guess it's the Lions' turn this week. Well, I mean, I will say, the Lions generated no internal pressure on this game, really. When you got pressure, it was rare moments coming from the edge. Does Carter stop a drive or two from the Seahawks in this game with some of his pressure? Maybe. Maybe. That's where we come back around to the whole Carter thing being, though, there were other teams behind us that could have used Carter. There were other teams behind us that, if this guy was such a no-brainer fit of being that you're crazy to pass on him, he's going to be a generational talent, then, 4 other teams wouldn't have passed on him as well if there wasn't something as far as a big red, big warning sign posted up from this kid. And I think that stuff does still remain. And we got to give it a little bit of weight to it, because otherwise those teams wouldn't have passed on him. Big Docs, Gino is no good. Gino's a fluke. Oh, wait, that's the Gino Trolls thoughts. Gino looked awesome today. There you go. Gene D says JSN's money. He needs more targets. He does, Gene. I just think you had to do the 2 and the 3 tight end sets today to try to protect. And that meant he was going to be off the field. And they needed to have those chip blocks in there to help out those tackles. Han says the coverage was still S. If this is with a top 5 coverage, we hold them to 14 points maybe. Probably. Mike Hard says, damn, pick 6 and fumble killed us. Shaking my head. Giving y'all opportunities. Shaking my head. Good game. Hey, good game, Mike. I appreciate you jumping in, being kind in that respect of things. And it was just a good fight game, man. Both teams had a chance at this. There was especially that one, when we had that one drive down there where there was a couple penalties by your team there at that end there spot that were just kind of bad penalties. There was the one push where Johnson Gardner-Johnson gets the guy tackled. The guy's getting back up and he tries to give him another disrespect push. Got the 15-yard flag. Had a couple moments in this game from your Lions perspective where they did, it wasn't throughout, just that one. This was a moment about kind of key moments. And in that key moment there, the Lions kind of did shoot themselves a bit in the foot there. But it was a really great fought game. You got a hell of a team out there in Detroit. You did everything you could to win this game. This came right down to the end on it. It was just gonna be down to who had the ball last. If you guys win that flip, you very much are likely to do exactly the same thing on the drive that we did, which is go right up the football field and score a touchdown. So it's nice to get the coin flip. Drew Lock brought it on that, but yep. Pick 6, the fumbles, turnover battle. If you lose the turnover battle 0-3 on the game, in any game, regardless of what happens through the rest of the game, if it's 0-3, it's going to be very hard to go back and win that football game. Gene D says we should keep passing to open up the run game. I agree, Gene. The passing's working, stay with it. If they're going to play and bring 8-man boxes up, stay with it. No reason to change. No reason to break it if it's working. If it ain't, no need to fix it if it ain't broke. Amazing Grace says we had multiple 40-plus point games that the defense lost. He can only do so much. Being Gino? That's right. Or you mean maybe Goff? A1 Metrics, feeling pretty good about Witherspoon's first action out there. I think he was pretty strong out there today. Looked good and close in coverage, tight in coverage, good in man situations, and then he was also the good tackler that we thought we were getting. He appeared to be that as well. See, Lord Bavos, I predict that it will only be another game or two, and we won't hear nearly as much about picking Spoon over Carter anymore. Hopefully, that would be nice if that is the case, see, Lord. I'm expecting it to be there throughout the course of the season. I'm going to be patient with it, but it would be nice if Witherspoon could step further to the forefront on this and then make folks go, okay, well, this kid's pretty good too on this side of it. Mario's defense didn't get enough. Defense did get sacks. That's a plus. We need more of that. For sure we do, Mario. For sure we do. And they were able to get a little bit more, much more in this game than last week. But we do need that as a more of an elemental part to this defense. And if we got to manufacture it, which is what they did today in getting one of those sacks. That'd be good to see again. And Dwayne Brown, yeah, I agree. Spoon was a good first day for him. Energy was great. Addicted Hawks, I heard Draymond's name mentioned in the game. Hope he gets to steadily improving. Me too, Addicted Hawks. Got his first sack here today. Hopefully he can build upon that. C-Lord Bravos, is it me or Zach Wilson? Not terrible. He still sometimes to me looks like he's just still kind of trying to find his whole way, his whole kind of being out there. 5'11", 94 yards, but he has scrambled a bit for 36 yards. He's a young guy though. And, young quarterbacks take time, man. They do take time. And not everybody's ready to go after year one or two. Sometimes it's going to take a few years to get there. Might be the case with Zach. EVN, man, they doubted the West. Now look at our rivals playing lights out against every other team. I know. I'm surprised. I'm surprised. I'm impressed that it's looking this way. Gene D, yeah, we need to blitz more often. 100% agree. 2C, I mean, if you hold the team to a high standard, maybe do the same with people that speak about the team with conviction and have sway over a fan base. This is why players need to stay off the media. Yeah, I don't know if 2C, I'm getting the general impression here that you're going at me a little bit with this. So I mean, if you hold the team to a higher standard, maybe do the same with the people that speak about the team with conviction and have sway over a fan base. This is why players need to stay off the media. I really tried as I could to see, and it's one of the toughest places to go on this channel. I got to be honest with you guys. It's one of the hardest places. You go to be honest, you go to be truthful, you go to bring up things. And if you even lean a half step into negativity to a small degree, you have people that want to step all over you with it. I brought up the issues I brought up this week, and I was trying to parse them to a very specific point. I said, I literally probably said in 2 different live stream shows over this week, I'm not calling for Coach Carroll's head. I'm not calling for there to be some kind of change here. The only thing I want to see changed is the secondary issues that have been going on for multiple years over to be fixed. So if you are speaking directly to me or something I said this week, and I would love it if you could maybe be clear on that, because you're being kind of vague in your comments as far as that goes. And if I'm off on this, and then I'll dial it back. But when it comes to my issues with the secondary and the problems of the secondary, they're valid. And today's game did nothing to take away anything I brought up this past week. The issues I raised from this past week that have to deal with this defense still were on bright, beautiful, bold display today. You gave up 31 points in this game. You gave up 323 yards. Jared Goff to 28 of 35. He was very comfortable back there. You got some turnovers. You're able to get some things twisted the other way, but the issues in the secondary are valid. And the issues in the secondary, as I said this week, and they still remain the truth, if you don't fix them, they will keep this team ever from getting to a point of being contenders. We may be to a place of being very good. We may be to a place of being a one-and-done team in the playoffs. But if I am allowing quarterbacks to just walk up the field on me in the passing attack all game long and not doing anything to show any resistance to that, team's not going to go very far, or it's only going to go so far. And that stuff does remain valid. Just because you get this win today doesn't take that stuff outside of the validity of it. So I'm overwhelmingly positive, Tusi, on this team. I mean, I can do 39 straight videos that are nothing but positive of this team. But if I go with one negative video, I get a segment of the fan base that absolutely loses their mind on me. And it's me just being negative. And why I gotta be so negative? Why you gotta be, and I really don't get it. It's one of the things I really, there's a few things I don't understand about doing the content creation stuff. That's the one that I just don't get at all. I really don't, because once again, people are like, if your post is towards me, you're mad about me being negative, but you don't actually go about any of the individual points I raised about my problems with the team. How about we go at that? But no, you'd rather the fan base go hard at me here for having that opinion? I don't know. Maybe you can kind of elaborate a little bit more so I understand where you're coming from on that. King Bomber, Stone, and Curhan exceeded expectations for sure, but a huge part of it was Geno being able to move around in the pocket and make some plays. He navigated the pocket great. He climbed the ladder at one point to make a completion. He found a way to kind of back up at times and be sort of backing up to give himself a couple extra steps there, a little bit extra time for the routes to develop, throw off his back foot, still throw with some accuracy and throw with some velocity, and put it right in on the spot. It was good to see. BZ says, going back to watch the highlights and interviews, great seeing the game played like I knew we could. Very true. Very true. Joshua says the Rams looking good, not going to lie. 17-17, Rams and Niners. Definitely duking it out. Ran in the cut. Thank you for the $20 donation, Ran. I really do appreciate that donation. That is a monster dono right now. Thank you for that, brother. And a double dono because you just dropped a $5 as well before that. So thank you so much for that. He says, what I like about this win is we did exactly what we were scared of the Lions doing. Get the ball and drive it right down and score. When it came to the winning game, Geno came through. Tyler is him. I love it, Ran. I love the energy. I love the flow. And I love the thoughts as well, man. And Tyler, absolutely great today. You needed him to be so. And he was there and he was money every time you threw him the ball, though. He's going to make the catch. He's going to make something happen. That route at the end, it just is pure Tyler, man. It ain't a naturally drawn up type of route you have a receiver run, but he's effective with it. He finds a way to get open, even unconventionally as he did there. And it's just awesome to see Tyler still getting it done here. Once again, another year, showing what he's got and what he can do. And love Tyler. Love Tyler. He's such an easy guy to root for, such a consistent presence on this team. And today you needed him on every one of those catches. Every single one he had to make, and he did, including the game winner, which helped you take it home, man. Fantastic job by Tyler. Fantastic today. And thank you, Rand, for that $20 donation. Thanks for that energy. I love it. I'm feeling it. And it's good to see in the chat, man. It's definitely really good to see in the chat. Geno came through. He came through, Rand. He got it done. Hey, yeah, Mario, Darryl Taylor with the blindsided on Goff there, just completely fooled. Goff got mad about it, but that's where you can't get mad about that as a quarterback. If you hand the ball off and your hands are at your sides and the player hits you, that's one thing. If you hand the ball off and then you bring your hands up like this and the player's coming from the backside where he can't see what you have or don't have in your hand, that's the whole point of you doing that. Goff's trying, it's like he wants it both ways there, where Goff wants to do the play fake, but then he doesn't want to get the hit when he fools the defender on the play fake. If you don't want to get hit, then don't do the play fake. Don't bring your hands up here like you got the ball still in your hands. That certainly wasn't a dirty play. Darryl Taylor didn't want to do it. It cost the team. It was just that it was a good fake by Goff. He got him. He fooled him. But, as we saw with Taylor last year and running out onto the field in the middle of a play to go celebrate, he has his moments, He has his moments out there. Right in the cut. Thank you for that donation. I do appreciate it so much, man. So much. Very, very, very kind of you. Be more Legos. DK fought through the rib injury. Energy, totally a Pete Carroll guy. He did, man. It's one of the places I give a lot of credit to DK where I don't think the fan base often does is he will go out there and play injured. He'll go out there not at 100%. That's part of how this guy's been able to play every single game of his pro career. Devin Schultz, what do you think about Shedeur Sanders? Is it a QB option in the draft, the Seahawks? I would be open to it based off of what I'm seeing so far. He's a guy that you can tell, and this is the way it is with a lot of, I think, pro quarterbacks that have, come up and their dad played in the sport and they're going to be a quarterback, is that dad, whether he's a defensive back or whether he's a former quarterback himself, is going to have access to the guys that can help teach that guy and get them to where, they're so much more further along in their development at the position than other guys would be at that age who don't get that same benefit. And I think Shedeur is showing off some of that, in my opinion, off what we're seeing from him in these first 3 games. He's got a very live arm. He can throw with a lot of arm strength, even when he's not necessarily able to just step up with both feet, step up, plant, and let it rip. He can still get a lot on it. He absolutely has all of the mobility you would look for at the position back there. So and the decision making has been really good. So I think he's a potential. I certainly have not been dissuaded by anything that I've seen from Shedeur as of this point. I do have to also acknowledge, Devin, it's only been for me 3 games of really keeping a close eye on him. So I can't say for sure that I, have a good feel for this being the final determination about who he is and where he's going. But everything out the gate has been very impressive with him. And he's not getting it done by just sort of being like a try-hard overachiever type. He's got some physical talent to him. Brock Townsend says that should be a nice flight back home. You would think so? You would think so, Mr. Brock? Chance Brown says our defense still look improved, just got to be more aggressive. That is my outlook on it as well, Chance. The aggressive aspect is the part that they could stand to, I think, uptick a little bit, and I think it would help them out tremendously. Mike Hard says Dan Campbell can't whoop the old man. Respect. He's tough at times, man. He's tough, Carroll, to take down at times. Certain guys will have his number, but if you don't have his number, it ain't going to be easy. Stephen Guard, Brandon just got back from the game. All I can say is, wow, go Seahawks. Hey, go Seahawks, Stephen. What a hell of a game, huh? T-Money Israel, what happened with my super chat? Did I not read it? I thought I read it there, T-Money. Let me reread it again. Ski mask criminals get caught up and superheroes catch them every time. Hawks played to the end. Never doubt the Hawks. And it's time to put the 12s on the map. Oh no, I read it for sure, T-Money, on that one. I was just a little bit late. Sorry, I sometimes get on the comment section and I don't. It's my failing on that, where I sometimes get distracted on the super chats and I get lost in the comments, lost in the sauce a little bit. So, my bad on that one. But thank you for that donation, brother. And you were absolutely right, man. Ski mask is not the best look to try to lean in towards, It's not the best. That's not the energy that you want to go tap into. Magic Vlog says, I missed the stream, but I'm glad we won. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Daniel's a couple more hours. It's going to be like 5 more hours. I ain't doing 5 more hours today. No way. I won't have that. I got up too early this morning. I'll definitely hit my wall eventually where I'll just like, I got up early. DBN says I was about to die from some level 15, so I stole their ship instead. BZ cards got the fire in their gut. Yeah, looks like they do, man. 28-14 cards heading into the 4th quarter. How about that? David Yang won't be a believer in this team until they show us something after 10 games. I understand that, David. Let's see what happens. Lion Mania in the house. One of our local Lion fans dropping in. What's up, man? It's good to see you in the chat after what I know is probably a tough loss for you. Great game today between our teams, man. I thought it was a good fought contest. I hope you do feel the same. Says, congrats to you guys. We turned the ball over way too much today. Can't win that way. And that was my viewpoint on it as well from you guys today, was that, this game had a lot of stuff going on in it. There's a lot of moving parts and a lot of reasons game was won or lost. But there is a time when you come down to it where you go, Lions Mania. If you turn the ball over 3 times over the course of a football game and your opponent doesn't turn over the ball once, you're probably going to lose that game 9 out of 10 times, I would say. It's tough to win that kind of football game. But you guys played a hell of a game. You still got a great squad. I still very much would put you as the team that I think is likely to win that division when it's all said and done. We just happened to get your number today, just barely. I mean, the last two matches just barely have gotten it through. So I don't think there's anything that I'd take from this as a Lions fan to go, okay, well, now we're not going to. No, you're still in that same position to, I think, be a pretty good team this year. Dow Shund Erdman, I haven't heard anything about the Woolen injury yet. I'm waiting for an update, but nothing's come down the line that we've gotten. I'll definitely update as soon as we do hear something. Nate says, hey, B, huge fan, brother. Thank you, Nate. On to my question. Do you think Julian Love will be better in the slot? I really miss Neal, but I hope Love can turn it around. Hard to see him being worse in the slot than he's been at safety, Nate. He was one of your worst graded defenders by PFF last week, and that is certainly going to be once again the case this week. He really struggled out there. He struggled in coverage. He struggled in tackling. He just hasn't looked particularly comfortable out there. He hasn't looked comfortable in this secondary, and he is coming to a different secondary out there than what he was with the Baltimore Ravens that, really run their secondary stuff much different than us. He's leaving from a man-based system to a more of a zone-based system, and I think you could make a big question. I'm not sure that I have a certain answer on this, but maybe there's a question here of whether or not he is as comfortable in zone as he is in man-based situations. My instinct would be no. Carter Kinslow says, you and Brandon Nelson are the deadliest duo on the app. Well, thank you, Carter. We're going to have a fun week here with the B&B show, no doubt about that. So we're looking forward to that. And I love doing my shows with Brendan, man. We see the game in very similar fashions and ways. We have our disagreements too, but even then it's usually coming from an intelligent point of view on things. So I love doing it, man. And he does great work over there. Daniel says, laughing out loud, we won, but that D still shouldn't give us any confidence. So I'm sure we are bandwagon fans if we have legitimate concerns. Yeah, I that's the thing I don't get with that either. The bandwagon fan thing, is you bring up valid concerns and you're very specific on those. I think if you have a counter argument, if you disagree with that, then bring the counter argument, and I was dealing with this on the last stream and I probably gave it too much attention, quite frankly, which is that you in a debate and it's just that stuff starts to erode down to a different place other than us. Let's each bring up our given points here. Here's my point about why I believe what I believe. Here the other side goes, well, here's my point why I believe what I believe. Okay, let's have these two ideas go together and fight it out and see where we can come to maybe even some common ground. But we sometimes get in these debates where it's, here's some issues I have as far as some issues I'm seeing on the team. And I think they're big issues and things we got to pay really close attention to. And then that becomes translated to the other side of, you're hating on the team, you're a bandwagon fan, you don't support the team. And then the conversation has no real other place to go after that point, which is my big problem with it, because I'm big on the conversations being able to be continually pushed forward beyond just that first stuttered spot. But that is a little bit of where the conversation went this last week. Hopefully we can kind of expand out of it. That's what I'm aiming to do. I know you're trying to do the same, Daniel. Mario Flores, Seahawks held Hutchinson much better than KC did. He was irrelevant. They did. Yeah, they did a much better job than even KC did in this game. It's true. Lions, maybe our pass rush was terrible against you guys. Not going to lie. If we had Carter, I think we would have beat you guys this game. I can understand that comment. Like as I was saying, does Carter make a couple plays, and does he, on a third down that you complete, does he get back there and make that stop? I mean, this was a game of a very small margins between our win to our loss here, Lions Mania. So, in playing that game a bit, certainly didn't do a lot of featuring Gibbs in this game, did you? Right? On the other side of it, that's you trade back to go get Gibbs. So, we've been playing that game for the past few weeks, Lions Mania. My fan base has. I'm not gonna lie, it's good to see another fan base is playing the Carter game. Because I've been parrying those away here for the past few weeks on my side of it. Yeah. I'm Undies. Last year we had to hear Sauce versus Reek. Now we have Carter versus Spoon. It's exhausting and pointless. I get it, Oma. I get it. I completely get it. And maybe if Witherspoon continues to play really good, that this will be less of a conversation talking point throughout the course of the year. You're not alone in the frustration. There's plenty, and you'll probably hear even a couple comments beneath yours of people having that frustration there. I'm going to be pretty patient with it because I get where people are coming from that make the comparison. It's the same thing you're seeing with Lions Mania do right now. It's just a different fan base turning it over. I think it's kind of a natural thing to sort of think about in that situation. Well, if this guy's here, does that make a difference here more than this guy who's not having an impact over here? But I will be patient with it. I'm not going to get to the point you're going to hear me very much going to the spot of saying, no, we should have taken Carter. I'm going to be very hard pressed to landing at that spot. There's a lot that went into that decision. And the fact that there were multiple teams that passed on him, even once we got to like 5 and onwards, I think to speak to just the bottom line on him, which was that the background reports, no matter how much of a head he's had on straight here, no matter how good he's been with the Eagles here to start things off, the background reports were what they were. And it wasn't a good tale. It told the tale of a guy that was not all about ball, that wasn't the most coachable player, that was a guy that you were going to have to worry about flying off the rails maybe at some point or another. And that's not everybody wants to take that risk when you're talking about the top 10 of a draft. I think that's understandable. Brock says, we need to do more slants in the middle with our big receivers. They couldn't stop Fant all day. Love it, man. Oh, yeah, I'm with it. Dashon says the 49ers struggling with the Rams too. Indeed they are, man. Just tied up right now. Or Niners up 2017 with 15 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter. So indeed they are having that issue with it. Deviant, I'm telling you, if the Rams beat the Niners this week, we'll curve my week 1 depression. I guess it does make you feel a little bit better if the Rams are able to squeak that one out. They're able to pull that one through. Niners game all tied up. Look out. Lions, Mania says, okay, that's totally fine. I like it when people have different opinions. I get it. It's just how I feel. I get how you're coming from it, man. I totally get it. If you're going to go get Gibbs, then have a plan for Gibbs in this game, right? I guess you got 14 touches to him, so that one's pretty good. You did give him 7 catches. He didn't do much with the carries he got. Gavin Kuhn says, let's get the Panthers next week. Let's take down that little diminutive guy they got out there at quarterback, huh? Let's get that little sucker. Lions Mania says, yeah, same here, but I haven't seen any evidence besides the one incident that would describe him as a bad person. This is the one where I come back to Lions Mania for me, where I landed with this, which is that general managers, when you're talking about a top 10 pick, you're going to do this about all of your draft picks anyway. But when you get to being a top 10 pick, these guys are going to have as much background work as they can possibly put into them. And so you're going to have your general managers that are going to have their connections to the Georgia program and connection to the Georgia coaches. You're going to hire a private investigator to go down to Georgia and scout the guy out and hear what you have to hear. I am certainly guessing here, Lions Mania. I think it's an educated guess, but I would think that your Lions, my Seattle Seahawks, did not pass on Jalen Carter because there was a racing incident, and that was it solely alone was on his record. I think there was a file. I think the file was probably thick. We heard also rumors, Lion Mania, of coaches being very happy when Carter left because he was not too coachable, according to them. There's a lot to this one. I think a little bit more than just your standard. There might be an issue here with this guy. There was a bit more with this one, I think. And the evidence on this is this, Lions Mania. I think in all of those teams that picked from 5 to where he eventually went at 10, you could make an argument could have used a generational defensive tackle prospect. And when even people like myself, being an amateur view of this stuff, comes out and tells you that's what I'm seeing on this guy, it's crystal clear to the general managers and front offices what they're seeing on the tape of the guy. And still you had those teams pass like they did. I think there was a reason they did it. I think that there's something, and it went beyond just that one racing incident. I don't think that would have been enough to scare him off. Mike Hard 13 says, please fire Coach Carroll. He's the Lions kryptonite. Kellen says, about time. Niners great defense pissing me off a bit today. Struggle for your game. You guys are having a hard time in this one. I did not see that one coming. I didn't see it against my Hawks. I don't know, man. McVay's got that crew. Us against the world, I guess. Feed me more Legos. I thought the run D would hurt without Mafe. Played better than I expected, than I thought. Yeah. Got to give props to Darrell Taylor in this game. I think he might have had one of his strongest games against the run that I've seen from Darrell Taylor. He was all over the place in the run game. Very impressive. And Derek Hall did his part on the other side as well. Lions Mania, Kenneth Walker's beast. I remember watching him at Michigan State. He's awesome, Lions Mania. He's a really good back. I'm very happy with him. We got a hell of a backfield. You guys got a pretty good backfield too, though. Hopefully Montgomery's not down for too long. That sucked to see him get that the foot injury there that he had. DVN Purdy's gotten pretty good at passing down the middle. That's his mode, man. That's his mode. OD Death Metal. Seahawks really brought it today. I was so down after last week. I did not see them winning this game. Pete always gets this team to bounce back. It's one of his strengths as a coach. Agreed? Yeah. Don't have a lot of losing streaks under Coach Carroll during their time here. He can definitely rally the troops, circle the wagons. Brandon says if the Niners lose, the Rams will be at the top of the NFC West. Laughing out loud. That would be pretty hilarious. John says, the fan base can be weird at times, Brandon. I can be negative with the best of them, but I want Carroll gone. That's plain and simple. He's not willing to change. If he was willing to change, I'm good. That's where I say I get the people that come from your standpoint of it. Even that I'm not the place of getting to the spot of saying I'm calling for heads or anything, and that I'm in a place of give me this year to kind of make my determination and evaluation of it. I get people that are in that place or in your land of it. And it's why I don't get the people that push back against your people so hard to the point of they've got to insult your side of it. I understand disagreeing, but if you're disagreeing and you believe so fundamentally in your support of Coach Carroll and that he is the right answer here, then you should be able to build an argument to forge that case to your fellow brother fan or sister fan that you disagree with. And instead, there's too much of the other side throwing mud at that other side for having the audacity to think that way. And I was sensitive to it this week. I'm sensitive for your folks too, even though I don't think the way you guys think. Because even though I disagree with you, I still understand that you guys are in a place that you've arrived where you've arrived at from an intelligent standpoint. You're not arriving there emotionally. You know, the people will try to put that on you. Oh, you're operating with emotions, even though you'll bring up your reasons why it is the way you feel what you feel. That's where they'll still try to draw you back into the thick of that. And that's the place we've got to stay out of. Let's have the conversation. Let's have the discussion. Let's talk about the actual points at hand and not the emotionality and not the need for insults, but actually just discussing on, are the problems or not? Can the problems be fixed or not? Are the problems being fixed or not? These are the questions at hand. And I get where you're coming from, John. I do. And, it is a frustration point for me too. And I think you land where I land with this too on the other thing of this, which is that, you go, and I'm just wanting Coach Carroll gone. I just want him to fix it, but he's showing no willingness to fix it. So if he's not willing to show him to fix it, then why wouldn't I be okay to be at a point of saying I want him gone? And I think even if people disagree with wanting to see Carroll gone, like myself goes, I think I can agree with that logic and reason. There's a fundamental flaw problem on your defense. It's been going on for years. You have not made the changes to fix that. Not that you fixed it. You've not made the changes to fix it. That's the difference. It's one thing if you're trying different applications of different methods and each of those methods are failing. It's another thing when you're trying the same application of the same method and it continues to fail. And I think that's where John operates from in his outlook on it, and I think it's an understandable one. Jeffrey says, I don't think Taylor was fooled. He just wanted to hit him. Maybe he just took a free shot at him. You never can tell with Darrell Taylor. He's a wily one. DVN says, I want Shedeur as our quarterback. He already learned from Brady. Yeah, he's pretty good. Mike says, you're not tanking laughing out loud to get Shedeur. He might rise up that list. You're sure it's true. Dan Moretti says, Taylor's not the brightest bulb on the chandelier. It gets a little dimmed. That's all. Just a little dimmed sometimes. Devian says, after seeing Shedeur on that 98-yard drive in the clutch, I want him. Yeah, he was making some, the one throw he made at the end of that game, it's a little bit like we saw Geno today, where he's got the free rushers pushing into his face. He's falling back onto the back foot of Shedeur, and then he's letting the ball go without where he can't put everything he wants to put on that ball and still getting enough to put it into the back of the end zone on a line to hit his receiver for a touchdown. The smarts to recognize the blitz coming, the smarts to then kind of, like Geno did today, as a quarterback, you kind of back up a couple steps, which then makes the defender have to move a couple extra steps, which gives you a little extra time for the routes to develop. And that's just what it did there with Shedeur at that final point. But he was great throughout that drive, great throughout that game. He's been very, very impressive to me, Shedeur has, in the first action I've seen of him. Looks like a first-round quarterback to me. Evian says, I just want a quarterback from this draft. I love Geno, but these new quarterbacks coming up are exciting. Me too, Devian. And it's my instinct on this is we're probably taking one in the second or third round this year. Would be my instinct on this. And this is a great year to do that. You might find a Russ-like guy in the second, third round, like you found him in the third round. Not as good maybe, but a like kind of cat. El Charito B, I told you the score was going to be high. Remember, I told you my prediction was 38-31. I think you remember you saying that. If not for kicking the field goal, I would have been on point. There you go, man. Congrats, El Charito. Way to knock that one out the park. Way to knock that one out the park, man. Lost in the Gardner. Joshua Winter, a win's a win, but the defensive scheme issues still concern me a lot. Me too, Joshua. Me too. I don't think you necessarily fixed anything today. It's still something to monitor. Goff still threw for over 330 yards on you today. But it's something for me is going to be a long-term monitoring of the issue here. Let's see what happens once we get to the point of Adams back on the field, Witherspoon out on the field, running full speed at that point. Maybe Drake back at that spot. Let's see kind of where they sit, and if it is continue to be the same kind of issue at that point. Ryan the Cut says, I have 2 throwback Seahawks hats. One is officially the work hat. I have to wear it for Victory Monday. Hell yeah, brother. Wear proud, man. Wear proud. No bill low, bill high. Let them see your eyes. Let them see that bright, shiny smile. And DVN, no, we can't take the Panthers lightly, man. I'm not saying this is going to be an easy win. I'm not going to say we got that. This is going to be a battle again. It's going to be a battle again. And how you stop the run in this one, much like last year's game, is going to be a big determining factor on whether you have success or not. Niners are up 27-17 now here on the Rams. Looks like they kind of are going to pull away here. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, you got up early 1 a.m. here. Cry me a damn river laughing out loud. But you understand, Megan, for me, because I'm such a late riser, getting up at 8 in the morning here is like you getting up at 1 a.m. in your time. It's pretty much like the equivalent by me being such a night owl. David says, dang, I wish I would have bet more on it. My usual $20 instead of this lame $10 I bet. Oh, you went too low. You went too low. Francis Valoria, overall grade on Witherspoon today. I'd give him a B, Francis. The flea flicker play was on him, so he gave up a big touchdown over the top in this game. But a B, right close to be a plus. Still solid in other places. He gave up another completion this game in another spot. But he was good as a tackler, and he was solid in coverage overall. I'm at Undies. How is Ryan Neal playing this year? I don't know. Take a look and see. Looks like in the first action he had, he was 55 rating in the first game, 5 tackles. He was targeted 4 times. He allowed 4 receptions in the first Tampa Bay game. Don't know about the next one, though. Denver and Washington tied 21-21. Looks like Russ kind of cooled off, huh? Cooled off. Mike Hard, LA has fair weather fans. I don't even know if they have regular fans, Mike. I mean, let's be honest, 2 franchises have been tried out in LA. They failed. It's not the most vibrant of sports fandoms out there. It's kind of like about the Lakers and the Dodgers, and that's pretty much all they've got about room for. Cowboys are taking apart the Jets here pretty good. El Torito, are the Cardinals actually a good team? Or are they just playing against really bad teams? You played Washington the first week, who's not a good team. And you're playing the Giants right now, who knows where they're at for sure, but they aren't looking good to start things off. I'll say that. Tusi says, you have called for Pete's head many times in the past around the let Russ cook era and changed your tune after the Russ trade worked out. It's still your go-to. Credibility comes with ownership. Out. Yeah. So now I am going to go at you, Tussy. I was willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. Now I'm no longer going to do that. You don't have a right to do that. You really don't. If you want to bring my arguments out and press it as far as what I'm saying and how I'm saying it, and then you disagree with me, then do that. Don't change the argument. Don't change what I said. Yeah, right around the time of Russ and Pete, I said, I don't know if that we shouldn't maybe get rid of both of these 2 guys. That was something I said 2 years ago. 2 years ago. So I say it one time 2 years ago, and then then that's it. Then that's cast. Now you also say, which is a complete and utter lie on your part, which is what your side has to do here, Tosi. It's what your side has to constantly do. It's either insults or lies. You can't stay on the facts. You can't stay on the truth. So you keep sliding back into lies and distruth to make your case. If you trust your case so much, why do you got to lie? Why do you got to lie? Or if you are telling the truth, Tosi, do me this favor. You say it's my go-to. Coach Carroll should be fired. That's my go-to. So it should be very easy if it's my go-to move, like it's my go-to, like I've called upon it probably even this stream at some point. Do me this favor. What's the date? What's the time stamp? When was the stream that I said this? And the fact is I haven't said it. So it's going back to that time of the Russ and the Coach Carroll trade. And there was a lot of validity upon calling for Coach Carroll potentially to be gone at that time. There was. That stuff wasn't bathed in just nothing. And I certainly wasn't the only person saying it. But to say that I'm going to it or that I'm continually saying it, and here's what really pisses me off about this, Tosi. This is what really chaps my hide about this. The very last stream I did, which was 7 hours long, I said over the course of that stream, including at the very top of the stream, go to the start of that very stream at the top of the stream. I said, I'm going to be pointing out these secondary coverage issues. I want to lead with and let everyone know at the top here so there's no miscommunication or people out there like yourself who can't seem to understand from a comprehensive level what I'm trying to say. Because I said at that moment, I am not calling for Coach Carroll's head. I am not calling for him to be fired. Let me be clear with you on that. Do people in my comment section bring that up? Do they say that? Yeah, because I have an open and honest discussion with my comment section. And I don't tell them that they don't get to talk about things here and they don't get to talk about things there just because I don't happen to agree with them. But it is such bullshit on your part. It is such complete low-end bullshit on your part to come in and invent things and come up out of stuff which is not what I've said, especially when I pinpoint on and I say over and over again, this is not what I'm saying. I can't do any more than that, Tussie. I can't say it any more than 15 times over one 7-hour stream that this is not what I'm calling for. I'm trying to pinpoint out issues in coverage that I would like to see fixed, that are not being fixed, that haven't been fixed for years, that haven't been fixed off of the back of week 1, still showed themselves in this week. I've got no problem if you want to disagree with me, but accurately propose through what my argument is. Do not misalign me. I don't know what it accomplishes by you doing that other than you don't trust your argument. You don't trust what you believe about me on this, and so you've got to invent it in a manner in order so that your argument fits. Once again, for those in the cheap seats, Tusi, I am not and nor will be calling at any given time this year for Coach Carroll's head or for him to be fired. Go back and watch the start of the stream I did, the very previous last stream, or any point in this stream where I've said it 4 different times in this stream in a 6-hour time period. I can't say it any more clearly to you. And if you're not hearing it, then you're hearing what you want to hear. You know, and frankly, that's kind of what happens at your side at times is you hear any criticism of Coach Carroll and it suddenly becomes you take it to the most extreme direction of it. Are there people in my chat calling for his head? Are there people in my chat calling for me to be fired? Yeah. Do I get where those people are coming from? Yeah. Have I said over and over again, that's not how I feel? Yeah. Please listen to the words I say. I do long ass streams where I speak ad nauseum over and over again. I should be the one guy, Tusi, that you could come to know exactly clearly what I'm meaning and what I'm saying, because I take endless amounts of time to get that across. But I can't do any more than that. I can't do any more than tell you I'm not calling for Coach Carroll's head, and then you say, well, that's your go-to move. It's so infuriating. It really is. And I don't get why your side's got to play this game. You're playing a game. You're not being honest and truthful, and you got Carroll's back, and I love that you have Coach Carroll's back. Every person should hope that they've got somebody gotten their back that much. But you can have his back without lying, without misselling it. And if there's problems with his team, I'm going to call him to the mat. It's amazing to me that there's fans like yourself who I can post 39, 40 straight videos of nothing but positive, good content. I post one negative video and you guys lose your mind. It blows me away about that side of the fandom. And it seems to be that your fandom is housed in the rooting for the team means that I have to have loyalty and can never call the team out. That seems to be what your fandom seems to be. I'm not sure if it is that. That's what I'm getting the impression of. I'm trying to understand it, honestly. I try to understand it, but I can't really get much far into understanding it because your side just ends up then coming back to misaligning the arguments or tossing out insults. It's the 1-2 punch that you get. It's you guys got the same beat that you keep rattling on. Find a new beat. Find a new argument. If you have confidence in these secondaries, if you have confidence that they're going to clean up the secondary, why don't you pinpoint to see how they're fixing the secondary? What adjustments are they making in the secondary? Counter the argument. But you can't do that. And so you got to drape me in a cloth that I don't cover myself in. I can say damn near 50 times on a stream, I don't think something, and somebody still walks out the other end of it, still going, that's why he thinks that. Emotional fan, being emotional. I want to give this a full year to make a determination. Nope, once, just instantly one game, once it fired. Okay. Okay. Holy hell. I mean, just holy hell. Dan and Moretti, I'd be hyped for either Sanders or Penix as well. Those guys, what's really beautiful about this year in the quarterback position, as far as the quarterback college prospects is concerned, last year you had guys coming into the season that you were hoping would elevate, become first round like guys that would cement themselves as really top line quarterback prospects. And those guys fell back. You know, they fell back into the pack. They didn't raise up their level of their game. And this year what you do is you have guys coming in the year that are earmarked in that same way, who are stepping up their game, who are looking really good. Even a Tyler Van Dyke with Miami, who's looked improved this year. Shedeur Sanders, Penix, Williams is still looking every bit as good. Drake May. I mean, all these guys are kind of taking steps forward, not steps backwards like last season's prospects had. And it is really, really good to see. John says also with the concerns that you're talking about, the bandwagon thing here is the same thing when you have concerns about the team, you're Mr. Negative, and all you're hoping they do better. Yeah, it's just hoping to do better. It's agreed. Yeah, it's that's the other thing I got hammered for was being negative this week. And I'm just like, dude, I'm never going to be negative. I always just have to be positive on this channel. Is that what you guys are trying to tell me? Do you guys think that that's really what the audience wants? And beyond that, like, then I'm being distruthful with my audience. Then I'm BSing my audience what I feel and think. Is that what they want? Joshua says, crazy how the Cowboys got a better kicker who was a former soccer pro than our $5.5 million kicker. Yeah, it's tough. Megan says, what does Mr. Cosell think of the Winby? I will tell you, Megan, when you have a legendary coach who has won an endless amount of games at both the pro and collegiate level, you can never count that old dog out. They may just have one more stiff bite left in their applicable jaws. And that was the case today. The Seattle Seahawks came in and removed the big fangs of this Detroit Lions team on the road and took the Motor City Madmen down in a way that is sure to impress a fan base that found themselves in the lowly lands of hell. Some saying it was the 6th level of Dante's hell. And I would conclude that is very much the truth of the feeling last week. But now, last week is so very long ago. Finding ourselves on the back of a victory, the unsullied Seahawks now cruise themselves back home looking to bring this season back to front. Kansas 6-1 Dodgers. They're going to sweep the Mariners. Mariners just kind of ran out of steam here at the end of the year. It seems like a bit, James says Pete said Reek had a sore shoulder right now, but it'll be okay. It's good to hear. X-rays were negative, says James, according to Brady Henderson. Thank you for the update, James. So we do have Tariq Woolen in a bit better state, which is good to hear. Feed me more Legos. Charbonnet had a good run blocking day. She was good. Physical out there. He'll lay some. He's willing to punish. James says that was one hell of a battle. Way to come away with the W. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks. That was a great battle, James. Fun game. ADL Williams, we're just going to get right with Oakland sweep heading into the final 10 games against the Texans teams. Let's go, ADL. I hope you're right, man. I hope you're right. There's still room. There's still time. Not a lot, but there still is. Christian Smith, were the Seahawks still running the same amount of zone coverages as last week? I saw a few more blitzes, but not many. I don't think that their blitz rate was any more tremendously higher than it was last week, Christian. Maybe just a tiny titch more, but pretty much the same rate. I do believe too that the coverages were pretty much the same they were last week. I think the one difference would have been maybe you ran a little bit more of the press looks and you did a little bit more of disrupting the routes timings. You didn't just give him the free releases off the line of scrimmage. There seemed a few more moments in there where there's a hand on a guy and he's the time he's thrown just a little bit more in disarray on that. But it was pretty much kind of the same on the back end, Christian. That's part of the reason why Goff continued to throw really well against him and efficiently in this game with 330 yards, 3 touchdowns and whatnot. James says I was going to go to the Mariners game today, but I'm glad I didn't go and waste my money. That would have been a tough game to watch, 6-1. This team has a hard time scoring runs at home. So hard a time. Dan says, be real. There are insults lobbed both directions with pro-Pete and anti-Pete narrative. There are, Dan, and I don't, here's the thing about this. I don't have a problem if you want to speak to the fans in the chat or you want to speak to the people that are talking in that manner. Then look, I can take the slings and arrows. You want to be just go at me and go at me. I don't care if that's where those people are at, that's what they want to do. I'm going to push back on it. I'm going to call it out for what it is when it happens. I'm very careful, and I pride myself on this, Dan. This is why I sort of rail against this a little bit, is I pride myself on, and part of the reason I do this long live stream and have these interactions that go on for 7 and 8 hours is because I pride myself on being willing to listen to outside opinions and talks, is to have a little bit of back and forth, is to not paint my opponent as an evil person or a stupid person or as a person that's impatient or negative. I instead try to paint whoever may be an opponent on a given discussion point as somebody that's got some reasons for why they believe and that they've arrived there from an intelligent fashion. My problem comes in is that when I give that, I hear so many comments, and now it's like about once every stream since this stuff, where somebody doesn't want to hear it that way, and then they decide they're going to treat me like that, and that's where I don't really feel that, and I don't think I got to sit here and do the stream and put up with it in that manner. I walk it like I talk it. I give the respect back across that I'm asking for. And if it's too much for certain people to do, then it's like, well, then we won't talk. And if that's where you want to go, we can not go that. But I'm going to call it out when I see it as well, because it's absolutely silliness. It really is silliness, and it's got no place. And it's not what I'm trying to foster here too, Dan. And that's the thing I try to do as well on top of this, is tell people and think, hey, we're going to disagree. We're going to have moments we're going to butt heads. Let's try to do it respectfully. It's another thing that you hear me repeat ad nauseum here over and over the course of the stream. Let's be respectful in our disagreement. We're going to have different opposing sides, but it doesn't mean we can't be respectful of the other. Doesn't mean that we can't not remember that we are all on the same team, that we're all rooting for the same team, which is a part that I think gets lost just a little bit in this stuff. May says our loss to the Rams was a wake-up call. Hopefully the Seahawks will play well going forward. I hope that's right. I hope you are right. Brock, we need someone that's sideline hyping up that defense up when they give up big plays and make dumb mistakes. Probably could help. Space is laughing out loud. That was a sweet shot on Goff. I was fooled from here on that play. I do. He could have fooled him. It was a good play action. James says, Brandon, watching the Niners taking over this game, it's clear that the Seahawks must have a pass rush to go deep in the playoffs. Yeah. And I would register to guess, I would reckon to guess, James, if we get to a place of being a 3-1 team, a team that's showing enough from a competitive standpoint to be pushing into the playoffs, that you will be in a position to, make a go-for-it move. And if they make a go-for-it move, I would reckon to guess that go-for-it move would be to beef up the pass rush, beef up the interior of the defensive line, something like that. Tiana, Sharman says, me personally, I feel like Bo Nix is a perfect round 2 pick for this team. I think that's a guy about right where he's going to go, Tiana. So you're accurately, I think, putting him where he's slotted to probably go. He's got a good arm talent, and he's got some real mobility, and he's played a lot of football. I think he would be a guy that would fit right in alignment to what they would be looking for that second, third round kind of quarterback, Tiana. I think that's a great name. There's a lot of guys I like. It's weird for me. It's weird, Tiana, because if I go through recent years, it's so many of the guys I didn't like. Matt Corral, Malik Willis, Desmond Ridder, who I was like somewhat okay with, right? Howell that year. Just nobody you really got over the moon with. But there's some guys this year that even in that second, third round range, I think I would be very interested in them as second and third round picks. Flea, I wonder how Jamal is going to look. Me too, man. I wonder how they're going to use him. Is he going to be a safety? Is he going to be a linebacker? How's he going to be set up here? James says, glad to see Goff do what he does when he plays us, and that's throw an interception. He definitely does give us an occasional one. He can also chop us up, though. He's given us Goff's given it to us as good as he's gotten from us in recent years past. And Gavin says, we underestimated the Panthers last year. Probably did. Looked at Sam Darnold and probably didn't take him as seriously on that. Megan says, cry me a river, B. I do want to hear it. You got to understand, it's equivalent, though. I'm a night owl, Megan. It's just the way it is. Krill was Diggs on the field today. He laid one big hit. Didn't do a lot else other than that on the other side of it. James, if the Seahawks win next week, they are on the way to be a contender team. Maybe. They definitely got to get the defensive stuff figured out to get to contender status. It's going to be hard just letting every quarterback every week 350 yards on you and to think you're going to be a contender at that point. But it's fixable, potentially. Joshua, it's frustrating to me that Pete Carroll told the fans we'd switch to a 3-4 and he hasn't even tried to switch it. Indeed not, Joshua. That's a bit of the things I was railing against this last week, is that part of what gave me some encouragement for Coach Carroll and optimism for him going this past couple of years and the change to hurt in this defense was moving away from the old defense. But indeed, right now, what you're seeing in this defense as it's currently constructed is it's much more like the old defense than it is dissimilar. And so, you changed, but you didn't change much. And the point of changing was to change off of the old defense, not to hold on to the old remnants of it. It wasn't returning it like it once had before. And so, it's frustrated me too. Big point at the heart of my frustration this week was indeed just that. Ken says, Seahawks have not earned my confidence yet. With Geno at the helm, I have my worries. It's fair enough, Ken. One game doesn't prove anything one way or another. I'd agree with you there. We just got to keep monitoring and tracking it throughout the course of the year. I think Geno was awesome today, though. You got to give him his props today for what he did and how he did it. And he was good. He was great, actually. I thought he played great. And Maze Guru, I think he played great. Wu-Tang Financial says, as a wise man once said, when the facts change, so does my opinion. What do you do, sir? There you go. Exactly. Opinions change with time. That's right. More information, the better. The more data, the better. The more data to build an opinion or to build a finality on what you think. The more I can get, the better. And you can change with time. Gavin, we're all Seahawks fans. Why are we arguing and Carroll won us our first Super Bowl? I think it's a bit of Gavin, just it's the difficulty from some in having a discourse on tough topics. And we are in an age of, if you aren't with me, you're against me. And we see that permeated in all walks of life and all types of things that deal with life. That's a common modern sensibility. You ain't with me, you're against me. And certainly the fandom naturally drives that in people even more so. But I think we do have to remember that we are all on the same team, even in our disagreement. We all have to remember that we all want to see the same thing. And we may not agree on how to arrive there, but we do want to see the same thing. Joshua says, I think you're one of the Seahawks commentators who has common sense. Don't listen to these trolls. I won't, Joshua. I'm not giving a lot of mine, but I am also not going to let them come into my chat and talk stuff that's untrue either. I'm not going to be one of those guys to stay quiet on that and just shut up and just if I'm quiet and they'll just go away. No, I'll call you out on it if you're going to say something that's not on point and it's inaccurate. I don't want to do it. I'd like to just let it go, but I've seen it enough this week. I'm kind of my hide's chapped by it a bit. I got enough fights and rows through on my Friday show with it where it's just like, come on, you know what I mean? Xander Champion, it's laughable, the tribalistic optimism over everything fans tried to dunk on skeptics. This W was huge, but only validated our concerns of the team in week 1 going further. Well said, Standard Champion. Well said, man. DVN says, at least have receipts before you talk on the man. It's not like his lives aren't replayable, laughing out loud. Exactly. And I made a very conscientious effort. This is the thing, too, that bothers me about it, is that I purposely knew where emotions would go this year with the Carroll thing. If it went sideways, there'd be a lot of people with their toes on the line with Carroll in certain respects. So I've been wanting to lead from the start into training camp, into the year, and stay consistent on this, which is that there's no point in time, at any point in time this year, no matter, once we get to the end of the year, it's potentially game on. But I am going to give Coach Carroll and this team a year to see where this is at, defensively speaking. Where we land at the end of the year, if there aren't the encouraging signs, if the defense is in the same old place it is, then that's in one place. But if it's fixed itself, I'm giving it time for that to happen too. Doesn't mean I'm not going to have conclusions to draw as we go through these games. Rams game didn't change the coverage. This game didn't change the coverage, okay? But that doesn't mean my ultimate conclusion has changed quite yet, right? It's the difference of the battles per the war. The war of Coach Carroll staying. The war of Coach Carroll being our long-term guy here. And which, for the record, as someone else said above, I forget the name above, for the record, a person that was a little bit out on Carroll, I want to see him fix this. I want to see him get this right. I want to see this be the final chapter in Coach Carroll's career where he found this final evolution, this final adaptable state that most elder coaches will not have. Tom Landry didn't have it. Mike Ditka didn't have it. Go through the different lists. There's a number of coaches through the years. Just, they never had that final change, you know? They were going to be what they were to the last gasp and not move off of that. I'd love to see that not be the case with Coach Carroll, and there's time for that to happen. Tiana, the fact that anyone can think you really have been anything but fair to both the Fire Keep Carroll camp is baffling. You're one of the most level-headed people around. Well, thank you, Tiana. That's why I get a little up in arms, and that's my goal and what I'm trying to shoot for here. I'm an emotional fan like everybody else. I don't float on high. I don't have some specialized ability to just tamp down my emotions any more than any of you do out there. We love this sport. We love this team. We want to see the best for it, you know? And I'm going to get caught up in my emotions as much as anybody else. But I am trying as also to be aware of a responsibility. I think this is exactly what Tosi's talking about. This is the thing. Like, I'm trying to be aware of this stuff, Tosi. I'm trying to not come to the Coach Carroll fire stuff, partly because I want to be a person that keeps into more of a level-headed mind on this and is giving you guys more of a less reactionary, knee-jerk, hot take kind of thing, and more of a, let me well build my arguments. Let me well build my takes upon a foundation that is strong and true and solid. That's the goal. I don't always land there, but that is where my intent is to try to hit. So hopefully it's coming off at least somewhat. Megan says, I love Carroll as you all, but I will never fault B for his opinions. I appreciate that, Megan, and you and I are a great example of this. You are very pro Carroll. You're very on that camp, but you see what I'm trying to do, and you can understand it isn't about being a hater to Carroll or having some kind of axe to grind with Carroll, right? Some hidden angry motivation towards him. I don't feel that at all. I have nothing but love for Coach Carroll. He's not a guy, revere him to the ultimate. We should have a statue outside the stadium already built to the man. But I just want to see the secondaries fixed. I want to see these issues that have happened back there for years on end now start to find some resolution, or just some different things. Try some different things. Even that, just trying different things would make me happy. Even if there's not success within that, just at least doing something else that's just not the same application would be good. But I appreciate you, Megan, and I know you understand what I'm trying to do. Brandon just loving it. Randy Cut, I love Pete, but I want him to change the defense like he changed the offense. That's it. That's it. The very thing I'm asking for is what he's done on offense. He was fit in his ways to the offensive side of the ball in the same way for years, where I'm not moving off my spot. We're going to run A and B gap power runs all day, and then we're going to bring that defense up in an 8-man front, and then we're going to take deep shots over the top with Russell. You had a simplified offense. You updated the offense. That offense carried this team last year to the playoffs along with the special teams unit. Then you have a game today where that same offense today is able to put up 38 points on Detroit. Second straight year in a row, you put 30-plus points on a Detroit team on the road at 10 a.m. You've gotten the benefits behind making that offensive change. Now do it to the defense. Now, Carroll, do that same thing to your defense. And surprise, surprise, you're probably going to find a tremendous amount of success within it. That's my prediction on it. That's my bold prediction on it. But they gotta own that change. They gotta own that flip. They gotta own that turning it over. Ran in the cut says the zone isn't working anymore, and we have the players for man. It's so frustrating. Indeed, we do. Part of why I want to give it the year is I think that they will be eventually, by hook or crook, by getting here by the failures of the zone or by the understanding of how awesome and wonderful the man principles are that they have to maybe work with now, like you talk about the personnel they have in-house to utilize that stuff. That's why you want to give it time to me. You know, does this team maybe look different from now to week 8 once you have Jamal Adams back running full? And now instead of Julian Love being out there at strong safety, he's down in the slot. And now instead of having Kobe Bryant on the field, he's now off the field. And now maybe you're running some more blitz packages. And now you're running some more man-based concepts. And now maybe the defense on the secondary looks better at that point. I think that very well could be the case. And that's why you got to give it that time. Let's give it that time. Let's give it that moment. Let's see what happens with it. And if we get to the end and it's bad, we can call it for it at that end. There's nothing to gain. Part of this too is there's nothing to be gained by getting onto the fire Coach Carroll right now in the moment. There's no firing of Coach Carroll coming down. There's no, he's on the hot seat. There's no, they lose 4 straight games. And there's nothing to be gained by coming to that ultimate conclusion right now in this moment. So it's all even more doubly of the benefit to give it the time to let it play out and see where it goes. But it is where it is right now. It is where it is right now as far as the coverages go and the soft coverages. Kansas bottom of the 9th, 6-1, Dodgers over Seattle. Darn. SK says, where'd this notion of if I support a team, I cannot criticize them even come from? Laughing out loud. It's weird. I'm with you on it. I don't get it either, man. I don't get it either. It's also the thing of like, I get the thing from time to time that I got to be just the calm, like, you know, unemotional fan because I got a YouTube channel. Like, quite the opposite. Part of why I started the channel because I am passionate and love this team, you know. And I'll tell you, you guys have actually in a lot of ways saved me in watching games because I would be just watching alone and nervous and just a ball of frustration. It's like, it's so much better to be able to do this as a live stream. That's part of why I love doing this too. But yeah, I don't get that either. You can criticize and still support, but it seems that those are mutually exclusive terms at times, it seems like for some. Citrus Seahawk, I agree with everything you said, Brandon. I know it's gotten to the point where it's worked you up, but you know, the level-headed fans of yours agree with how intellectual your takes are. I appreciate that, and by far I have way more support than not. I think that it's 99 percentile that the folks in the chat get what I'm saying here. And I probably should just let the comments come through, go on those kind of things. It's not my style to let stuff go that I really vehemently disagree with. In real life or otherwise, it's very hard for me just to keep my mouth quiet when I see something that's not right. That's not the truth. That's not the truth. I'll get things wrong. I'll get things right. That's 100%. But I will always be truthful with you guys on it. And I think that that's really where you're going to value me here more than anything else and whatever I'm bringing to the table. I think if I was BSing you guys and covering things up and trying to just drape things into a positive light, I just don't think that goes very far. It doesn't really serve to do much, really. But I know you guys get it. I do. And I'm probably a little touchy on this because Friday's show was through the last 2.5 hours an absolute battle with about 3 different folks. And I don't know that we got to any commonality place between our discussions. I hope we did. That's what I'm trying to attempt to do, but I don't know if that got there. But I came out the other end of that stream going, Jesus. I don't know if I can get across the thing I'm trying to get across. I think it's maybe too nuanced. Maybe too much. Seahawk, when everyone keeps saying exactly the opposite of what Brandon's saying, trying to make him seem exactly the opposite and what he's saying would work me up too. Yeah. I don't mind if you disagree, just disagree with me accurately. Take it accurately. Arjun, cheer up, mate. You can take a donkey to the well, but you can't make them drink. About 20% of the 12s are miserable. Ignore them. Stay positive. Why can't we win the effing Super Bowl? Why not? We will win it. Hey, why not us, Arjun? Isn't that how it went back in the day? Why not us? And I'm all good. I'm all good. Like I said, I'm probably just a little more sensitive this today because of the Friday stream, which was just kind of a ball breaker. But I'm all good. I'm all good. I'm a happy state. We got this win. I'm going to be riding cloud 9 the rest of the day. You better believe it. True Grith, yo B, is it time to get Love off the field and put Kobe at safety and Spoon at nickel corner and Trey on the outside? Probably not, Trey Griff. Number one, I don't think we felt all that great about our outside corner play at this point, so Witherspoon probably provides the most maximum upgrade at that position as it currently stands. I think Julian Love potentially is going to be at his best as a slot for us, Trey, rather than at strong safety. And that problem could maybe resolve itself once you get Jamal Adams back. So my combination I would first try out is Jamal strong and then Julian Love down in the slot. The Kobe Bryant tape in the preseason with him at safety was not the greatest. It was a little bit rough. John says we had another knucklehead in the chat a few nights ago. I've been watching all of Brandon's streams, but man, that guy was a pain in the butt. Yeah, it was, and again, I got to get to probably just a point where I just go ignore, but it's part of my respect for you guys, whether I disagree with you or not. I hope the people that disagree with me and don't like this understand it's like, hey, at least I'm willing to interact with you. I don't just ignore you and pass on. I will respond to you. I will give you it's part of that respect thing that we come back to, where I'm giving you the respect. I'll give you the respect when I disagree with you. I'll give you the respect when you're being disrespectful. To a point. James, I can't stand Homer content. Me neither. I wouldn't do this if this was going to need, if that was the lay of the land where I had to be Homer, I wouldn't do it. There would be no more channel. I can't operate that way. Jordan says there's also a big difference in being negative and being realistic about what the evidence shows. My point exactly. But that's where we get to a little bit of this discussion where we go, okay, the coverage issues have been here for multiple years going on. And they go, okay, well, we had the run we gave up last year. So no, the coverage issues haven't actually been going on for 3 straight years. And you go, well, wait a second though. Why did teams run against us last year? Was it because we had so many holes in the run game? Was it because we were going against quarterbacks who were throwing deficient? Did we have guys like Wolford and Baker Mayfield and those type of quarterback, Daniel Jones and Kyler Murray, Marcus Mariota? Were those kind of quarterbacks filling up our schedule and maybe teams were leaning into what they did better, being run the ball and leaning away from what they do bad, which is throwing? Yeah, that was more of it. And the bottom line of it was that the defense still wasn't stopping anything. It was still a league worst defense when it all came out of the wash the same way. But the soft zone defenses have still been a big part of what they've run, and they haven't changed those. And that's been a couple years in the coming. And hopefully they start to find some adjustments within that. John says, I might go a little too much on facts, but Brandon doesn't lie and gives us facts. And that's what I like about Brandon. Cheers to you, man. Cheers to you too, brother. I appreciate you so very, very much. And I'm a little bit late on a couple of donos here. Joy Reed, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Joy. I do appreciate you hopping aboard the Hawks Nest, feeding me more Legos. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says, Olu showed us promise. Can't wait to see more of him. He was in there for a little bit. I tried to lock in a little bit on him, but as soon as I started to look at him, they had Brown back out there. So another guy to look at on the tape of the All-22 a bit, see how he held up in this game, feed me. But I'm very high on Olu. I like me some Olu, and I think definitely long-term he is going to be your starter of the future here. If by next year, the next year, but he will be at some point or another year, I think your starter of the future in Seattle. Roxanne Rule, thank you for the $20 donation. Roxanne, very, 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 very kind of you. I really do appreciate that. She says, LA is 100% a fair weather fan's land. The glitz and glamour of Hollywood is the foundation of that town. Unless the entertainment product placed before the masses is a blockbuster winner, they all move on to something new to cheer on. That is my take on it as well, Roxanne. Absolutely beautifully put on your part. That's what I see. That's why you've had 2 LA teams come through there and move out already once before. We'll see if either of these 2 LA teams can land there permanently. I kind of feel like eventually the Chargers are going to end up back in San Diego when it's all said and done. I might be wrong on that, but it does kind of feel a little bit like that to me. Just a bit, just a little bit. But yeah, I don't see him as kind of the most loyal of fan bases. When it comes to the Dodgers or Lakers, I'll give them the props. They ride with those 2 teams. But outside of that, I don't think that there's a lot else. I mean, I don't even know if half the town's even aware of the fact that Clippers reside within it. And they're like, isn't Clipper out there in that bay, the Bakersfield? It's Bakerfield, right? No. They're down there in Irvine. Oh, okay. Looks like indeed the Niners are going to hold on here for the victory against the Rams. They're up 30-20. So it looks like they're going to sneak out a victory on that one. Good on them. Roxanne, thank you for that $20 donation. Very kind of you for that. I really do appreciate it. I hope you know that. And it's good to see you in the chat as well, Roxanne Sanchez. And Roxanne, I saw your note on the bread man getting you, by the way, on my Twitter. And don't worry, he's gotten us all. And I'll tell you this, when he got me, he didn't at least get me on one that he got nationally, the rest of the people. But he got like everyone nationally on that one with the Chris Jones thing. Like he had caught all the people up on that one. He had like 8 million views on his tweets or that tweet or something. So pretty insane how he was able to get everybody. He's good at what he does. He's next level trolling. You got to give him credit for it. Sanchez with a $2 donation says, put in lock. Oh, Sanchez, you're Drew Lock love. I'll tell you. Chase Stern, thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate that, Chase. Very kind of you, man. He says, I didn't get to see most of the game. You saw the end, though. Great win. How did the defense play? The defense was, I guess, a little improved. The defense was improved? Question mark. The defense had another rough day for the most part out there. Again, they were pretty good in stopping the run overall. The yards per attempt at 3.8, that's not bad. You feel pretty good about this and how they stopped the run. That part was good. Really weren't able to get much as far as any sort of consistent, pass rush in this game. You ended up with 2 sacks. You got 6 quarterback hits. It got better as the game went along. For about the first 2.5 quarters, I don't think you had like one pressure in the whole game. So it was a lot like we saw last week where Goff through the football, this game's just getting the ball back on his back foot, looking around, have enough time, find his man, hit it wide open. Look around, find his man, hit it wide open. You had some select moments where you were tighter in coverage. You had some select moments in this game later on where you were willing to be more pressure-based. To me, really, Chase, the key here to this game came down to a 2-play sequence. You as Seattle had been dropping in soft coverage all day. You made a decision at one point or another to bring Trey Brown on his own on a corner blitz. He gets back there and gets a sack. Now you come back the next play, the Lions have got to throw. It's 2nd down and long. You bring 2 linebackers up at the line of scrimmage, bringing another blitz up to play for Locke to have to deal with. You now get him out of that realm of being comfortable, of being in rhythm, of feeling like he can do whatever he wants to back there. Now like, ooh, this blitz is getting to me. I'm starting to feel a little bit of the fire. The flames are licking my fingers. I can feel it. And that then caused him to have to throw the ball a little bit quicker, a little sooner than he wanted, and a little more inaccurate than he wanted to throw it. And that caused you to then get the pick 6 on the very next play. That is your 1-2 play sequence for me. That is what got you this game and what allowed you to really take this through. The touchdown drive by Geno at the end was magnificent. It was well executed across the board on that respect. There's a lot of people to get credit coming out of this game, but that was where the defensive coaches manufactured pass rush, manufactured pressure, and they got the ultimate benefits from it. The exact thing that I've been advocating for going back into this offseason, which is that if you're a defense that's giving up a lot of yards in your soft zone-based nature, you got to change. If you're not giving up a lot of yards, if you're getting a lot of stops, if you're not giving up a lot of points, if you're a bend but don't break, right? Getting some turnovers, stopping. If there's some things you're doing well within stop being a heavy zone-based scheme, then stay with it, ride with it, roll with it 24/7 at that point for all I care. But if it's failing and failing at the ultimate level, then you got to start bringing upon the manufactured pass rush that you got to generate at times. You've got to help them out as coaches at times. And that's a big point for me in this game because that's a place the coaches have been unwilling to cross that bridge. Because to cross that bridge, you've got to leave openings on the back end. And it was great at the telecast because they showed this. In the telecast, they showed on the play where Trey Brown comes back and he gets the sack on that play where you're bringing a corner blitz. Chase, you had Jahmyr Gibbs open down the sideline on that play. Open for maybe a 40, 50-yard play. But the rub is that the quarterback might not have the time to get to that read progression. He might be able to go 1, 2, and he's got the pass rush in his backfield. Now, it's the risk you take with that stuff. But here's where we come to my final logical conclusion on is that I take that risk, though, because I know that the other side of it, the playing soft zone coverage, the keeping a lot of guys back in secondary deep, doesn't stop them anymore. That doesn't prevent any more, as proof by today. It doesn't hold back the deep plays really all that much more. They're just getting their deep plays now instead of it being a 50-yard 9 route. It's a 10-yard in-cutting route where he yaks it up for another 10, 15 yards after that point. So that's where I go to saying the pressure is something you got to start to build in a little bit more thoroughly at that point. That's where you got to embrace it more at that point, in my opinion, because of that fact. It's you got to do something. You can't, sitting on your heels is not going to bring you the results. It hasn't been, it won't into the future. Props to the coaching staff. That was the really big moment there, Chase. And then finally on the back end of it, Witherspoon played really well for the most part. Played good, solid. He gave up a flea flicker play in this game where he got caught trying to help out in the run game a little too much. He gave up another completion up the sideline where he was very close in coverage, but he's also showing off his ability to be a good tackler, and he was good in coverage as well outside of that. So that would be about it of noteworthy. Again, stop the run well. Cam Young looked good in his first action for Cam Young looked in his first good first action for the Seahawks from the defensive line position. Draymond Jones got his first sack, though he didn't provide a lot of consistent pressure in this game. Jaron Reed continued to play really well like he did last week. I think he showed up. I think Darrell Taylor played his best game against the run in this game. He showed up a few different times. So, but it was a marginally improved Chase, but the issues that plagued you at the worst last week still plagued you at the worst this week, being a lack of being able to generate pass rush and then wide open spaces out there in the secondary that the quarterback could go out there and attack. But a step in the right direction. Let's stay positive. A step in the right direction, Chase. Thank you so much for that $20 donation. I really do appreciate that. Really, really kind of you in that respect of things. Unbelievable support in this channel, you guys. I really want to say thank you to all of you guys. Just unbelievable. The amount of support and encouragement and donation, all that stuff, just sensational. Sensational on your guys' part. Jeffrey A. Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, the light at the end of the tunnel is a train. It may be a train. It may be a light to freedom, Jeffrey. We won't know until we're right up against it, right? Until we're at the exit of the cave or at the entrance of that train light staring us right in the face. That's not blue sky. That's a light. Oh, thank you, Jeffrey, for that donation, man. I do appreciate it. Bear with me 1 second, folks. Give me a little more coffee. I'll be right back. One second here, folks. Be right back. You know what every victory Sunday needs, guys? You know what every victory Sunday needs? A Costco chocolate muffin. It's undoubted. It's basically, oh Lord. I mean, just, will you look at that? Look at that. Melted chocolate. I mean, is that not a victory muffin if you've ever seen one? Like even my cat's in awe. She doesn't even eat chocolate. Look at that gooiness. It's already all over my fingers. That's a victory muffin right there. You don't get these unless we win. Okay? These are muffins for winners. Okay? Only winners today. Shout out to Costco muffins, by the way, best muffins on the game. Their muffin game is always top notch. Jeffrey, thank you for that $2 donation, man. I do appreciate you. Cameron, thank you for the $5. He says, based off of how the Rams are playing the Niners, I think week 1 loss doesn't look as bad. I mean, it's definitely, I'm surprised to see the Rams play them that hard. That certainly is that is certainly the case, where it is shocking to see them able to take that team that far down the line like they were. The loss still does feel kind of as bad as it felt coming off the heels of it for me, Cameron, last week, just because you were thoroughly outplayed. You've been beat by the Rams here in the same way that you've kind of been beat in recent years, where you can't seem to find the answers. But look, to your point on that, Cameron, the Rams are surprising, and they're playing better than I thought they were going to play for being a team I was absolutely certain was going to be in tank mode. Let's see if they can stay at the same level. Let's see if we are not in week 8 with the Rams looking at them and they're 2-6. You're going, well, okay, they were what we really, at the end of the day, the record is what it is. The bottom line is kind of what it is on that. But it's impressive to take that Niner team who just blew the doors off of the Steelers on the road last week and completely kind of take them to the brink there at home, I would say. Very impressive on their part. Ken Ruiz, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I really do appreciate you. And Cameron, thank you for that $5, man. Definitely feel better bottom line today than we felt last week. ADL Williams says, Giants found life, cards, crap in the bed. It truly is the toilet bowl. Looks like the Giants found the win at the end of the day on that. Maybe the Cardinals front office called down to the Arizona and was like, hey, asshole, what are you doing, Gannon? I'm trying to win. I know. What are you doing? Well, we're trying to win. Yeah. What are you doing? All right, we'll lose the game. That's right. Click. That was how that direct line went into Gannon. Century Seahawk, I may not always agree with everything said on the stream, but I take everything Brandon says into consideration because it comes from a place with much thought that is to be respected. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. And that's all I would ask of folks in my chat. In fact, I love it when I don't want this to be an echo chamber. And I never have wanted this to be an echo chamber. And that does mean that we're going to have difficult discussions sometimes. If we all are just going to decide we're going to try to agree on the same thing, then we won't have those kind of talks. We won't have those kind of discussions. But I think that fandom is at its best when you can talk about anything. Fandom is at its best when everything's on the table as far as possibilities and potentials. And it's part of what I love about the sport with it. So I love that, Century Seahawk. That's a beautiful way to put it, man. And that would be absolutely the ideal of what I'm looking to go with. Not to get everybody to agree with me, but you can at least trust whatever opinion I've come to. It's been a well thought out opinion. I'm not acting emotionally. I'm trying to think off stream about what I think on this stuff and look into it and research and know that what I'm talking about is in school and not just kind of off the cuff. JL, DK had a game today. DK was good today, JL. He was really good today. Really impressive. Century Seahawk, can't wait to hear the Tuesday stream when both boys have more time to dissect exactly what happened out there. Yeah, especially once I get a chance to see the all 22 Century Seahawk, because that'll give me a little bit more of a feeling on coverage if we did some different things. But yeah, there's a lot to unpack in this game. There'll be a lot to kind of turn over a bit coming out the other side of it. And JL Fant was great. Fant might have had his best game as a Seahawk out there today. Z-Lord says, thank God the good news on Woolen. Yeah, thank God. We need him this year. We need him. Kingdom Joe, DVN, I'm definitely rooting for you guys. Today, Brock P just messed up now. I hope you guys can capitalize on it. Like they're able to squeak it out.
Squeak it out. Can't we all just get along, except Sean? That's right, man. Let's just get along. Can't we all just get along? This is a really good muffin. Costco muffins. Sorry, I know eating's not the funnest thing for you guys, but I'm freaking starving. Did you ever this watching Brandon Perno? Russ about to lose it again. He's got it down near the goal line here. Does Russ? See if he can pull it out. Didn't look like his tight end was even looking for the ball there. Come on, Troutman. Nahad Nwosu was clutch on D besides the forced fumble. He hit Goff's arm on that pick six. He's really good, Nahad. He's been this year so far been good for the most part. Not giving a lot of pass rush, but he's giving you a couple moments, and he's been good as a run stuffer here this year. He was your highest graded player in last week's game on the defensive side of the ball. I would imagine he's going to be close to that same thing here coming out of this game. See, Lord of Bravos, I like the hell out of Pete. I actually think he's a treasure, but no way do I think he should be immune from fair criticism. Well put, man. Certainly unfair criticism, no. Nobody has you right, but if it's fair, I think it's fair. You know, you're right with that. That's kind of my point with it, too. Ken Reese says, Mariners lost again. Season's over. There's no way they'll make the playoffs. It's going to take a lot to get there now, Ken, and they just kind of ran out of a bit of steam this season, which is unfortunate, but I think it does tell them very directly of what needs to happen now to, go out there and get this done next year. You got to go make some signings. You got to go make some moves. This offense does not have enough, and that's been a pretty stark thing here. Megan, no worry on Tusies. I don't mind interacting with her on it. I don't mind those to deal with it. I'm not. If I see it, I'm gonna react to it. I ain't passing by. Dan, yeah, Brandon, you're fair for sure, and I'm glad you're not letting people trifle with you like that. I don't do it. Yeah, I'm not doing that, Dan. I'm not I'll just be quiet and ignore it kind of guy. That's not my way. I'm not a guy that likes fights, but if we want to be a confrontation and we want to get in fights, we can do that. I can go either way. I'd prefer not to. But if somebody wants to slide me into it and pull me into it, kicking and screaming, we'll do what we got to do. That's the way of the world sometimes. Puka Nuka breaking records. Yeah, that guy's going to have like 175 catches this year. Joshua Winter, I wasn't saying not to address people who are not attacking. Just wanted to let you know that you have great content. I agree with almost all of your opponents. Oh, no, I wasn't taking it as that too, Joshua. So I hope I didn't give that impression that that's what I was meaning by that. But thank you, man. I appreciate that. It was not as much as you. I've heard others say that sometimes at times where I'm just like, no, I can't operate that way. I'm going to have to respond to it if I see it, especially if it's way out of pocket. Seattle Seahawks says, don't get me wrong, I absolutely love Pete as a coach and a person. That being said, it's so frustrating when he tells you the one thing but doesn't come through. Does the same thing for 6 years and goes, why isn't this working? That's at the heart of my frustration as well here, Century Seahawk. New issues will come up, new problems will come up year to year that you can't always anticipate or know that are going to come down the line. But how you adjust to those issues, do you work to fix those issues? Do you take the right steps to fixing those issues? That's more of where I get caught up on the evaluation of it, especially like you say, when it's something that's been lasting, for years. And it has been a problem for years. And we'll see if they've got an adjustment to be made on it. Joshua, I wanted Carroll fired about the Rams playoff loss in 2020 when Goff had a broken thumb, but if he's willing to adjust, I still want him here. That's the common sentiment, I think, Joshua. Someone else was just saying almost the exact same thing above you a little while back. And that's where I sit with it as well, is I just want to see him adjust. I still love a lot of what Coach Carroll brings to the table as a head coach. Nothing would be greater for the finishing of his story here, for him to be able to ride off into the sunset with a Super Bowl on his shoulders, a trophy on his shoulders, but he's going to have to make that adjustment, I think, to get there. Jacob, I'm proud the Hawks seem to be changing gears in the league. Seems to be plenty of W's coming. I hope so. Holy Hand Grenade just saw us down on Twitter. Giants last 6 quarters scored 0 points, allowed 60. That's a rough way to start your year out if you're the Giants. Gavin says it's so annoying about the who just come here to argue with us. We all love the Seahawks. That's it. That's why I try to say at the end of the day, even if you hit, if what I say hits you emotionally, we all still do root for the same team. We all still do want to see that team, same team successful. It's part of why I want to give everyone the respect that I'm trying to give to any response, because you are a Seahawks fan like me. We are on the same team. We're looking for the same thing, you know? We just disagree about how to get there, maybe a little bit. Just a little bit. Johnny Utah says better than winning and losing your rookie quarterback to concussion protocols. Yeah, that's again more proof to the Colts to me that, you know, you're going to put Anthony Richardson out there. You know he's not as good as a passer, so now he's going to have to lean into his running style that much more and be more of a runner than he is a passer. He's going to have to play that Lamar Jackson-like game. This is where I think the Colts are doing the wrong thing with Anthony Richardson, you know. And people were marking in my stream when he had those first 2 touchdown runs. It's like, oh, he's got those 2 touchdown runs, which is great. Yes, he did. But he also had those 2 touchdown runs and then later on gets concussed because he's running too much. And you really need to do more of having him be able to make sure he's gone through all of the passing stuff. Have you gone through all your reads before you're running? Or is it you did one read and then you decide to run? And I think the Colts, they're pressing of him to get him on the field to play this fast when they have a Gardner Minshew already on the roster, when that roster is not ready to go out there and really win. Not sure why they're doing that. Not really too sure. El Chorito, B, I was kind of confused. I thought you said Spoon was going to play in the slot. Why did they start him on the outside? I think the intention, El Chorito, in training camp was to have him play on the inside. I think what's drawn them to have him go to the outside in this first game, though, is how poor the play has been on the outside corner position going back to the preseason games. Michael Jackson looked at his worst in the preseason. Trey Brown had a pick today, but he's also had some really bad moments back there in coverage too. And so I think that from Carroll and the standpoint was like, well, it's one thing if the outside corner guy's playing up to, like if Mike Jackson was playing like he was even last year, you move Witherspoon into the slot. But when it's playing well below where it played the previous year, then you end up going, well, let's stick him back on the outside then instead. So I think this was something that was more of a change in recent data coming to the team and the defense. Denver's going to get a chance here. They're down 35-27 here in the fourth with 56 seconds left. The Washington Commanders are going to punt the ball. Johnny Utah says, I think Peyton's plan is benching Russ and then getting a top 10 quarterback. He might. I mean, Russ has put up 27 points today. 15 to 26, 230, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception, 5 carries, 42 yards. I don't know if this kind of game is going to get him out. I guess we'll see how he finishes it up. JL says, who caused the first fumble that Reed picked up? That would have been Uchenna Nwosu. Johnny, that huge extension Russ got will be a problem, but Peyton is used to working from over the cap. That's very true. That's very true. That's very true. He's used to dealing with limitations. Mark Harpercorn, funny, both Huskies and Seahawks beat Michigan teams. Bet they don't like us. Laughing my ass off. Yeah, probably not. And Huskies embarrassed that Michigan State team, man. Woo-wee. They put it on them. Those receivers were balling out of control in that Husky game. Megan says, can Denver cut Russ if he has another bad year like last year? I think not, due to the cap hit. I think you can still do the thing, Megan. You know that whole thing, remember the June 1st designation thing? Where you cut him now and you can eat all of the cap hit at once. Or you cut him now and you put him as post him as a June 1st designation, and then you split that cap hit into 2 seasons. So I think they can technically do that this offseason. It's still going to be a tremendous amount of dead money hit that they're going to have to sustain to pull that off. But technically possible. Ken Ruiz says, I just subscribed. Let's ride this Seattle train together. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. I don't know if the tracks are going to stay all the way down through all out. I mean, they may still be lane tracks up ahead of us here, Ken. But I'm with it. You jump on board, I'll jump on board. Let's hold on and pray to God this thing stays on the tracks. Thank you, man.
Johnny Utah Rams showing they're not the pushovers a lot thought they were in the preseason. Perhaps not, man. Very impressive start to their year and doing what they're doing. You got to give them credit for that. Yeah, Russ isn't, I don't think, tearing it up. He's been good today for them overall. I don't think he's even been great. I mean, he's been okay. 16 to 29. I mean, he's almost at about 50% of completion percentage. But this final drive, we'll see. 35 seconds left. He needs a touchdown. This is going to be tough. And he's trying to, yeah, I don't know. It ain't looking good. And Power Code, when does Peyton bench Russ and have enough with him? I don't think it'll happen after a game like this. Not when his defense gives up 35 points to the Washington Commanders. I think Peyton will go back to looking more at the defense in this one. Addis says Seattle Russ always did good in the beginning of the season, laughing out loud. Usually when he was at his strongest, yeah, he'd wear down over the years, as he got older. Tiana, I'm such a hardcore homer. I will never say a single bad thing about them, team or any players or coach. You just make the takes and criticism so palpable and well-reasoned that I don't mind and listen. Well, that is a great, that is a tremendous compliment on your part, Tiana, because that's the hard ground to cover. That is exactly the ground I'm trying to cover, which is that I'm a homer too. I love the team too, and I want to see nothing but great from the team. But I do want to have that potential of when things aren't great, and I got to talk about tough spot. I want to be able to cover that ground. I think it's important to cover that ground. If simply because, as we see like with this situation, if we don't itemize and go, the soft coverages are an issue. The soft zone coverages are an issue. We got to fix this up. It's got to be fixed. You bring it up. If you don't bring it up, you just ignore it. It'll never get fixed, is my opinion. I'm not saying we're driving that change solely on our own backs here by bringing it up, but I think that if the nature of the fan base is just to be like, quiet, don't say it. Can't say it. It will never get around, I think, to that spot of things. But I appreciate that, Tiana. That's a very, very high praise, because that is definitely where I'm trying to aim for. Brendan M says, I'm losing my fantasy this week. Dang. I haven't even been able to go over and look at my fantasy yet. I know I'm taking it in the shorts right now. It was already not going to be good for me with having Kirk Cousins across from me this week with his 4 touchdown passes on Thursday night. John says, cut Russ for 2024. The cap hit pre-June 1st is 85. Savings 49.6. Cap hit is 35 million over the cap. Would put them 35 point over the cap. So yeah, so it would be hard to do, but I think if you do the post June 1st, it's a little bit different. I think you can split that 85 up into 2 years, which still makes it horrible for the Denver Broncos, but that does give them a pivot point potentially. Flea says that really embarrassing Russell Wilson wanted Sean Payton. Now he's going to get cut by his favorite coach if they don't get any better this year. Laugh my ass off. Maybe. That's a big possibility, I think. Brendan M says, I don't know why the Broncos paid Russ before he saw a snap. It's mind-boggling. I think Russ was asking for that prior to the trade. I think that was the final thing to get the trade to go through to Denver was, if you're going to trade for me, we're going to put a new contract together. So I would reckon that was part of what had, it's certainly a guess, but the timing of it seems to lead me to believe that this is the case. Russell's going to throw a moon ball here for the final play here on a Hail Mary. He got it! He got the Hail Mary! He got the Hail Mary! Russell threw the Hail Mary. It was tipped up into the air and caught. Oh my God. The Broncos need a 2-point conversion, though. Oh, you got to knock it down. Don't tip it up. Don't tip it up, Washington. Oh, Lord. Russell Wilson with a little magic left. Great throw by Russ, man. He didn't have a lot to step up and throw that moon ball the way he wanted to throw it. 2-point attempt here for the Broncos. Russell with a moonball Hail Mary that he completes with no time left on the clock. Wow. 2-point conversion. I got to give you a play-by-play on this. We got Russ at the line of scrimmage. 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends. Russ drops back into shotgun. Running back to his right. Play action pass. Russ looking. Corner was all over. Come on. Give him the flag. Oh,
What a ripoff. Should have been a flag. Absolutely. There was Benjamin St. Juste had early contact on that play prior to the ball arriving on the 2-point conversion. And the officials just let him get away with it. It's the thing, though, for those fucks that wanted like Hutch. Yes, he pulled them down. I mean, as blatant as you get. This is what the officials do at the end, though, where they're going to try to just let those guys play. We did it in the game with Hutchinson. You're not trying to have them. You're trying to let the players decide. Sean Payton didn't say anything, but boy, I'd be livid on that one. That one was pretty blatant. And Benjamin St. Juste acting like he did something. God, those corners are annoying when they do that. You PI'd, USOB. You PI'd like a mofo. You PI'd as hard as anyone can PI. You PI'd it. Standing up doing the lockdown. Give me a break. Give me a break. Poor Russ, man. Even when it goes right, it goes wrong on the guy. What are you going to do, you know? William Leonard, thank you for the $2 donation, William. I appreciate that dono. He says, fun game. We have to tighten up on all sides, though. Indeed, that's the case. I think offensively, you're pretty good, William. I think it's hard to pick much on the offense and saying you got to do better there. I mean, they've been very efficient offensively. They're doing what we had hoped to do when we came into this year, which is that we need you guys controlling the time of possession. We need you guys with very few 3-and-outs, giving yourself an opportunity for the defense to rest up and get consistent drives out there. I think that they've kind of delivered on what we were hoping that they were going to bring. I know that 13 points is definitely underwhelming last week in a total, but you just got into a position in that game where you weren't prepared to be down your starting 2 tackles. That just happened on the fly midway through the third quarter, so it was a bit of an odd game for the offense. Before that, you had been moving the ball. So I'm pretty happy with what I see from the offense. I think you're running the ball hard. There wasn't a lot of holes to be had, but there weren't a lot of holes in the run game because the lines were bringing stacked boxes up front in order to dare you to pass. And so they, you took their dare. You said bet, and you were able to take advantage of them. But now defensively, yeah, there's a lot to clean up over there. I do think that the run game does look improved this year. They look more technically sound. Their gap integrity is way better, on guys not just overrunning plays or getting thrown out of plays by linemen. So that part is improved. But when it comes to the pass coverage, for me, that's where you need to tighten up mainly, William. And that comes down to play some more man-based concepts, play some more press-based looks, and disrupt the receiver's route off the line of scrimmage. Show some more blitzes from time to time. Show some fake blitzes within that then too. Try to confuse a little bit more the quarterback across from you. When the Seahawks chose to do that today, William, they had the best success on the day. Their best success was when they chose to do that, but they didn't lean into it very often. Still, there's a lot of room for growth. Even on to your point, even on a win like this, there's a lot of room here to improve across the board. And hopefully we're able to see that improvement. Big Country said that muffin looked good. Now look at that chocolate. Look at that chocolate. It's like it's bleeding chocolate. Good. No worries, Megan. Trolls happen. And I'm just a little sensitive to it today, too, because of the whole Friday thing. So I need to get over myself. I need to get over it. That muffin does look good. Oh, Lordy. I can't wait to read you guys' comments on the Hail Mary with Russ. Jeffrey says, I only disagree with Brandon for the content. Space is laughing out loud. I'm making homemade cinnamon rolls. Hey, homemade cinnamon rolls are legit too. I've been having I went to Costco to get some contacts this week, so I allowed myself the chocolate muffins. And here's the worst part about it. You single folks out there can relate to this. So they do this deal where you get 2 6-packs for $10, right? But what a fat ass you feel like when you're like, I'm buying these 2 6-packs just for myself, and I'm not going to eat them all. But like, there's nothing inside me as an American that can have you. That, like, it's un-American to be given and maybe it's a worldwide thing, to be given a 2-for-1 thing, but to be like, no, I'll only eat half of it, so I won't take that free half. You still take the free half. You're still taking the secondary. So I end up with these 12 chocolate muffins. I'm spending half my week on a toilet. And I can't help myself, but the homemade cinnamon rolls, like they've got the Fred Meyer ones rocking right now. That's been my other go-to lately. I've just, my sweet tooth is out of control lately. Those are good though. Jody Vera says we have to have a Victory Monday first of the season. Oh, hell yeah, Jody. Let's do it. Let's do it. Megan, you're going to maybe win fantasy this year. You're looking good right now. The Griff, Yo B, why do you think we're not seeing the same effective JSN from training camp? Well, I mean, he had 5 catches here today, Griff. So I mean, he was targeted 6 times. You're getting him a little bit more acclimated in the offense, and you got that done today, Trey Griff. Sorry, not True Griff, Trey Griff. You got that done today, Trey. Remember at the base of this, and I made this prediction prior to coming into this game, where people said, well, this will be the week that JSN is going to go off, right? And I said, no, not likely this week, because you're down your 2 starting tackles, and one of the first places you go to in the coaching manual, when you go to the book in the coaching manual where it says how to protect your backup tackles, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to have the chips. You're going to have your running backs and your tight ends chip. And you're going to want that to occur on a high amount of your pass protection snaps, because you're not going to trust those guys to hold up against guys like Hutchinson on the outside. So you come into this game, you're going to commit to more Trey, 3 tight end sets, 2 tight end sets, which is going to then mean that that's JSN off the field in those moments. I would reckon and guess he probably didn't have the snap counts this week that he had last week. So give him some time. He'll find his footing. He'll find a point of having a lot of impact on some of these games this year. But he is a rookie and he is kind of finding that way. And of course, too, we got Gino, who does have some other options out there to throw to that he probably feels at this point in time a little bit more comfortable with because he's had the time to work with him, a Lockett and a DK. But I have a feeling JSN will find his footing here eventually. Jake Waldman says Costco muffins have 680 calories and 72 carbs. Mm-hmm. You can taste it too. That was 5 calories. And that was 2 calories. Worth it, Jake. Completely worth it. I'll do some push-ups later or something. I'll go on a walk after the stream. So good. See, Lord of Bravos, I love Russ, but the very minute he wanted out of Seahawks as a Seahawk, he was dead to me. Laughing out loud. I get it, man. I think a lot of people feel similar to you, like Jake says. He does feel the same way you feel on that one, see, Lord. And I get it. I don't got any evil intention to Russ or anything like that. I don't also hold him up on much on high either anymore on that. He's another player, kind of. You want to see how he does in Denver. So I want to see how that works. I think it's interesting to kind of monitor it. ADL Williams says the best thing that happened to Russ was Pete not letting him cook. The worst thing Pete ever did was picking Russ over the LOB. Probably. Yeah, you could make it'd be interesting going back if Coach Carroll could redo that. If he would have gone down the same line, if he would have chosen the same path. Hard to say on that one. Hard to say. I'm super behind in the chat, so sorry about that. You know me, I'll catch up. Brendan says, I was anxious all week about this game, and getting the win against Detroit has me more of a weight off my shoulders than my college work. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Good win feels good. Get that first W in the win column. Everything feels a little bit more right in the world, doesn't it? A little bit more right in the world. Jake Waldman says, me too, Lord. Russ once ignored me one time, and his agent came up to me and said, don't talk to him. That's when I lost a lot of respect. That was 2014 too. I've heard a few of those stories in regards to Russ over his time. ADL, and it's disconcerting. Sucks. I know those guys get talked on to a lot in public, but don't send your agent over. ADL, the best thing that ever happened to Russ was Pete. Oh, sorry, I read that. Right, my bad. Don't need to reread it. The Berg Show. Mariners swept. Will they make the playoffs? I don't think so, Bergs. It's going to take a Herculean effort, and the team seems to be kind of running out of steam here as the year goes along. The offense as well hasn't really much improved. Gavin, we'll get there. Just got to trust the process and let our vets teach our younger players and given all their knowledge they have. Let's go. I love it, man. Jake says, Russ was dead to me after I went to one of his golf charity events to get a picture with him, and his agent walked up to me and said, don't talk to him. Then Russ walked by me, no eye contact. Yeah. You got big time, Jake. Big time, you. John Lee says, Russ sacked 6 times today. Ouch. I thought he got tired of getting hit all the time. I think it's the I think it's the great, again, I love using the word irony, but this is a place of irony. You know, you're in Russell's in Seattle for all these years. You can't get, this is where I have a true sympathy for Russ, where he's in Seattle for years. He doesn't ever get the offensive line built up in a way that's a strength of the team, or pass protection is a strength of the team at any one given time. And then he goes from Seattle to Denver, who has pass protection issues prior to his arrival, have not done anything to fix those pass protection by bringing on an offensive lineman who's really good in pass protection since he's gotten there. And so now he is, again, continually under a lot of duress because he doesn't have an offensive line that can pass protect right. It's the one place I'm sure in Russell's mind where he probably wonders deep down in dark places at night, why can't I get just one coach to give me a pass protecting offensive line? I mean, one coach is going to give me some time to sit back in that pocket and look around and figure out what I want to do. At some point, he may never get it at this rate. It may never be something that we say of Russell Wilson. We may end up saying with Russell Wilson, he got his best offensive line of his whole pro career in his rookie year. Isn't that crazy? We could end up saying that about Russ with this long career he'll end up having, but it's kind of maybe going to be the truth. D-Boy in the house. What's up, D-Boy? How you doing, man? Flag Sabbath says, remember when Garrett Bowles was talking all that shit about Russ wasn't going to get hit? I remember. O'Dwyer, the Broncos fans look so depressed. I'm sure Brandon Perner will be doing the worst football game that he has ever seen. It might be this week for him on that. Oh, they didn't know when Russ said, let's ride. And I tried to warn him on this. I said, Bronco fans, when Russ is saying let's ride, you guys do know that a Bronco is a wild horse. You know, it's an unbroken horse. It's a horse that if you get on top and try to ride, it will buck you off. You don't want to ride that horse. That's not what you want to do. What, the smell? Still up? Still up, smell. Still up. D-Boy says, we beat the team that won the Super Bowl. I'm feeling good. Let's go. Hey, let's go, D-Boy. Nice win. Very nice win by your Hawks. A1 Matrix, how are your thoughts on Witherspoon's debut? I definitely want to have a chance to look at the All-22 A1 to see what he's doing back there on that side of it. But initial impressions were pretty good. I thought he was solid in coverage. He did have a couple of completions he gave up. His PFF rating is probably going to be somewhere about like 57, right? 58. But he was solid for his first action, I think. He did give up a big play as a flea flicker too. So that is on him, but that's a rookie moment. That's going to happen. Not the biggest of deals. But overall, good. Good first step, especially for a guy that didn't play in the preseason, didn't have any action prior to this game coming in. And this is basically his first live action. I was very impressed by what I saw. Yeah, Megan, you're going to kill it with Puka alone in there in fantasy. Holy hell, that guy's going to have a trillion catches this year. Oh, I love reading the reaction from the Hail Mary on the Russ throw from you guys. I was seeing it. I saw it. And Jake, it was PI. I mean, just Russ can't get a break. I do feel a little bad for Russ. Like, cannot get a break. Like, you throw a beautiful Hail Mary. I mean, it's a great throw on his part because they're not throwing that from like the 40 in their territory. They're on their own territory at like the 45. And he's not able to get all the way up the line of scrimmage when he lets that thing rip. And then he goes down and he makes the throw to the end of the guy that gets obviously PI'd. No call, lose the game. Man, when it rains, it pours, Jake. Jody. You guys are laughing your ass off in the chat. ADS the Gamer says that was kind of PI. Won't lie, but whatever. Laughing out loud. Yeah, I mean, it is PI. I do get a little bit this. We had a few Lions fans in the chat, and this is just like Exhibit A Lions fans, being that the NFL is just like with the NBA. You know, you get down to the final 2 minutes of the NBA, the officials have kind of that, it goes without saying, we're going to try to swallow our whistles. It's going to take an egregious foul for you to get a foul call. I mean, that's kind of how it used to at least ideally been done. But, you know, when you get to football, it's the same way. If you're going to get down at the end of the game, you don't want the officials to decide it ideally, so you're going to err on the side of letting them play. Now, there's a place where it does get egregious, and I'll tell you what, that PI play was pretty close to being egregious there at the end. But what are you going to do? What was I eating? I was eating some chocolate muffins, Orlando. Costco chocolate muffins. Basically baked by God himself. Straight from heaven. It was a no-name guy caught the Hail Mary, Daniel. I didn't see the guy's name. Seahawks Gaming says, give Bieniemy credit. The Commanders scored 35 points with Sam Howell. Oh, you got to give him a ton of credit in that game, yeah. They did a good job, it looks like, of doing just enough running and being proficient enough with that. But it was on the arm of him to get it done. And that's a tough Broncos defense. That's not an easy take for them. For the Commanders, I mean. Props to the Commanders coming out of this win that way. I mean, they don't. And they get to start off now 2-0 to the Commanders after that Cardinals win. Good on them. Orbit Play says they should have ran the ball for the 2-point conversion. Might have been the better bet there. I mean, Russell was their best runner on the day, though. Javonte Williams is averaging 3.7 yards per carry. It's hard to make that call if you don't feel like your rushing offense has been working on the day. What to smell this turn to what Broncos watch along? It did when I starts throwing Hail Marys and completes it. Better believe it. Orbit Plays is on top of me being depressed about the Broncos game. I got to write a really long essay now. I'm sorry, Orbit. That was a brutal loss, man. That is especially tough. Your team comes back, you're in a position to tie it up, and you don't get a no call at the end after that. My heart goes out to you guys. You're in a brutal run right now, you Bronco folks, with what you're having to deal with, and there's no like this is going to turn around soon kind of feeling, you know. You guys could very well be kind of sitting there going, okay, we're just kind of getting warmed up on this now. And Megan, you didn't let me down the troll. I don't mind. I think those trolls coming through are a good thing for the channel because they let us get resonance on what this channel's about, where I'm at, make sure that we're being clear on it, you know? I think that that's actually a good thing. It's probably why I like to respond to it. Let's be clear with what I think. Let's be clear with where my standing is. Let me be clear on my response to those folks that would say that, and this gives me the opportunity to do that type of stuff. And I don't mind that. I don't mind it at all. And in fact, I think it will be good because I want to make sure that we are being clear with the channel on the kind of channel we're running here, on what we're trying to accomplish, on the fact that all discussions are always on the table here. We don't say nothing is out of order. We can't talk about something. The only thing we say is out of order is if you're going to misapply my arguments or my reasoning or my logic. That'll be out of order. But it ain't going to chap my head. It's all good, Megan. I got my chocolate muffin. I got my victory for my Seahawks. I'm riding high. Seattle KO, Drew Lock winning coin flips is the key to success. He's taken over the Tavar Jackson role as the coin flip master. Maybe Tavares was speaking to him from the grave, Heads. Heads. Keldon says, dang, Niners win. I come back and you're still going. Let's go, Keldon. Feeling good today, man. How could I not? How could I not? Sean says, poor Russ, his Denver win-loss record not looking very good. Not looking too good. Orbit plays his bro was pass interference on Sutton through the refs didn't give a crap. That's a PI, Orbit. I agree. I'm a big guy on letting guys play at the end, but when it becomes egregious, she's yanking on his shoulder. And then St. Just wasn't done there. He brought a top hand over the top on the play as well. He doubled down on the PI basically. And that all happened before the ball got in there. Yeah, it was PI. PI all the way, man. Addis the Gamer, Brendan, did you see the video of Jarek Reed wearing a blue ski mask to mock ZJ Gardner-Johnson laughing out loud? I didn't see it, no. Maybe I'll have to look that up here for the stream before we do a sign-off today. But that's awesome. And Jarek played a good game in special teams. He made a couple of real big tackles on special teams in this game. But yeah, the blue ski mask isn't going to be a thing, I don't think. I don't think that's going to be a thing for the Lions. Orbit plays as lucky as freaking on the Hail Mary. It was. It's also part of having a guy like Russ, though, too, Orbits. And yeah, you did deserve an OT game. You 100% deserved an OT game there. But that's also part of the skill thing. And that's what you get with a guy with Russ who's got that moon ball is he can throw the ideal type of Hail Mary, which you want that kind that's up in the air forever and the defenders can't kind of time their jumps like you saw the defenders kind of struggling to do. That was a fun play, though. You guys it should have been allowed to go to OT. That game shouldn't have, the officials there should have, that would annoy me too, man. I'd be probably pretty red-faced right now if I was a Denver Bronco content creator talking about the end of that game. Marco Silveri says, just saw the highlights. What a game. Tyler Lockett, tonight's number one together with Geno, but what an effort from the defense. We're improving. It was a great effort. Defenses kind of improving a bit, Marco. They had a couple plays in this game, maybe a little improvement. We'll call it baby steps because you did give still up over 330 yards in the air. There were still times where that Lions offense just felt like it could kind of moonwalk its way up the field on you. But they did come up with some big plays. They got the 3 turnovers. I mean, that's as big a difference in this game as anything else, the 3-0 turnover ratio. And a wonderful win. Wonderful win. And Geno, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Him and Tyler on the same page, but Geno was just tremendous throughout the course of this game. Megan says, I'm like that with anything salted caramel. I'm a big salted caramel guy too. I like me some salted caramel as well. Michael Myers, go Hawks. What a game. Flea says, like I said, refs don't care about halftime or don't pay attention at the end or don't call nothing because they want the game to be over already and go home. I mean, who wouldn't? Maybe. I think it's more of that there's a bit of more of a general mandate in there that you don't tend to tell those guys to call plays at the end. But there's the egregious spot where you're like, okay, come on. Come on. Mark, that was a very entertaining game, Mark Nicholson. I enjoyed the hell out of that one. That was a fun game. Sajin says, did I not say this is a comeback game for us? You did indeed, Sajin. Credit to you, man. Props to you for getting this one right. Megan says, the calories fly into the air when you break the muffin in half, B. Facts. Facts. It dissolves, basically. The saturated fat, calories, they just kind of dissolve into the air. And then eventually become groundwater. Holy hand grenade. After the grounding call, Pete finally said, okay, shut them down. No more zone. Amen, brother. Daniel Bailey says, sweet tooth just in time for the fall. Laughing out loud, I can't blame you. Now I'm craving some chocolate. I knew I might do that to some of you out there. I couldn't help myself. They're looking too good out there. The Muffin Man was calling my name. Who? The Muffin Man. Who? Muffin Man. Stephen Gouard, you cracked me up, Brandon. Out here, it's Kroger. I mean, I mess with everyone. I still call it Fred Meyer's. I know. It throws me off for the Kroger Fred Meyer's. You can't get the regular cinnamon rolls at Fred Meyer's. It's the one with the extra icing on it. It's like the cream cheese icing or something like that on top of it. That's the... They put a little bit too much cinnamon on it, but you can get through it still. Abel Gurma, this man's streams are always long. Go Hawks, man. Hey, you know how I do. Win, lose, or draw, I'm going long. Seahawks Gaming, no, I'd rather take an aging Russ than an aging Legion of Boom. Plus, when they all left Seattle, they weren't the same. It's a good point. It's a very good point. Russ certainly had a great prime here. That's for sure, too. Jacob Davis, I love how I had Geno and Lockett benched in one of my fantasy leagues and still have a 99% chance of winning this week. I started K9 and I'm quite pleased with his performance. I started K9 too. I don't know if he's going to be enough to overcome where I was going to need a lot of headway to be done in my fantasy league to make it through. Berg Show says, yeah, Mariners are fried. Yeah, Bergs. It's just, they just kind of ran out of gas this year. You didn't have enough in the bullpen. You didn't have enough. Your starting pitching ended up getting too beat up, and then your offense was just never quite enough. And it's like those three combinations all work together to kind of, not that you were a bad team, but you just couldn't quite really push over the top this particular year. Mike Skinner says, except for Geno forgetting he is playing professional football for one play, he was an A- for me today. Yeah, I would put him to be in an A. I think there's definitely, I know like you're talking about that scrambling play where he lost about 45 yards on that one sack and you're just screaming the whole time, just throw it away, throw it away. But his decision making was, I thought, pretty exceptional today. There's only a couple of mere bad moments, and I think you got to give him, and to me, Mike, I give him the A because of the fact that he got accomplished what he got accomplished today with DK out for a quarter and a half of this game. He got this accomplished with his center beat up for part of most of this game. He got it accomplished with two backup tackles in this game. I think that to get that done, to throw for well over 300 yards, to carry kind of the day offensively at that point, not that the backs were bad, but there just wasn't a lot of ground game to be had. I got to land more of an A spot for myself with Geno. But A- works too. Jacob, Mariners are not ready or even, to be honest, worthy of a playoff appearance. A total grift this whole year has turned out to be. It feels like 21 wins in August, possibly for nothing. Yeah, I think they're a young team finding themselves, Jacob, a little bit on this, where young teams are going to be inconsistent. You expect that a bit. Some of this also, though, is that chickens come home to roost. You know, they're not paying attention close enough to the offense and taking care of that in a real meaningful way every offseason. And it continually is the thing that ends up kind of biting them in the butt. We'll see if this is going to be the offseason where they start to change their ways with that. As Addis says, the game isn't over completely yet. The year isn't over yet. They could sweep the A's and go into that final series hot as hell and find some footing, and you never know what could happen. But it definitely doesn't feel necessarily like this is what you would say to be a playoff team by the total of their performance this year. It hasn't been consistent and necessarily in that consistently categories much as we'd like to think. But they're right. They're still there. I'm not trying to put them as dead and gone or whatever like that with the Mariners. They are still in this. And it ain't over. Tony says Russ is cursed. I'm starting to think maybe he is. There was times last week where I was wondering if he had done something, ethereally to piss off somebody, because every week it was something else going wrong. It was an injury or a bad moment or a bad look moment, or he's doing high knees on the plane, or a new commercial comes out, or he's flipping a golf cart on a golf course. It's just tough. Daniel says 600 calories actually doesn't sound that bad. It looks pretty filling for a muffin, and for all that deliciousness, I would gladly counteract an entire workout session. That's the price I'm willing to pay too, Daniel. I'll work it off later. And you're right. The nice thing about these muffins is you eat them and you are full. That's a real thing with muffins, man. I feel like you've had a full meal sometimes when you eat one of those suckers. You just expand. Flipping flapjacks. That looked different. Seemed like some adjustments were made. Maybe a little bit. Flipping. I mean, offensive side of the ball, I think there were certainly maybe more adjustments made there to accommodate the backup tackles. I don't know if they did a lot differently defensively. I'm uncertain on this as much as anything else because I want to look at the all-22 to kind of get a full view and look of things. Maybe a little bit more blitzing, maybe just a titch more. But they ran stuff that was pretty similar this week, I think, to what they had last week.
Bergshow says nobody should feel sorry for Russ. He makes $50 million a year. That's true. That's true. Mark says, are you immune to coffee beans or what? I've got a hell of a tolerance. I could probably drink coffee all day. It's probably because I drink too much. Or are you talking to Megan? A1, I feel like after that big play, Witherspoon woke up and then played the rest of the game pretty good. Yeah. I don't know if he woke up on that. I mean, he just got caught being a little over aggressive. He was trying to help out too much in the run game a bit. John Ward, Pern was getting murdered. I feel for Brandon. Feed me more Legos. Pete said he sees Troy and Witherspoon coming out of the draft. Do you think we are going to see that out of Witherspoon as the weeks go on? That was always a tough comp for me, Feed me more Legos. I didn't quite ever understand that comp. Troy Polamalu is a safety. Witherspoon's a corner. So I can't quite get to the safety corner comps. And to be honest with you, I never quite understood as much what Pete meant by that. To be honest with you. I mean, in the way he tackles, in the way he plays with a little bit with like kind of just I'll go for it, kind of, full speed all the time, 100 miles an hour kind of thing, I guess. I think we're going to understand before this year's over with why Witherspoon was the 5th overall pick in the draft. Whether that is consistent play or whether that's more of just some long, straight flashes that we get to see from him, I think he's going to show us that before it's all said and done. Century Seahawk, happy to see Trey Brown get some success. I know he wasn't perfect today, but I've been rooting for him since day one. Has only played 13 games, remember. Still hasn't technically finished a season. No, there's still some room for growth there in his game. And did look better today. Still some upside there. Yeah, I agree, man. Mike Skinner, Eagles fans really booed their team on Thursday a couple games after playing in a Super Bowl. Stay classy, Philly. Hey, Philly's going to Philly, man. Century Seahawk, 8 p.m. here. Got the beers going after this victory. Let's go, Century Seahawk. Let's go. Frodley Rustkin. I feel bad for Russ, but screw Sean Payton. Yeah, I feel a little bad for Russ. I'm not want to see that guy just beat all the hell, but it ain't looking bright and happy and shiny for that guy as we go forward here. Brian Kennicott, Broncos losses indicative of coaching not to lose, then coaching to win. I haven't seen the games myself, so I can't say on the Broncos won, Brian, because I just haven't watched any Bronco. I watched the end of that game, but I didn't get a chance to watch the whole game, so I don't know on that one. It might be the case. A1, the Hawks says, it me or should you feel like use JSN more? I think A1, what happened was and again, he had 6 targets today. He made 5 catches. So you did try to at least feature him a bit today. I think it was going to be hard. You're going to come out with 2 and 3 tight end sets a lot of the time today. And you're doing that because you want to provide chip blocks for your tackles on the edge to help him against the defensive ends. And in doing that, that means that specifically JSN is the guy that comes off the field now for the extra tight end. So I think that was going to, if we look at tomorrow, you look at the snap counts that come out in this game, you're going to see, I think, JSN actually beneath the number of snap counts he had in the prior game because the Seahawks went to so many 2 and 3 tight end sets. So I think when you get to more games where you've got your true tackles out there and you can now play it a little more even up and straight up, you'll probably see a little bit more JSN featured at that point. Drew Lock with the call of the day. Oh, yeah. Don, Power Ranger, how you doing? Says, woo, my Cowboys won as well. Better luck next week, Jets. 30-10 is the final. Should the Jets trade for Kirk Cousins? That's been the big thing coming out this week. Maybe. Maybe. Live Sports Centers. The Rams are actually good, Nest. That wasn't a fluke. Let's see where they're at, Live Sports Center. Let's see where they're at after. Let's go through 6-7 weeks and see where the record truly stands with the Rams when it's
kind of all said and done. Maybe they do end up there. I can't quite get there after 2 weeks quite yet, but they definitely were impressive again today, and it is noteworthy. I just need to see a little bit more because I just come back to thinking that talent's going to be what it is. The amount of rookies you got playing is what it is. You know, they end up coming out of the year, you know, maybe they don't end up in tank mode at like 2 or 3 wins. Maybe they end up 4 or 5, but still a little bit closer to the tank or to the refresh than not at that point. Jacob says, what do the Texans and Bears need to do in order to get decent again? Especially the Texans. I feel like no matter what moves they make, the ghost of Bill O'Brien continues to haunt them. Well, I think that there's a couple of different answers there. The Bears, when it comes to them, you know, they're an organization that's leaned towards playing defense. I think that there's been some recent data here that's shown that if you're going to go and hire defensive head coaches, it's a harder path to go to get to being a winner. And they hired Eberflus there even after they had Fields, rather than getting him an offensive-minded head coach, you know, who could help to guide him. I know they had an offensive-minded coach there prior who wasn't able to get it to work with him. But I think the Bears going to the defense was not the best move for them to make that choice myself. The other problem with the Bears, and it's the problem the Texans are running into right now, is that everybody's in a damn hurry to go out there and get your franchise quarterback. Nobody's in a hurry, though, to do it the right way. And the right way to do it is to get your offensive line in place first and then go get your quarterback. I know all teams aren't accommodated to be able to pull this off, but when you have a team that doesn't do it that way, they set their quarterback behind the 8 ball as far as this progression goes. And it just means now you're not going to be able to take advantage of that rookie time when they're on that rookie contract to build out the rest of the team. So Bears and Texans both made this error. Bears did it with Fields. Texans did it with CJ Stroud. Your line's not in a place to where you can go get your quarterback to feel comfortable to do that, unless you're looking to have that quarterback sit for a year, which is not what the Texans or the Bears were looking to do when they drafted those guys. So it's also organizations you see that make moves without a plan in place. What is our plan? What are we trying to accomplish? I mean, even the Texans coming back and then trading their future first-round pick in this next upcoming draft for, you know, to the Cardinals to give that up so they can move back up and go get Will Anderson. And you're going, I love Will Anderson. It's a great big pick by them, but once again, we come back to in Texans, you have a defensive-minded coach that was probably a big driver of that trade up. And they'll love Will Anderson. It'll be fine for him, but I mean, that also loses that pick next year too. I just think that those are teams that feel reactionary in their movement rather than them being like looking out and forecasting, looking out with some depth and range in their viewpoint and how they operate. Stephen Guard, payback for Bountygate. Payton is garbage. 360 bets. Jamal coming back is a great help. Definitely so. Not only does he help to probably improve your strong safety play, but maybe he puts Julian Love in his best spot, which might be the slot. Orbit plays says, I got it. Broncos should draft Shadur Sanders. Hell yeah, you should. Good chance, I think, Orbit, you guys end up moving off of Russ after this year. 360 bets with Bengals playing like S, 4-1 over the next 3 games should be possible. I love it, 360. I hope you're right, man. Certainly the Panthers and that other game that I'm forgetting off the next week after that are certainly winnable games. Mr. Dog, what was your opinion of Witherspoon's first start? I think it was a strong first step out the gate, Mr. Dog. He looked to be tighter in coverage in man-based situations. The willingness as a tackler showed up, especially in the run game. And him coming up and being willing in that, like he's definitely, that was as advertised. He got beat on a couple of throws in this game. He was at fault on the flea flicker throw, but he was good throughout. Good solid B start to his first action, and liked what I saw. Megan, I had K9, DK, Polka, and Atwell along with Charbs, Fant, and St. Brown over 2 teams. Woo! Be cooking well. 360 bets, opinions on Trey Brown on a sack, then pick 6. It's good to see. 360, it goes to show you one things that I've advocated and banged the drum for here, not just this year, but last year and going back into recent years, is blitz more. Show more of a pressure-based approach. Don't be as scared to do that type of stuff because it can bring returns back. It can help you to get game-changing plays. And that's definitely something that showed up today on those Trey Brown plays, back-to-back that happened. First with him coming on the corner blitz, and then with him making the pick happen because you were blitzing the 2 linebackers on the play. You know, and that helped to bring that about. So great to see of Trey Brown.
Great to see the Seahawks defense, the willingness to be aggressive in there. Sean Lee says Shohei was at SeaTac over the weekend. Already signing? I don't think he can sign yet until the start of free agency, but maybe he's starting to lay some groundwork. Yeah, little groundwork maybe. I hope so. That's the move for the Mariners to make. That's the one to go out there and go make that happen right there. Real life exposures. Trey Brown stepped up for replacing Woolen. His plays were crucial to our win. 100%. 100%, man. Props to Brown in this game. 360 bets, when are the tackles back and how hurt is Woolen? It sounds like Woolen has a little bit of a shoulder thing. Doesn't sound like it's going to be too serious. The tackles, you're going to be without Lucas for 4 weeks, so he'll be back after the bye. And then in regards to Cross, it's a week-to-week injury. But I would imagine that the team would probably be pretty conservative with it. So probably right around the bye too when it comes to Charles Cross. Century Seahawks says, Pete said Tariq would be fine going forward. Maybe you brought it up already, but just read it and stoked for the good news. No, I appreciate the note, man. Sometimes I'm not watching or reading the news because we're doing the live stream. So I need the updates from you guys when you do hear it. Appreciate that. Radu says, hey, do you think we can implement zone blitz if we don't go into man-to-man? Could you see that working? Not really. But that's as much just Radu because I think the zone blitz game doesn't have the same kind of effectiveness it had back in the days when it was running at its prime, like the Blitzburg days. It just, offenses are able to attack it easier in this day and age. They've got hot looks and reads to get around it. And I haven't seen, we've run it here and there at times in past years, and I really have never seen it be effective. You end up with a defensive line out there trying to cover in space, and what the quarterback does is even if he's got a man running through that zone and looks somewhat covered for the moment, the quarterback knows that defensive lineman doesn't have any ball skills and he can just whistle it right past his ear and probably complete the play. Yeah. Mr. Dog, I'm requesting a deep dive video of Witherspoon's first start. I think that's a great request, man. I will take a look at that. I think that's a great request. I think that'd be a video a lot of people would be interested in seeing. So I will try to accommodate that this week. For sure. Thank you, man. Great suggestion. Ryan the Cut says, to overcome the missed field goal game where it looked like we needed it. So proud of this win. Amen. The 2 missed field goals were tough. Mark says, hey, B, do you think Pete is an alien? He, at 71, should not be able to do what he does. I bet he pays for it later. Maybe. There's just specially wired people and wired in their own particular way that are so different from the rest. And Pete is certainly that kind of guy with his longevity and his sustainability with that energy level at that age. And it's remarkable. A lot of guys at 70 that I've known throughout my life that there's no way you would ever trust them to be on the sidelines to be coaching up a football game with their mental aptitude and, where they are from an energy level and awareness level. So it does speak to Pete's acumen and his want and will and his love of the coaching that he's able to keep doing it at the age that he is. Brandon M says, no PI on the Broncos was wild, though. It should have been called. It should have been called. There's no doubt. There's no doubt about it. Washington Fist Quest. Thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate that. Washington Fist Quest. Very kind of you. He said, you had 800 people in here. What's the record? So the record we set was actually last year during the Rams' final game of the season. We got up to 1,100 people in here at one point last year. But the 800 people mark we were in here, we had 800 people watching at one point live in this in the stream today. That's definitely up there. We don't hit that mark very often when we get up that high of it. So it was amazing to see the turnout, man. Just shows we're heading in the right direction. And as I always say to people, this is why I want to do the live stream play-by-plays rather than go into the games, because there's a lot of an audience out there that wants to see this stuff and wants to tune in and check it out when we are live like that, Fish Quest. So yeah, it's cool to see though. 800 people, not too bad, especially for a 10 a.m. game, Fish Quest, because there's a lot of 12-man fans that just can't get up that early, or they're just like, it's real early. I'm tired. I'll just record it. I'll get back to it later. Marco, you have yourself a great night, man. Have some awesome sleep. Have the victory sleep.
Stephen Guar, how's Nick Nolte taking this game?
It's fine, God. It's a win. So you got your win, so you're happy. I hope you're happy with this win now. God damn it. I don't care about the football game. Just care it. Give me something to drink.
Nick's thirsty right now, Steve. Victory makes Nick thirsty.
I win. I want some friggin' something to drink. Give me a drink.
Nick's thirsty, man. He's happy, but he's thirsty. As happy as Nick can get, you know? He's always in a little bit of a ornery state. BZ says Rams are way better than they have been made out by most. Not unlike us last year. They have nothing to lose and still have talent. It's just if they can maintain it. If Stafford's healthy. It may be that way. And BZ, I will be absolutely happy to be like, if I'm wrong and they come out after 7 games and they're 5-1 or 6-1 and, you know, and then they've been that surprising, I'll definitely give them and say, hey, I was wrong on it. And I may be proving the chase. I think it's still tiny bit early for me. I feel like our team last year, BZ, was more talented and much more talented than this team that they're bringing out to bear this upcoming year. But it could be proven out that that is the case. That may be where this does go. And Stafford is going to be a big part of it, especially when he's playing, you know, the Superman-like ball he was last week. I would gather to guess in this game against the Niners, with them having 55 passing attempts, they probably weren't able to run the ball too well in this game either, and it's probably on his arm again to go out there and get it done. And he's showing you why the Rams made that trade for him. He's showing you why he is such a top-notch quarterback when he is healthy. But we'll see on that. And I promise, if I'm wrong, if I miss out, I'll own it. I just want to give me till week 6, 7. Let's see where the record's really sitting at, you know, where it's really standing. Brian A. Wilson, I'm here. Jamal Adams isn't. Put me in, coach. Sheesh. I can't deal with this scheme because it's dependent on a star power. And Jamal ain't it if he ain't here, period. Valid point, man. I mean, if they're waiting to make some of the changes they're looking to make on the schematics and the coverages, and they're waiting for Jamal to get there, it sucks it is based on just one guy in that secondary, if that is the case. I don't know if it is or not. It might be. But we'll just have to see on that, Brian. You know? We'll have to see on that. I agree. It does kind of suck on that. Brian, hope you're doing well out there, man. Cool Breeze says people really believe those Shohei troll posts. Is that again some people? Megan says, okay, B12 has been awake for 12 hours, 10:30 a.m. I'm dozing, even after 5 triple shot coffees. Talk soon. Sounds good, Megan. You have a great night. Congrats on the win here today. Let's go. Justin Cooper just joined. How about the heart attack of a Hawks game? Heart attack Hawks are back, Justin. I was saying earlier, let's just play the Lions 17 times a year. Let's make that our regular season. That sound good to you? That sound good to you? But yeah, what a game, man. Back and forth, just like last year in so many respects. Problem Child, a.k.a. The Truth, says, Seattle fan, but I live in Chicago. How did Curran and Blythe do? I think you mean Problem Child, Curran, and Stone Forsythe. And both of them held up well today, Problem Child. Very impressed. You got to tip your hat to those guys. There was not a lot of pressure back there in Geno's face. They held up their end of the bargain. It's certainly well beyond better than I think you could ask coming into this game. Felicia says Panthers will be a fun game next week. It will be a fun one. Time for us to get some payback. Daniel Bailey, I have the highest score in my league this week in fantasy. My opponent has the second highest projected. He needs 25.5 points with Najee Harris and Steelers D to beat me. Fingers crossed. Come on, Jaylen Warren, right, Daniel? Come on, Jaylen Warren. Fleece says Panthers are an easy team. They have no odd line and rookie quarterback Bryce Young. And you're playing this at home, Fleece. So you think there will be some built-in advantages here. Problem Child, thank you for that $2 donation. And man, yeah, again, those tackles held up really well today. You gave them some help with some chip blocks from the tight ends and the running backs, but you also didn't see them having the issues like last week where they got totally turnstile, play in and play out. And so it was very encouraging, their level of play. You weren't going to get this done today unless they could hold up their end to some degree. And they held up their end to a large degree. Cedric Seahawk, I came around to how animated you can be and now laugh all the time. Keep it up, boss. Thank you, Cedric Seahawk. Flippin' Flapjack says, my 3-year-old just said he's a funny guy. Well, thank you, 3-year-old. I appreciate that.
They certainly don't lie. They'll tell you if it's not funny. Mickle Cam, Brandon, I feel like the adjustments were made in the game this time around. Got to give props to the offensive line. The backup tackles played well. Waldron called a balanced game. The lack of run game is concerning. And it could be the case. When it comes to defensively, Mickle Cam, I just didn't notice it. So that's where I got to lean back to the all 22 to know for sure what I was seeing with that. Certainly the adjustments were made offensively, more in 2-3 tight end sets to help out those tackles on the side. They played a really good game on top of it. I think what happened from my perspective on this Mickle Cam, a place that I was paying attention to on this was you had a lot of 8-man boxes by the Lions in this game. And so they were going up to Geno and they're saying, Geno, you don't have your tackles in place. You can't do 5 and 7 step drops to make us pay the price for these 8-man boxes. You're not going to have time to get to those 9 routes. So, what are you going to do? What's your adjustment now to it? And so I think the Lions, from a very, this is what we want to do. They want to take the run away from us and force us to be more of a passing attack in this game. And that's why there were maybe more holes than to be had as far as those completions go than on the outside because the Lions were making that choice. I think the run game will be fine long-term, Mickle Cam. I think you're only going to get so far with the backup tackles in this game, and then the backup tackles on top of having the Lions building their attack towards stopping the run. So it will be improved, I think, as we go forward there. But the adjustments, like you say, may be there on the defensive side of the ball. I can't tell until I can look at the all 22 for sure, because when I'm doing the play-by-play and then the color commentary and then interacting with chat, sometimes it doesn't let you kind of, lock in the first run through when you're looking at that stuff. Ran in the cut. I think the Rams got lucky with 2 division games to start. Of course, they'll play those games hard. Yeah, that's part of what I think here too a little bit. I could be wrong on it. I just can't quite get in the play of the place of that the Rams are going to be decent. They're so talent deficient this year. They got Aaron, they got Matt. Cooper will maybe come back. I know Puka Nuka's playing outstanding. And I could end up looking stupid on this one. But I can't quite get on board yet with the fact the Rams are going to be decent this year. I will say if they do and they pull that off, it'll be a very impressive job by McVay to have gotten that accomplished. Lisa's Matt Stafford's career ended in this game, but their division is easy. We see them again in the playoffs. There we go. Jay Stern, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you, Stace. Says, you think we are less talented than last year? How so? No, Chase. No. That's not what I was saying, man. I was responding to, who was I responding to? No, I was responding to, I think, Beezy on that. Was it Beezy I was responding to? Beezy. Yeah, no, I was responding to Beezy on this one, Chase Stern. He was saying that we were like, the Rams are like this year like we were last year. And my pushback on that a little bit to Beezy was that I think that we were more talented last year than the Rams are talented this year. Like our last year's team was better than this Rams team this year. That's what I was trying to say with that. No, we're more talented this year. That's for sure. Thank you for the $5 donation. Sorry you had to drop a dono for the clarification on that one, but no. We're definitely more talented this year. 100%. 150%. A holy hand grenade. Apparently Cam Akers is on the trading block. McVay's never really liked Cam. I don't know why, but he's always been seemingly somewhat in the McVay doghouse. It's kind of felt like there. Justin Cooper says heart attack is better than heartbreak all day. I mean, agreed. Send my adrenaline through the roof. Get my hands shaking. Make the sweat dribble down the sides of my face. I don't care as long as I don't got to have the heartbreak at the end. Well said. And indeed, Tariq Woolen, holy hand grenade, it does seem like the shoulder is going to be fine according to Pete Carroll, which is a great sign for us. It was looking mighty dark there at one point in this game. You had DK walking off the field to the locker room. You had Tariq Woolen walking off the field to the locker room. You were down your starting center after being down your starting 2 tackles. You're going, holy hell, is this about to go completely sideways on our ass? Nope. We got it back. We got it back. Fleece Witherspoon with the steal in the draft. I hope you're right, man. It's good to hear a Hawk fan say that instead of the other side of things. Justin Cooper says, good. Seemed like you forgot how big tight ends can be. Definitely featuring a lot better in this game. Fleece says, why would Detroit draft a running back in the sixth round? Running back doesn't have no value. That was dumb pick. Running back in the 6th round. Running back doesn't have no value in the round. I think what you're saying, Fleece, is why did they draft the running back in the 1st round?
They did trade back off of that pick, so they didn't take him at 6. They traded back, I think, to 12, and then took Jahmyr Gibbs at that time. They want to be balanced. They know that the offense drives their day, and they want to be balanced offensively. And they didn't trust Swift to stay healthy for them, so he was kind of a replacement for Swift essentially in their view of it. But I think that's what drove them to make that choice. Doesn't mean that it's necessarily the smartest choice to make. I am a big proponent to say I don't think you should be drafting running backs in the first round unless you're getting generational talents. I am a big proponent on second round guys being taken there because that's where you're getting first round running backs falling then into the second round. But I'm not a big proponent of taking him in the first round. That to me is not the right value point to be. BZ, no, you didn't say anything, BZ. He was asking me, I was answering your question in regards to the Rams, where you were saying in your comment that you thought the Rams were like us this year. And I was saying that I just had thought a little bit of the difference was that I thought we were more talented last year than this Rams team is this year. And Chase had thought was hearing me say that the Seahawks team this year is less talented than our team was last year. That's kind of what made it go through all those little. We sort of went around the track a couple times on it, but it wasn't anything against what you were saying. It was just he was misunderstanding what I was saying. Misplaced 12s just finished watching the replay. Love the win. There are a million things with the team that are huge concerns, but just going to enjoy the win. That's it, man. We just got the victory. We're going to enjoy it. We'll chop it up. We'll still itemize the things that need to be kind of still fixed up and resolved. It doesn't mean everything's all just been kind of corrected off of last week's issues. And certainly many of the issues that propagated today were some of the same issues that propagated last week. But you went on the road, 10 a.m., against a really good Lions team, a Lions team that very well may end up winning that division. It makes it a noteworthy win this year. It makes it something that we should feel very encouraged about coming out the other end of it. Feed me more Legos. I wore my BYX jersey last week. We got destroyed. I put on my DK on which was my cursed jersey last season. Is this the lucky jersey now? It might be, man. Sometimes you got to trial and error it until you can find the right one. I've got my Largent. This is my luck jersey. We got Megan in the chat. She's got her Zorn. The key on this is you just got to figure out which one's the right one, And then you got to use that power for only the right moments, only for the right games. You don't want to abuse it. I can't come back next week for the Carolina game with the Largent jersey. That'd be an abusing of the power of the Largent. Can't do that. So you got to use it right. You got to be like a sniper with your jersey use, with the lucky jersey use, just for games you need. McCam says we'll be back next week. Also a big help on D. Also a big help on D. Will Adams will be back next week. Adams might be back next week. We'll have to see on that. Lee says, I hit the Lions. If we got better draft pick, Witherspoon was the best corner in the draft, and we took their dreams. That's what they say. Yeah, Lions would have taken Witherspoon if we hadn't taken him. He was going at number 6. We kind of did that with the receiver position too. Addis the Gamer says, hopefully defense has gotten figured out next weekend. Matty F. Brown said Jamal should be back next weekend. That would be great. That would be great. I think at the very least, they'll probably try to work him in a bit, even if he's not fully on starting, just getting him in acclimated just a little bit. Well, hand grenade, Bengals not off to a good start. Not necessarily. Kind of surprising with the Bengals. Didn't exactly see them not coming out cooking on all cylinders here out the gate. Bengals starting off the year 0-2, negative 24 point differential to begin things. 27 points in 2 games. They were also playing in a bit of a rainy contest in the first week. Fleece's Panthers O-line is trash. Why would they draft Bryce Young? This is what people do. This is what teams do. They get in a position to draft a quarterback. A quarterback's there, so we have to just take him. They don't do really the math that I think smart teams should do, which is that you get your O-line in place first and then get your quarterback. But everybody's got the feeling of it's the magical quarterback. There's this magical guy out there that'll be your savior for all of the wounds that you have on your team. And I just don't feel like football works that way. I think that what you want to aspire to do is get the quarterback on the cheap rookie deal and maximize that rookie contract as long as you can. But then that also means that you want a strong team built in place when you then go and get that rookie quarterback, and especially a strong offensive line, because there's been so many cases of so many quarterbacks who've come in very young who have been able to not just kind of get off the ground, but soar when they've had that really nice offensive line up in front of them. That should be the motto most NFL teams try to lean in towards, but instead you more often than not just see them just going, our QB's here. We got him. We can get him. We can get our guy. We can get him. Let's get him. We don't have an offensive line. I don't care. Get him. Pick him. But he's going to get destroyed. We're going to get him bashed. He's going to develop bad. Doesn't matter. He's there. We're not going to have another chance at him. You got to get him now. We're not getting another chance. Now or never. Now or never. No. We could get one in future years. We got a starting tackle we get right now. We get a franchise tackle right now instead. Start to prep the. No, shut up. Give me my quarterback. And that's what they do. I'm sure in the Panthers' standpoint, they went, well, we the previous year, we took a top 8 pick in left tackle in Iken Okawawunu, right? But that guy's a run blocker more than he's a pass protector. So he doesn't really help Bryce Young in the way that Bryce Young needs to be helped by that offensive line like I'm talking about. But that is the way the teams kind of just do their business when it comes to quarterbacks for some weird reason. Justin says, I'll honestly give credit to Montgomery. He's going to take yards even against the best defenses. He's a strong runner. He's not the guy that's highest on my list. I've always been a little down on him, but I can't deny that he gives everything he's got on every run. You know, you're not going to see that guy going down easy at any point in time. It's going to take a crew to bring him down. And he was really getting going right about the time he had that injury pop up in this game. But you got to give him props. He looked pretty good. Pretty darn good. Pretty good. Flea says, how is Bryce Young's size the problem? He's not going to develop and lead with that O-line. Not sure what you meant on that. Sorry. What the smell? I had a blue and green gauges on at halftime. Switched the gauges to green and blue. Switched gears, and we won. The blue on left was not working. So you're doing the right thing, though. It's trial and error until you find out what works, and then you just stay with that. That's the whole key here, man. You're on the right track, though, what the smell. You're thinking smartly on this one. A problem child, a.k.a. The Truth. Thank you for another $2 donation. I do appreciate that. Says, how well did Olu do before he got hurt? I don't think Olu got hurt, problem child. You started out with Brown in this game. Brown went down to an injury. Olu came in to fill in for him, and then I think Brown was feeling better once he got back in there. I didn't get a chance to really lock in too much on Olu on that small subset of snaps. It gets tough for me at times to quite lock in on those guys. As I'm doing the play-by-play, you're just kind of looking at everything going on all over the place. And so some stuff gets a little lost until I can go back and, double watch the tape. But I'll check with me again on Tuesday or Wednesday. I'll have a little bit more further thoughts on how Olu did and how he looked coming out of this game. Thank you, though, for that $2 donation. I do appreciate it. Brandon M. Montgomery balled out today. We're lucky he was out for the rest of today's game. We were. That helped when he went out. It did indeed. Erickson says, surprise, it's the Seahawks. Surprise. Holy hand grenade. Didn't the Bengals start out 0-2 last year and finally get it going? Well, let's take a look. Let's take a peek. Indeed. Last year they lost to the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Dallas Cowboys to start the season off. I will say last year you lost those two games by a combined 6 points. They did lose today's game by 3 points, but they got the doors beat off of them in the opening week. I don't think it's panic time yet for the Bengals. I don't think that they're not going to be probably back into being a playoff contending team when it's all said and done. Those are also, potentially really tough teams that they're ending up facing to start their season. I mean, the Browns and Ravens might both be playoff teams by the end of this year. Maybe. Potentially. How does the gamer? I agree. It's zone defense sits at the head of the things that we need to figure out on this team. They've got to figure out their zone-based principles. Either get better in zone or switch to more man-based principles. Because the zone as it's being run right now is not good enough, and it's not going to be good enough in the future. A lot of quarterbacks are going to be able to shred this zone defense as it's currently constructed. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. It says Cam Ward is going to look great behind our offensive line. Maybe so, Snail. Cam's playing really good. Another one of those quarterbacks. Penix, Cam Ward, Shadur Sanders, Bo Nix,
The Riley Leonard kid. I mean, all these guys playing better football this year than even last year, showing improvement in their game, brightening their prospect status to even more lustrously. It's very, very cool to see. And it's only good for us. The more these quarterbacks balling out, the better for us on that, in my opinion, Snail. But Cam might be that guy. Second round Cam Ward, you know. He might just end up being that guy. You might be right about that. I know you'd be celebrating. Be more Legos love the comedy. Thank you, guys. Jason Tudor says, the thing is, the timing of getting a quarterback is often not under your control. I mean, how many times do you get to draft high? It is a little bit of the truth there. I don't know that can be I guess where I come into it, Jason, is like, I don't know if that can then be the thing that informs me to then take this quarterback. Because now I'm taking the quarterback, maybe not as much because he is our guy, or that we so are in love with him, but we're taking him because when are we going to be back here again? And that's where we get into where my thinking on that is that what's driving those teams to then take that quarterback is more of the fear-based mindset, more than an attacking-based mindset, more than an aggressive-based mindset, or more than even an intelligent-based mindset. It's a fear-based mindset that then's drawing them to draft that QB high. Yes, you definitely are in a pickle of a situation of you don't go over that quarterback early on, you wait that year, you may not be back in that place to go do that again, or you may be. You know, the thing with that too is that you're doing this ideally in building that line in a place when your team is still developing, when you've turned a lot of other stuff over a little bit. But there is that risk involved there. The other thing I would say with this though too, on top of that, Jason, is let's say you're in the worst case scenario. Let's just take what you're talking about kind of to a logical, reasonable conclusion. Let's say that I don't go quarterback because I'm trying to sit in my mindset on this being, let's get the line built first. Okay. And I start building the line, and indeed within a year and a half of me being there as the general manager, I get that line built up, but the team is so good that, like, to your point, it's not bad enough then to go get that quarterback. Well, this is where now I go to being more open to going and making that trade for a quarterback on the open market, finding that guy that I know to be good if I can't get in the draft. And then to know then that I'm taking that quarterback and putting him on a team with a great offensive line. And I'm a big believer of, if I've given a quarterback a lot of supporting parts to work with, I don't necessarily need the Superman. I don't need the guy with his cape flapping in the wind. I need the guy then who can be functional, who can be efficient, who can operate when he's got time to work with in that pocket, who's going to have the game made easier for him than other quarterbacks because of that nature of that offensive line I built up around him is. That would be if you get caught in that pickle like you talk about, where now I'm not up to go get that quarterback, that would then be my counter to that. And there always is going to be a quarterback or two available on the open market as a veteran you can go get. Who, if I'm giving him a great offensive line, you could end up bringing him to a team where he's got the best team he's ever had to work around him, and come to find that guy's going to be really good in that environment. Like a Stafford-like situation, going from the Lions to the Rams, and then truly able to go to a Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl when he's actually working within an organization that's doing things smartly and right and constructing a really good supporting cast around him. So I still would feel strongly about it, Jason, that you could still find a creative way, but you're not wrong in that it is a risk you take. If you leaned hard into wanting to do the line thing first, you might find yourself without that, quarterback to go grab. Holy hand grenade. Honestly, they got robbed of a chance to win. Who was that? The Lions? Misplaced. The soft zones rerun requires consistent pressure when rushing for, which we haven't had in years. Amen. Yes. It's one of my problems with the front fours has been right now is you haven't built a front four strong enough to generate the pressure all on their own to be able to run the soft zone coverage. And that's one of the ways that the Niners are able to do kind of a similar defense at times, is that their front four is going to get home. Their front four is going to create pressure. They don't have to manufacture it. And then we get around to the last part of this for me, misplaced, which is why now you got to be in a position to manufacture that pressure. Like the Seahawks did on the Trey Brown sack where he was a corner blitzing off the edge, like they did on the play where he had the pick six. You brought pressure. You manufactured a pass rush in those moments, and you got the benefits of it. Addis says, O-line played really good today. They did. O-line was really good today, especially considering you had a couple backups in there. Brian A. Wilson says, oh yeah, I almost forgot. Excuse me, I'm speaking to America. There's somebody's been referencing that. What was that? I missed that on the telecast. Tiana, I listened on the radio last week, watched on TV this week. Does that mean I'm destined to be glued to my couch every Sunday till February? 100%, Tiana. Lock in. Lock in. Stock up on the food. You're under house arrest for the foreseeable future. Addis says, Pete Carroll says, there's a chance Charles Cross does come back next week. Forgot about that. Well, thank you for the update on that. It's good news. Gibson says we could be 3-1 going into Cincy if we defeat Carolina and New York in the next 2 weeks. I hope we mix it up defensively in our schemes and bring the same effort we did today going forward. Well said, Gibson. Beautifully put. I don't have a lot else to answer. We have that potential to take that strong step forward over the next couple of weeks. Start this year off still strongly and right. You're right about that. I would love to see it. Everything is still well within our grasp this year. We have not yet reached our final form. Oh, holy hand grenade. It's kind of funny when he said the ref was talking to America. I was hearing something about that. I didn't catch it. I'll have to kind of look it up after the show. Jag Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez says it was a win, but it was like a quickie. I'm happy we won, but we blew a 10-point lead. I'm not satisfied. No, it's not a clean victory, Jose, and there's stuff to definitely clean up. There's stuff that carried over from week one into this game. There's stuff that's been here on this defense in recent years that was in week one that also carried over to this game. So I think the people who are saying, look, it's great to come away with the win. I feel awesome about that. It's a big win in Detroit, but we still got some stuff to clean up. We got a lot of stuff still here to fix. And I think that is very much the case, Jose. I share your thoughts on that as well. The soft zone defense issues that were there last week are still there this week. And, they're going to need to take steps eventually this season or at some point along the line in this rebuilding process to start to try to work to correct that stuff and maybe be more aggressive in your coverage, maybe more man-based coverage concepts. But certainly sitting back in soft zone doesn't seem to be to the team's benefit as it currently stands. Ray Ban says, great win. I'm very proud of this team. Me too. Me too as well. Very, very nice win, Ray. Wasn't what I was expecting. This is a tough environment. Detroit's rolling, feel good about themselves. That stadium was packed. It was loud. You're down your 2 starting tackles. It ain't looking good. But they found their footing. They found that win. You got to give them a ton of credit for it. Roxanne, thank you for the $5 donation. Roxanne says, today's win was so needed. The issues must be corrected or this team may fall into mediocrity. Great stream, B. I must go, but we'll never forget. Go Hawks. Hey, hell yeah, Roxanne. Thank you. And well said on your part. Jose was kind of saying similar above you on that. A couple of my OG and OGS in the house. And I believe very much what you guys say is absolute the ultimate truth here. You've got more to do here. The secondary stuff's got to get cleaned up. If we're talking about looking at this team from 2 different ways, looking at it as a team that's trying to bring itself together, is in a rebuilding state, and a team that's going to look eventually to turn itself into more of a contending state. To get there, you can't have these issues in the secondary all over the place, proliferated everywhere like they currently are. We've got to clean some of this stuff up. There's time to do it. They're not, like I say, in their final form, I think, Roxanne, but to your point on that, if these are not going to be corrected, if they're not going to be addressed, if they're not going to be fixed up, I do feel like this is the thing that ends up being a thing that can really prevent this rebuild from taking flight. And none of us want to see that, but that's what makes this so important for them to start to try to find answers in regards to some of these secondary issues. We'll see if they can. We'll see if they can. I'm definitely hopeful. And holy hand grenade, yeah, Broncos totally got robbed on that chant. That was a PI at the end of the game. That was an obvious one at that. BS that the officials didn't call it on that play. Total BS on their part. Roxanne, thank you for your double dono. I do really appreciate that support to the channel. Ray Bands, it was hard to not feel negative after game 1, but with a little patience and medication to stay calm, laughing out loud. You just have to relax and let the games play out. Great win, full team effort. I love it. That's why it's a wonderful sport, Ray. It's more unpredictable than any show you could ever watch, with more twists and turns than you could ever see on any given season of anything. And that is a football for you, and it is the ups and downs. It's the pure emotion. It is the gamut you run as far as feelings go. But that is football. And definitely was tough after week 1 with the negativity stuff. A lot of people were in that place of things. I do still maintain last week's loss was an embarrassing loss, and one of the more embarrassing losses in the Coach Carroll era. So I think people to feel that way was right to feel that way, but then we should feel encouraged as well on the other side of it this week with this win.
And with what you had going up against you, having your backup tackles in there, nobody's been able to mention a example of it. So I think that this was probably a truth that I'm bringing up, which is I can't remember in recent years in the NFL of a team going on the road with 2 backup tackles and winning a game, much less going on the road with 2 backup tackles, 10 a.m., winning that game against a team that's very likely to be in the playoffs or at least pressing around the edges of the playoffs in the NFC this year. Very, very impressive, Ray. Yeah, Addis, I didn't even recognize the game. I got to look that up, but I'm talking to America right now. Okay, Gino? I'm talking to America right now. You can wait. You can wait. That's funny. Robert Craig, Dan Quinn's defense, making the Seahawks defense look like Pee Wee squad. Yeah, this is the thing with the whole lack of development thing or the lack of drawing forward. And for the Coach Carrollites out there that, do support Coach Carroll at times through anything, thick and thin, ups and downs, bad defense, good defense. This is a place that I've commonly tried to reference to them where you have a Dan Quinn who leaves Seattle, goes to Atlanta, and as a head coach in Atlanta, he runs his defense very purely exactly in the same fashion and manner by which Coach Carroll's run his defense, right? Cover 3 a lot of the time and all that stuff, right? We're not going to blitz much. But then when he went to the Cowboys, he made a change in the defense. He started updating it. He went away from the 4-3 looks. He's the first of this group, of the crew of Bradley, Carroll, and Bradley and any of these defensive coordinators who's gone to the 3-4. Who's been willing to flip his looks up multiple, who's willing to do a little bit more of the pressure-based looks. He's essentially made those adaptations and evolutions from within this defense where there are still some bones of the Coach Carroll defense within it, but he's updated it here. He's updated it. He's modernized it. And that's exactly the part that Carroll needs to now do on this defense as well. Modernize it. Can't run it by the same principles you ran it in 2013. You got to update some of these principles. And that's the part that remains to be seen on this. Sean, arguing the refs over the intentional grounding is when the refs said that. Okay, that's funny. That's hilarious. Weston Wigan, Michigan's a good place to play for our football teams. Wait till the young players get integrated and healthy. Michigan certainly proved to be a nice spot for the Washington State this week. UW going in there and winning against Michigan State and us beating Detroit. Not too bad. Not too bad. Way to go, Washington teams. Feed me more Legos. How can you be so calm when the Lions scored touchdowns? That's W Seahawks mentality. That's right. That's a winning Seahawks mentality, man. The calm in the storm, baby. Calm in the storm. Sean Lee says, even the Legion of Boom needed a little time to gel. Well said, man. Yeah. It's a new secondary unit, especially once Adams gets back there. Everybody's got to kind of figure out the lay of the land a bit. Michael Austin, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you, Michael, for that support to the channel. He says, hey, Brandon, hats off to Gino. He played a hell of a game. What was your take on Witherspoon's game today? Draymond Jones got his first sack as a Seahawk. First off, with Witherspoon, I think he was a solid B for you today. He looked like he was in some moments, and some of this, Michael, give me a little bit of time to look at the All-22 just to make sure I can verify what I was seeing. Initial first blush was what I was seeing. But I saw him in man-based situations, closer in coverage at times. There's, of course, the play where his legs got tangled up with the receiver's legs, but he was very close in coverage on that play to begin with. He had a couple of those moments that I would like to believe were in man-based situations. We're giving him man-based coverage, just stick in the back pocket, stay sticky, and see what you can do. He was, of course, playing Michael today on the outside, just there specifically throughout the game, and he looked solid out there. He was also really good as a tackler today. Came up in the run game, had one run stop right at the line of scrimmage on one play where he grabbed the guy's leg, complete hawk tackling technique, grabs the near leg, grabs it, rolls it to the ground, just like Carroll used to teach it back in the day. It was phenomenal to see. It's part of what you get from him is a really good tackler, despite the fact he is only about 5'11 or so. He did give up a couple completions. He had one where he was there, tight in coverage in a man situation where it's a back shoulder throw by Jared Goff, who just happened to make a nice throw. And Goff actually made a really good adjustment there because I think it's a pure 9 route. And Goff drops back and he kind of double cocks it a little bit there, where he's about to throw the 9, and then he's like, oh, wait, Witherspoon's there step for step with him. And he sort of just in that moment changed it over to a back shoulder throw and then threw it on the back hip of him instead. So that was kind of just a smart, good play by Goff there. And then the other one being Michael, he got hit on the flea flicker. His responsibility was that guy that got loose on the flea flicker for the touchdown by the Lions. Can't knock him too much for either of those two plays. Those are learning moments. The back shoulder throws are hard to play for cornerbacks, even great ones. If it's a well-thrown ball, there's sometimes not a lot you can do about it because you're trying to stay on top and you can't do two things at once. I can't stay on top and then be there for the back shoulder at the same time. That's a lot. So he played a good game. He played a good game today, Michael. B effort from him. Great as well when you consider he's not had any training camp. He's only been practicing. This is his first live action as a pro, and I thought that he was. I thought he was strong. Gino was my player of the game in this game, Michael. I think he played phenomenally. I think this is a lot. This is what he did last year when you got out to that start through the first 12 games last season, where he was playing either good to great in every single one of those games last year through the first 12 games. This is that performance you got today from him. He was absolutely marvelous. In fact, it might be maybe his most impressive performance here of the last year and a half plus. He's may had other games that he's maybe thrown for more yards, but to get what he got done today on the road at 10 a.m. with two backup tackles, with DK Metcalf gone for about a quarter and a half in this game, I think that definitely was very impressive. Very impressive for him to pull that off, and you got to give him the hats off, man. He's got to. Hopefully, he's winning some people over that are just they're those anti-Geno folks out there that just can't seem to be won over. Hopefully, he's winning a couple of those guys over with this kind of performance, including Michael, a game-winning drive, which is of course what a lot of the Geno haters said he is incapable of doing. Can't bring him back. That's when he folds. When times get tough, that's when he gets to running. And that was not the case today. He stood strong, stood tall. You needed him. You didn't even have a really good running game. The backs ran hard, but there were no holes. The Detroit was bringing the 8 men in the box. Geno had to do it with his arm today. Got it done, including the game-winning touchdown drive. We're not even going to give the Lions a chance. We're shutting this up right now. We're closing this down right here and now. Great to see. Beautiful win. Beautiful win, Michael. Thank you for that donation. Daniel Bailey says this win confirmed that Waldron is a good coordinator. You better believe it, man. You better believe it. That was a good one-liner. Thank you, you guys. America wants to know how the hell was that an intentional grounding? That's why it would be funny if Jenny said that. You know what America wants to know? Why you calling that dumb play? Space says, let's go. Great game today, Hawks Nest. Thank you, Space. Appreciate you, man. And that was a crappy call on that intentional grounding. That was you very rarely see that called as an intentional grounding, that kind of play. Refs definitely weren't it today. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. Says the team needs its Red Bryant and Brandon McBain. Well, they would both help to make this defensive line significantly better if they were here. That would definitely be very helpful. Being able to rock Red Bryant back at the five tech and Bryant in there as the 1 tech. That would be nice. Pop over Jaron. Jaron could then pop back over to the 3 tech. That wouldn't be bad, Snail. They would help. Certainly Brandon McBain would help. Man knew where all the plays were going prior to the snap. But Snail, thank you for your donations tonight, man. I really appreciate you for that. Daryl Cabe, thank you for subscribing to the Hawks Nest, man. Welcome aboard. Appreciate you jumping aboard. If you guys haven't already, please do hit that like button for me if you haven't already. It does help the channel out tremendously to grow. Shows me out up on those algorithm searches for Seahawks fans looking for Seahawks content. So if you could hit that like button, it would very much be appreciated. As well, I do want to do a quick thank you again to the sponsor of this channel. Who is that? That's going to be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy right now is sponsoring your boy here, Brandon, throughout the course of this entire season. And if you do go to their site and you use my code, which is, or click in the link, it's also just there in the link in my description section. But if you click that link or you use my code NEST, they will match you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. So, hey, $300 on the Hawks Nest on me to you guys. Not too shabby, huh? Not too bad, huh? And you can go out there and they've got some fun little, games that you can get in on, and it's got some interesting different ways that you can, try to win some money. And I do think there's some game of skill points in there where it's a little bit outside of your normal betting this line or that line. It ain't that kind of typical thing. And I love that about it. It makes it real fun to go in there and do that. And I want to thank them for sponsoring the show. There are limitations to folks within Washington State on this. So that is the tough part on this, is that Washington State has some guidelines and rules on this that don't make it as easy to make the Underdog thing happen within the state. But thank you to Underdog for sponsoring this show today, sponsoring us throughout the course of this season. Really appreciated. And please do use my code if you get a chance over there, NEST. AST. Sean Lee, I need some McBain belly rolls. Hell yeah, man. I need some belly rolls, or I need some Michael Bennett hip turns, right? 3 pumps is too much. 2 pumps is just right. Spaces, I hope Myers snaps out of it. Damn, son. Yeah, you know how it is with Myers, man. You know how it goes with him. Up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. Not a lot you can really do about it on that one, unfortunately. I think we're just going to have to ride the Myers train out this year. Next year, we get back to front. Next year's a good year for him. Ethan Tech World, what's up, man? You got me kind of just wrapping up tonight, brother. Hope you're doing well out there. Gibson says, Gino's decision-making is questionable at times, but I like his experience, mettle, and with the weapons we have around him, I think he can be successful. Our issues are on the D end schematically. Agreed with you there. Yeah, absolutely agreed with you. I don't think Gino's perfect at all. You're right. I don't think his decision-making is all, though, as well as bad. I think he's got really good decision-making. I mean, it's hard for me today, Gibson. Like, you take a performance like this today, there's not a lot of quarterbacks who are going to go on the road at 10 a.m., down there starting 2 tackles and throw for, well over 300 yards. Especially those teams that do that, then don't have much of a running game to call back on either. There was a lot set up here in this particular game for Gino to kind of fail, but yet he found success and really flourished. Is there a bad throw or two in there where you go, what's going on? Is there the scramble where he scrambles around and goes backwards all those yards and you're going, what are you doing? Or there's the throw he throws out on the sideline route where it's kind of outlaid and the defender kind of gets his hands on it. There's a couple of bad plays in there. Yeah. But there's so many of those throws where he has to be so smart and so on it and so precise and the slight movement in the pocket, the couple steps backwards, the climbing the pocket, the moment to buy himself time. He really, to me, put on a really brilliant show today in how he played the position with what he had to go against him. But with it not being, I got all my starters out there, everybody's at full health, and I'm going against a weak defense, and I'm at home or something. It's a lot more was kind of up against him from my perspective of it. TB1 Charbonnet might need a few more carries, might do more with less because he runs downhill more than K9. Yeah, I think certainly there's some more room to potentially give him some more carries. I think the tail of the 22 tape will tell this. I think the Lions had a lot of stack boxes out there. I think as a team, you're not going to tend to want to try to run into the stack boxes too often. But 17 carries for Kenneth Walker in this game, only 4 carries for Zach Charbonnet. He had only, I think, 2 touches the previous week. I do think you're going to get Charbonnet a little bit more featured in this offense as we go over the year. And he's going to get his times with his opportunities to get more touches. That's for sure. Ethan says, from what I saw, Gino had one really bad play, the one where he tapped into the bad Russell Wilson tendencies. Other than that, he was absolutely fantastic. Yeah, that was the one, that play, and he threw a little out route there where the defender was able to get his hands on it. Not even full on pick it. It was a little outside the guy's reach, but dangerous throw down there by the goal line in that moment by Gino. But other than those 2 throws, everything else was on it. On it. Dehatel says, Lions fans crying about the holding. They've been pretty good in here, Dehatel. We've had a couple of folks come in here. We had one guy that was mentioning about it, but we have other guys that weren't, just quick and easy, that they gave us our props and gave us our credit. Final plays of games are always going to stand out to people. But the general rule is the general rule of thumb. And that is that when you get down to the end of football games, the officials are going to try to swallow their whistles and not make a call unless it's really egregious. And you can be mad that that's the way that they play that when it comes down to the game, but the NFL wants the players to determine who wins. They don't want the officials to determine who wins, and or called to determine who wins. And so that's the way that does tend to get called. I mean, could you technically in that moment by a letter of the law call holding? Maybe. But another factor of this too becomes, Dehatel, how often were you really calling holding in this game at all, period? I think we didn't have one call on our defensive line, and there might have been one holding call in our offensive line over the course of the game. So that's also another part of this where you go, well, what's the standard that's been set by the umpiring crew this day? Did they set the standard that we're going to let the players play throughout the day as well? And we're going to let a little bit of stuff that's on the line go in favor of the offensive lineman? Kind of like you'd have an umpire in a baseball, and maybe they have a strike zone particularly wide, but it's wide for both teams. It's consistent. And I would at least offer to Lions fans who might have a problem with that call at the end,
that the officiating was consistent on both sides of the ball. Sean Lee, Bryce Young versus our secondary next week. Who wins? I don't know, man. I don't know. You've given up 300 yards back-to-back weeks. He certainly is a far cry off of, I think, where you've been at with Stafford and Goff, but it's been an uphill battle. It's been an uphill battle in the secondary. So I think the Seattle Seahawks, maybe. We'll have to see on that one. We'll have to see. Ethan Techworld, are we back? I don't know if we're full back yet. We're improved from where we were last year, better energy. Let's also remember, though, Ethan, in this game, our secondary was still getting strung up on this one a little bit. Western My alumni, another one bites the dust. All right. Well, let's get maybe a couple questions in, and we will go ahead and put this one to bed. As we've gotten almost to 8.5 hours here. I think that's a good long stream for today. I got to get the post-game discussion done here so I can get that video posted tonight. But a hell of a win for our Seattle Seahawks in this game. An encouraging step in the right direction, as Ethan asked. Are we back? We ain't fully back off that bad loss. You still got the big issues here in this secondary that you've got to deal with. But is the team still a really talented team with a lot of good parts and a lot of good pieces? Is Geno Smith not a pumpkin? He's not just turned into it this year off of last year. No, he's not. That performance last year was legitimate. That performance last year was something that he can tap into playing once again. And he showed you that today, while it was not always made easy for him in order to accomplish the success that he did get today. Outside receivers did their part here as well. We were 21 of 23. So your outside receivers, Jake Bobo, JSN, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, those guys were targeted 23 times. You had 21 completions on those 23 targets. That is sensational efficiency to the outside and throwing to your receivers on the edge. Those guys were catching their opportunities, sure-handed as they could get. Loved seeing that. There's a lot to come away with on the good side of this. And above all else, really at the head of this, is that the team's now got some really great evidence to go off of to say, we go through this whole game and you're in soft coverage, you're not bringing blitzes. You bring a blitz, you get a sack. You come the next play, you bring a blitz, you get an interception. Then you don't really come back to the blitz game the whole rest of that game because you're trying to hold on to a 10-point lead. Hopefully the team can come out on the other side of this and look at that and go, maybe we should do more of that thing we did on those 2 plays where we got a lot of success out of that thing more. Especially against a young quarterback in Bryce Young that you don't want to give him time to think. You want him feeling like he's being avalanched all day. So I really hope that they try to engage that this week. I think it's going to be one of my big keys with going against this Carolina Panther team is to not simply just try to trust the front four to get the job done, but to try to bring those extra reserves up to help them to press some of that action, to make them uncomfortable, and see if you can get some of the results you got this week by taking that approach. Well, yeah, Grenade 0-17, probably not. Just going to say it is. Abel Germer says, what do you think the Broncos' record will be this year? Good question. Let's take a look here. Let's see what the Denver's looking at for the rest of their schedule. So they play the Dolphins next week. That's a loss. They probably beat the Bears, so there'll be 1-3. Probably beat the Jets 2-3. Lose to the Chiefs 2-4. Lose the Packers 2-5. Lose to the Chiefs 2-6. Lose to the Bills 2-7. 2-7 going against the Vikings at home. We'll go 3-7. Go to the Browns. Let's go 3-9. Texans 4-9. Chargers 4-10. Lions 4-11. Patriots 4-12. Chargers 4-13. And then the Raiders at the end of the year. Garoppolo will be injured by then. So five wins for the Broncos by the end of the season. That's my bold prediction. Garth Knight, thank you for finishing us up so right here in the stream with another donation, man. You're like your 3rd or 4th one today as well. Really appreciate that. You guys are amazing in your support. You especially with that, Garth. I hope you do know that I very much appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Garth says, Brando, number 3 passed on today. It was sad for me with all the great memories, but F Mark Rogers, Brands, and all of their BS.
I think you're touching on a big part of this, which is where I think when Russell looks back on this situation in his career, if this does continue to go in this direction, that's the place that he goes and looks at and goes, I should have taken a left at Albuquerque right there. And that is that you let the brand thing grow in your brain. You let all the off the field stuff grow in your brain. You let all these other interests that had nothing to do with football grow in your brain. And you stopped understanding that it's really hard to be a dominant quarterback if you're just running full time, working on it with nothing else distracting you, nothing else on your plate. And when you're putting all that extra stuff on your plate, you're going to make it kind of at sometimes impossible, especially as you start to lose some of your very able physical gifts that you had earlier on in your career. And to me, it was very obvious, as you know, with me on this for years leading up, even when him leaving your Garth, that he wasn't working on those things. He wasn't improving. And it was because of, I think, the distractions. This is why you have Sean Payton saying, stop being a politician. Stop being out there kissing so many effing babies. Because Sean knows. I had a guy in Drew Brees that he lived and breathed football. He got one championship, a Hall of Famer, one of the best quarterbacks of all time, top 10 all-time quarterback. I could only give him to one Super Bowl, just one appearance, much less winning at one time. Sean knows how hard that is. To have the hubris to believe that you're so good, you're so above everybody else, that not only do you not have to put all that same work they do, that you can just get by on your God-given gifts, but then as you age and you physically get worse, you don't have to get even smarter from the neck up. You can just stay as the same kind of player neck up that you were 4 or 5 years prior. And that's the price paid at this point right now by Russ, I think, a little bit with this. We'll see if he can turn it around, Garth. It ain't over yet, but I think that there are some discouraging signs that we're seeing with the guy throughout that, do mean I think a little bit of this is coming closer to the end of the road than it's further away. And it's approaching probably faster and faster here with each potential game here, Garth. But sorry, man, I know you've had his back. And Mark Rogers, I agree with you there. Mention him too. I don't think that baseball agent's done him any favors. I think that baseball agent's had Russ leaning into some of the worst instincts on this. And that's not done him any favors like Mark might think he's actually doing him. He might end up putting more money into his pocket at the end of the day, which is what baseball agents care about. But the part that most baseball agents usually don't have to think about, legacy, how are you remembered? It's not a big issue in baseball. You're a good player or you're not. Football, I think, especially quarterback, there's a little bit more of that at play. That's maybe the cost that's to be made there. But Garth, thank you for that $5 donation, brother. I know you had his back at least. You tried to let him run on it. You tried. Dave tells us Broncos offense actually scored more than 16 points for once. That's something. There's maybe something to build on there, especially against the Washington football team on the road. That's it's tough defense. Ethan says also look what happens when you bring a little blitz pressure, sack, and interception. Exactly, Ethan. Actually do it for once. It works. Has an effect. How about that, right? Simple 1970 is the only loss for the Hawks in Ford Field Super Bowl XL. I think we had one more. 1970. And I don't know if it was in the old one or not. I can't quite remember. Remember we had that one game that we lost in Detroit. I think Russ was here. It might have been like 14-ish or something. Could be off on that, but I think somewhere in there, maybe it was 12. There's some spot we lost to them. I think they were in the news. So I think once. Alexander says, one great love, but really more soft zone Pete. Yeah. Doesn't mean you don't still have to figure out the soft zone stuff, Alexander, to your point. 100%. 100%. Hawks, we will truly find out how good or bad this team is in weeks 11 through 15. That'll be where you got to make your money, man. Sink or swim, fight or flight. What are we going to do? Share Bear says, scanning channels for the cable company, working at the Four Seasons Motel. Well, I hope you're not working too hard out there, Share Bear. Or soon to be off. Byron P. Why are we playing Kobe Bryant so much? Unless he plays outside corner, which he's not, I feel our D is weaker with him on the field. Luckily for you, I think that there is a resolution on this in the coming weeks. I think Jamal Adams slides back to the strong safety role. I think that then is going to put Julian Love into the slot. And so this might be a thing where Jamal Adams' situation fixes two positions in one. It fixes your strong safety position to play better because Julian Love has not been good to start things out. And then you improve your slot because Julian Love becomes an upgrade over Kobe Bryant. You're running Kobe Bryant out there right now, Byron P, for the same reason that you ran Kobe Bryant out last year. Not because he's necessarily a great option, but because he's the best option of what you have available right now. You don't have a good backup safety option for Julian Love at strong safety with Jamal not in. So you've got to have him play there, and you don't have a good backup cornerback situation for Kobe Bryant in the slot because you want to put Witherspoon out on the outside. So it's a press by necessity kind of situation. Snail says, and Sean Payton knows a thing or two about ego. That's right. It's one of those takes one to know one, right, Snail? Sierra Bear, outer edge. Who you working with? Let's have a look. See pop-up play. Wisers. Okay. Daniel, it's funny that the pro Pete people think this win was their confirmation. Yeah, we got diced up in the air and gave up 31 points. The best defensive plays are when we did what you called for Pete to do. Exactly. But as you know, with that, the pro Pete people that are also hating on me for the last couple streams that come in randomly or angry at me for bringing this stuff up won't acknowledge that. And that's where we get to some of the stuff that'll drive me crazy about this discussion when we're trying to kind of turn it over. Where you go, look, you just got proof right there. It can work. Why won't we go back to that? But we blitzed that 2 straight times, Daniel. And then the very next drive, you come back, you're like, well, we got a 10-point lead. 4-man front, soft zone. 4-man front, soft zone. But wait, we just had some success blitzing. Shouldn't we do more of that? No, can't do that. They might get up the field really fast on us. Meanwhile, they have a scoring drive that lasts about 2 minutes and 15 seconds and covers 75 yards. You go, okay. The issues are still there, though, with it, Daniel. They indeed are. Gibson says, I still believe we will have to rely on our offense even when we get healthy. We need to mix up our looks on the D end and have more innovation. Wishful thinking. It might be, but maybe they get to that point where it's finally time. Maybe Adams' appearance back in here finally causes them to flip that up, Gibson. I mean, maybe at some point enough is enough and they're just like, okay, we've tried this. We've got to do something else. I don't know. I'm hopeful. The D's just got to get of a middle of the road state. You're right. Offense is carrying the day, but what we need for the defense to do its side of things is not to become top 10, top 5. We need a defense that can become a top 15 team. Just get to that place of things, and that's a long way to go as we stand right now. But that's where we need to get this team to a place of being a contending team, I think, even this year. We'll see, Gibson. We'll see. If they remain stagnant back there and don't do much of anything new with the secondary, or if they actually do try some true adjustments here to get this thing, functional. Flip and flapjacks, they need to play together more. Chemistry is built and fortified through wins and losses. It takes time. Amen. And very, very well said on your part. Share Bear, I'm not really sure what you're doing, man. You're speaking in code. Brian Wilson B, why claim to be a running team, draft all these backs, and not sign and use a fullback? Fraudulent set tripping needs to be addressed. Set tripping and needs to be addressed. I mean, you're going to have a hard time running in this game with the 8-man boxes. You leaned away from the 8-man boxes and you threw more. I would tend to say that if you're going to run into 8-man boxes, you're not going to find a tremendous amount of success. The Lions took a tactical approach in this game where they were going to take the run game away from us, understanding we had the two tackles, understanding our passing attack was going to be limited by how we could hold up in pass protection. So they leaned into saying, no, we're going to stop this part of your game. We're going to make you pass to beat us. And then we beat them on the back of passing. The one thing with having a fullback in here, Brian Wilson, is this is a league-wide trend. There's like 2 teams in the league that use a fullback. It's not a position there's a lot of them out there to go out there and find. And the one thing that you have instead of a fullback is you have an extra tight end. And a lot of what you were able to do today, Brian, in your success offensively was passing to the receivers and passing to your tight ends. And all 3 of your tight ends factored in today in the passing attack. Noah, Colby, and Disley all had multiple catches in this game. So you are utilizing those guys both as blockers and as pass catchers, probably every bit more so than you would as a fullback. So it's just this is a tactical decision that a lot of teams have made to go in this direction. Data tells us Goff throw probably saved Trey Brown's career. Maybe, man. Snail said the anti-Pete people overlook everything Pete bring culture-wise as a team builder. They can. Yeah. I think the frustration at the heart of it from their standpoint, Snail, is that, okay, you have this coverage problem that is your glaring issue, and you don't fix it for years, and you don't take steps to fix it. It'd be one thing if there were steps being taken to fix it, and those steps failed, and then you try different steps, and those steps failed, and you try different steps, and those steps failed. It's another thing when you're trying the same steps, the same soft zone coverage, the same cover 3 looks, the same bail technique on the outside. What I think people struggle with is not the acknowledgement that Carroll doesn't bring something to the table. It's that the thing that he doesn't bring to the table, he's incapable of finding. It's gone. It ain't going to be there. It's either we win with the soft zone coverages or we're going to lose. And I think people get to that stage of it going, I don't like that choice. I don't like that as my A or B option. And I can get where they're coming from on that. But I do think that to speak for their side of it, if I can, Snail, here in a moment, I think that's where they mainly operate from within, is that the lack of trust that he would actually change anything on this defense. And I get where they're coming from on it, because these are the same frustrations I've had with him, because he's not shown a lot of proof that he will do that and really make real tangible change. Trey Griff, yo B, I hope Prez return has some potential changes to the defense. I really do think that this opens the door for doing it. Let's just take it, for instance, he comes back next week. Jamal is best in man coverage situations. Julian Love up in the slot, as we're seeing right now when Julian Love struggles in zone, he's best in man coverage situations. Now you got him manned up in the slot. Then who else do we have on the outside? Now we got Devin Witherspoon, who's at his best doing what? Playing man out there on the outside. Then once you get Tariq Woolen back on the other outside corner, Griff, what's he at his best doing? That's right, man coverage. So you've got more of a stacked man unit on the back end at that point, which should ideally then open the door for you being willing to blitz a little bit more often, bring a little bit more pressure looks to the forefront. Feed me more Legos. Thoughts on special teams? I don't think we actually talked about it. Jason Myers missed 2 kicks. I predicted coming into this year this was going to be a bad Jason Myers year, because you can time that guy on a stopwatch for whether he's going to be good or bad year in and year out. That's the way his career's gone for 8 straight years. So him missing a couple of kicks isn't a shocker to me. I would love to see the team go a little bit more often to going for it on 4th down, rather than at times just being happy to settle for field goals like they were today. Dixon kicked tremendously, including the punt that he had from the back of his own end zone where he had to sky that ball out. The returner was able to bring it back a little bit, but I just love him getting the leg on that ball and trying to flip the field position, as hard as that is to do so when you're kicking from your own end zone. You know, you're 1 foot out from stepping out of bounds, essentially. Dallas was okay as a returner in the kick return game. He fair caught a punt return that he could have probably returned back for some yards. This wasn't the special teams' most strongest game, I would say, overall. Usually you're better than you were today on that. Annoyed Sloth, did you hear what Sean Payton said about Russ and the wristband after the game? No. Please tell me, feed me. Or Annoyed, let me know what he said. This was kind of an ongoing discussion last year with the armband, that Russell didn't want to do it in Seattle because, of course, it didn't look cool. It was bad for his brand look. Makes you look like you're not smart enough to remember the plays if you got an arm wristband on, you know? It's a bad look to the fans. Meanwhile, it saves you time, and it's one of the reasons the Broncos had a hard time getting out of huddles last year. Dantel, so what are the preliminary thoughts on Evan Brown? Kind of want Brown to move to guard and put Olu in. I think Brown's looked pretty good in there to me. I think he was solid all the way around last week, and I didn't see any bad moments today from the inside as far as pressure goes. Maybe he wasn't creating as much holes up front in the run game. But again, I think some of that today, I tell from my perspective on this, is if we go back and look at the film, I think we're going to see a lot of stack fronts from the Detroit Lions in this game, where they're trying to take away that run, where they're going to make it harder for you to, instead of Brown down there double blocking on a 1-tech, now he's got to go and pick up a linebacker up on the line or an extra defensive lineman on the line. It's going to make it a little bit of a tougher road. But they looked okay for me up front. I didn't see anything that was jumping out to me. I didn't have a chance to laser lock in on it, but it looked okay. Frederick Magai, it looked like there were more pressure looks today from the Seahawks. Love to see it. There looked to be a few more corner blitzes in there. They definitely had the moment in the game with the corner blitz where they got the sack, Frederick, and then they came right back with another pressure-based look on top of that. That was the big keynote turn in this game, in my opinion. I would say that they didn't run a lot of blitzes, though. I don't know that their blitz rate was any higher than it was last week. They just happened to pick a good time and be maximally effective with it. Because, for instance, Frederick, the second that they came off those 2 blitzes where they had that success, they went right back to the soft zone coverage after that on the very next drive where the Lions walked right up the football field. You were right back into the 4-man fronts, right back into the soft zone coverage. But I hope that they start to do more of it, Frederick. I think this is where the team can make an adjustment to have a real tangible effect and really bring some results back to them. But they've shown a real hesitancy in the past to go to these high-pressure looks. Daniel says, I am Pete Carroll critical because his stubborn is infuriating, especially that I know the upside of an aha moment is like a D like the Cowboys and Dan Quinn. But I love Pete Carroll, head coaching skill and building a culture. Certainly just if whatever we might have as far as our opinion is on his defensive stylings or his lack of willing to change defensively, there is a lot of good to great that Carroll brings in other elements as a head coach. And that is absolutely the truth. Dale says, IMO, Pete's biggest flaw is refusing to build the lines back, not a cover scheme problem. I have a hard time with that one, Snail. You spent a top 10 first-round pick on the left tackle. You spent a third-round pick on Abraham Lucas. Certainly they haven't put as much into the defensive line. But they have invested off of the edges, which is kind of in this defense part of the defensive line at that point with the outside linebacker and the 2 second-round picks you put into that. I have a hard time with it not being the coverage scheme problem to me, Snail. That's been, if you look at the last 3 years of data, that's where your issues lie. You allow quarterbacks to play too efficiently, too effectively, too often, too much of a lack of doing anything with that. And could you get better front four to maybe generate pressure at that point? Maybe. But we see it takes almost a San Francisco-like front four on your defense to make those defenses effective at that point. That's a lot of assets you got to drop into that to find effectiveness if you're going to run a base 4-3 and not ever blitz. Sony Bakerman, good evening, Space. Meow there, Pumpkin. They're saying hey to you. What's up? They're saying hi. You gonna say hi back? Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Annoyed Slaw says, Peyton said they were slow getting plays off, and if they had a wristband, that wouldn't have happened. I can't believe that they're still not able to talk Russell Wilson into a wristband. That is hilarious. And again, just shows his lack of, this is Russ, man. This is the problem with Russ right now. Just complete lack of awareness. Stunning a lack of awareness. You got the problems happening last year with them getting plays in. It's getting plays in. This is very easy and understandable. The reason that the guys wear the wristband in the modern NFL age is not because they're not smart enough to know the plays. It's because the plays are a Bible long to read them. So the coach says into your head, if he just says 2, right? I can get right in the huddle. I can call the play because I can look at number 2 on my wristband. If the coach says X, Y, double X right, double 2 Y, twide swift, double banana strip, live right, and then he goes, okay, I got it. And then he goes in the huddle and he goes, double X right, split double X, double X, and the play clock's going 13, 12, double X right, split line left, double banana, split by net. Then he's up at the line of scrimmage and you got 4 seconds left before the play needs to be started and snapped. I can't believe that Russ is at a place where he's still not accepting the armband. That is so silly. So very, very silly. And there's a reason that Coach Carroll brought this up last year too. I kind of felt like Carroll was bringing up last year of like, Russ, look, we're benefiting from this. You should do this. People took it as him taking a shot at Russ at the time, but I took it as more of like, wear the effing armband, dude. Just wear it. Still, the offense is getting better. Jets, Eagles, Cowboys, 49ers built from the line back and have great defense. We spent all our money in the secondary. Agreed. Everyone says hey to you, Pumpkin. They're saying hi. She says hi back to you guys. She's in a sweet mood. I got a little sweet face on going on right now. Donkey Kong. Seattle played a hell of a game today. You could tell they knew they were playing a very good Lions team. They did a great job today, Donkey. Very impressive play today. Very nice of our guys. Stoney says, isn't it a relief to realize the Hawks aren't bad? The Rams are just really good. We'll see on the Rams with that, Stoney. I still kind of feel the same way I feel despite how the Rams played against the Niners this past week. I still think that, and this one is a place I could be wrong on, Stoney, but I do feel like we're going to get into 8 weeks in the season and we're going to have that Rams team at about 2 wins. And then we're going to kind of come to find they are what they kind of are when it's all said and done. But we'll see. We'll see. Snail, I'm not saying it would be perfect, but there's reason D linemen are making near quarterback money. Yeah, I mean, if you can get a defensive line set on a front four that's built up and they're all a strength, I think that can work. I think the hard part about a front four, making it work in that way, if you're going to run that way without any blitzing, is that you have to dump a terrible amount of assets into that front four to get them up to that stage of things. And some teams can afford to do that, some teams can't. As I look over like the last couple of years of opportunities to build up the defensive line or passing on defensive line, there's not really been a lot of opportunities there to do that too much. And they have made some certain signings. I mean, you've given Uchenna Nwosu a huge monster contract after signing him in free agency on a big deal. You've drafted Derek Hall. You've drafted Boye Mafe. You drafted second-round pick Darrell Taylor. I mean, you got 3 second-round picks and a high-pay player. You spent the money on Draymond Jones up front this offseason. Brought back Jaron Reed. Drafted Cam, Young in the 4th round. I mean, they've taken steps. Have they gone the whole hog on it? No, but that's where we come back to my issue with the defense, because it's so reliant on needing every one of those front four guys to be just a slobbering, rabies-filled dog on the front that, I mean, it's hard to get all those guys stocked up like that. It's much easier to have a defense that I can manufacture stuff within, like bringing the blitz game from time to time, and that. Daniel says, some plays we seem like we break up the pass if we're 3 yards closer. Probably. Joe Mann says hi, Pumpkin. Joe Mann says, what's up? Says hi, Joe. Yeah, tell us. So, I'm glad we paid Diggs to be 60 yards downfield every play. Yeah. Pumpkin doesn't like that one either, Day. She's like, I don't like that either. Get him up closer line. WTC, are the Seahawks going to sell or trade for someone, maybe Trey Brown? I think it's early to say whether they're going to be exactly in sell or trade mode. I would estimate that they're going to be probably in buy mode rather than sell mode. I don't think they're going to be looking to move anybody necessarily. But we probably got to give it a couple more games to kind of fully figure out what's what. DJ Jimenez, 4 more games till Eskridge comes back. Until the Messiah returns. Till the Messiah returns. Sony, it's like a concrete mixer. Put in the ingredients and let it work till it's perfect. There we go. I love it. Nice metaphor, Stoney. Emmanuel Mendehane, encouraged by today's performance. Secondary needs to get it together. Trey Brown balled today. Dre Mount got his first sack as a Seahawk. Trey played pretty good football today, Emmanuel. We do need to get the secondary together. That's what's right now at the head of issues to fix on this team. You got 1A, 1B, 1C. It's all secondary right now, in my opinion, as we go down the line. So we know just what we need to kind of concentrate on right now to get this team right. And Draymond gets his first sack, which was good to see. He had 2 kind of spin moves on the play, so spun right and then spun back around the guy left. It was a bit of a coverage sack, but good effort on his part. Was able to bring down the QB there. Good to see. Just got to build on this performance now. Stoner, I always like construction worker analogies, man. It fits. It fits. Find that right balance, right? Not too much, not too little, just right. DJ Jimenez, pass rusher specialist, has a lot of toys to play with on the D line. He does indeed. Hopefully BT Jordan can keep bringing these guys forward this year. Space, thank you for the $20 donation, Space. That is very kind of you, my man. I really appreciate that support on the channel. Appreciate you, brother. As always, and one of my bigger supporters on this channel being you, Space. So thank you so much for that. He says, great job today, Brandon. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. It's a hell of a game to watch today. I enjoyed the hell out of it. So thank you for that, man. Appreciate you finishing it off in the right way today with that nice fat $20 drop. Sony says, tell Pumpkin nobody has dogs anymore. Nobody has dogs anymore, Pumpkin. No, they don't. Not anymore. Just cats. Humans only own cats now. Only cats. Cats. She's kind of verbal today. Daniel Bailey says your line in the video about Diggs covering Antarctica made me crack up. Yeah, I made somebody mad with that joke in the chat on Friday too. They just somebody was not appreciative of my Antarctica crack on Diggs. But I mean, hey, it's you're all seeing it like I'm seeing it. He's lined up deep. He's lined up real deep. But thank you, man. I appreciate that. Misplaced 12 says, every time my eyes see Eskridge, my brain says not Creed Humphrey. Is that what the back of the jersey changes it into, like a dyslexic, but for whatever that'd be like in the dyslexic range. And just sort of crack the psyche. Stale says, that's fair B, but if you want LOB 2.0, you need Mabane, Bryant, Clement, those big boys in the middle, stir the drink, and everyone else can feed off the middle pressure. Amen, brother. Amen. Those guys would be tremendously helpful. That's for sure. I don't know if Bryant was bringing a lot of pressure. Mabane and Clemens, maybe. Brian was out there for his run stuffing ability, really. And space is cool. Megan says, not to brag, B, but while Puka and Atwell had one hell of a game against the Rams, lost against the Niners. Hell yeah, I bet you're cleaning up this week, Megan. I can only imagine, but I'm not facing you this week. Snail says, I have a dog and a cat. Oh, okay. Hopefully they get it wrong. Tiana, assuming our first is somewhere in the 20s, what position would you like Seattle to take in the first round next year, assuming no major roster overhaul? I would probably lean towards defensive tackle or middle linebacker, Tiana. I do tend to be a guy, I will say, Tiana, that I really am pretty hardcore on this, where I'm a value guy. So what that means is that I've got a board, who's the most valuable guy I got on my board, then that means I'm not locking on trying to draft a position anywhere in the draft. I want to go to value. What's my best pure value? What's going to help to build out the strongest team with the best possible player I can get, regardless of position, regardless of how my depth chart is stacked. So that puts me more in the role of, who's the best on the board. And maybe that'll be a different player to a different position at that point. But those will be the two positions that stand out to me. And the good news on this, Tiana, is that middle linebacker and defensive tackle are also looking like one of the stronger positions in this draft. So you very well may find yourself at the value being there in the 20s as well to take that kind of player at that spot. Megan says, still behind B, but I'm kind of beating you, so I'm good. Laughing out loud. I haven't even been able to look at my week. I'm scared to look. I'm sure it's not good. Seahawks Gaming says, Jordan Brooks gave up 1,000 yards, but Trey Brown and Mike Jackson together gave up 300 yards to the Rams against Tutu and Nuka. They did. They did, Seahawks Gaming. A lot of room there for improvement. It's a little easier to give a little bit of the yards out on the outside than it is from a linebacker position, where it's a bit of a tougher road to get to 1,000 mark on that side. But the point stands. They didn't play well in that first week. And there were still some holes here in week number 2. Dustin says, Rams didn't look like a trash team against the 49ers today. They played tough. They did play tough, Dustin. They did play tough. Let's see where they're at after. Give me the week 8. Let's see where they're at. Let's see if they're actually truly a team in that even 500 realm at that point. And then I'll definitely eat some crow and say I had it wrong. But I want to see, give me through first few games here at this point to really get a real feel for where they're at. Megan said I did okay this week. All right. Yeah, it was going to be tough when Cousins opened it up with 4 touchdown passes. I was going up against it. Wasn't going to be pretty, Megan. I had a feeling it was going to be a long week for me on the fantasy train. It looked like a tough year for me as well. Space says today was terrible for me. Well, at least I'm not the only one, Space. I'm in there with you on it. Seahawks Gaming, was Mike Jackson a healthy scratch? If so, trade him. I don't know if he's got a lot of trade value, Seahawks Gaming. I don't know if you're going to get much of anything for Mike Jackson. What's somebody going to give up for him? A zone-based corner that doesn't cover very well. Probably not a whole hell of a lot. All right, well, we are almost about 9 hours in here. I think I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. I'm starting to get a little bit hungry, and I still got to film my post-game here and cut that all up. So I've got about another 5 hours still ahead of me of good hard work here before I can call this a day. So we will go ahead and get this wrapped up. Big Kid Gaming predictions for next week. I'll give the Seahawks a win by 4 points next week. You're at home. I think the Panther team isn't as good as even they were last year, especially having a rookie quarterback going into what will be just his 3rd game of his professional career. So I'll go with that. We'll go with a 4-point win, something like, 24-21, 24-20, something like that, Big Kid Gaming.
ADL Williams, Sauce Gardner got called out for giving up 11 receptions in the game. He clapped back saying, I gave up 0 receptions, but then deleted his Twitter. Oh, Lord. He's a little bit, he gets a little bit, you can tell a little bit, not liking critiques on stuff, that's for sure. Snail says B, by week 8 it'll be Stenson Bennett. Of course they'll be bad by then. I don't know. Stenson Bennett's got some off the field issues he's working through, so we'll have to see on that. Space says Jesus, 5 hours. Oh, we're almost 9 hours in. Space 9 hours. Paul, I only caught parts of this game this morning, but what a great win for Seattle. It's a great win, Paul. Great to see. Good bounce back win here off of last week. Still some things to clean up in the secondary for sure, but looking pretty good to begin things here. Megan says, thanks for a great reason to get up at 1 a.m. B. Love you. And the 12s as always. Love right back at you too, Megan. Thank you for modding up as you have been throughout the course of the stream today. I really do appreciate it. How am I feeling about this week, Brandon? I feel pretty good about the week, Justin. It's a bounce back. I love this game was a great game. As far as a bounce back go, the energy was much different. You've got to applaud the creativity, and I'll give you guys more, Justin. I'm going to be doing the post-game stream, so I'll be doing a post-game breakdown here with a nice 15-minute video that's going to compile all of my thoughts expansively on this game. So I'm not going to kind of go down the realm right now just because I've done about 15 times over the stream. So, but good win today. You feel good about it. It's not an end-all, be-all win where everything last week gets tossed out the door and we go, well, we just throw everything out last week because none of it applies because this week's a win. The issues that you had pop up in this game that you had to deal with, problems in this game that you had to deal with, were problems that you were dealing with last week. And they're going to need to find a correction and a fix for that. I don't know if they will or not, or if we're going to stay in soft zone coverage throughout the whole course of the year, but that is a key right now. Can they do something different with this secondary to find some different results other than letting quarterbacks slice and dice their way up the football field with ease at times on this defense, as has happened too many times over recent years? But it's a nice win, Justin. You win in the road, 10 a.m. You had 2 backup tackles in this game. I can't think of a time in recent history that you had a team go into another team's house with 2 backup tackles and playing a team that's probably going to be a playoff team on that year and come away with that win. It makes it tremendous almost just on the face of that alone. So it's nothing really but encouragement coming out of this game, but there is still some things to fix. There are still some troubles within this game that we've got to get, hemmed into the future, but it's a great step in the right direction. A big win for the Seahawks. This was a Detroit team coming in here that was riding high. So very impressive. Very impressive. Stoney, thank you, man. I appreciate you. Darren J says Sauce was non-existent today. Looks like he had a bit of a tough day there against that Cowboy team. Tough win. Spaces Pumpkin Power. Meow. Got a nice meow out of Pumpkin. Pumpkin giving you a Go Hawk meow. That's her Go Hawk meow. And Power, what amazing stream this has been. Thanks, Brando and mods, for keeping it going. And Pumpkin, too. Love this community, man. Keep up the fantastic work. The Hawks Nest is my safe space. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. We're going to keep it rolling here. Keep it rolling. Paul Third says, division's wide open. No way that old Rams vet offensive line keeps Stafford untouchable deep into the season. Revenge is coming to SoFi. I love it, Paul. I love it. Yeah, they got their first shot in, but we're going to swing the haymaker to finish them off. You got us. You guys are starting. You guys are opening. No excuses given. You took us. You guys the opening week. We're coming back around to you, though. And I agree. We'll see if Stafford can remain upright through this whole season with that brittle little back of his. Be interesting to see on that. Cameron, thank you so much, man. Appreciate your donations in the stream as well. Appreciate your support. Mr. Kane, go Hawks, man. Go Hawks Nest, he says. Appreciate that very, very much. ADL, thank you as well. Pumpkin gives you guys give them a good one strong hearty meow. Ooh, yeah, that was a good lion howl. I like it. Give me one more. One more? She goes, okay, that means you're going to give me love now? Don't step on the escape button. Don't hit the escape button. Don't do it. Don't do it. Justin, thoughts on Witherspoon? He looked good. Can't wait for Prez. I thought he looked pretty good today. Justin, B performance. I thought he was strong in coverage in man-based situations. He was close. He was really good as a tackler today, which we thought we were going to see from him pretty close to immediately when he got on the field, and we did. He did give up a couple of completions in this game. It was his first bit of action. Had no training camp, so I think that's understandable that he's not necessarily rolling at his best in this particular contest. But it was an encouraging first step for Witherspoon. Looks like he has a good potential to be an upgrade out of there of what we've gotten from Trey Brown and Mike Jackson as of recent.
Gabriel Sauce Gardner deleted his X account, laughing out loud. Yeah. Never a good sign when the players do that, is it? It's like, oh, Lord. Something's gone off the rails. Something's gone off the rails. JL Pumpkin does need a victory treat. We got to get him some victory salmon. So we'll indeed do that. They're going to be hyped up by that. But victory salmon day, dude. Victory Seahawks salmon day. That's what we call this. So they're going to be hyped. You guys are going to be hyped. Let's get it. Let's get it. Hey, I know there was some negativity from all of us a little bit this last week. We got some positivity to turn back on. We're going to keep our honest view of this team. Everything is ahead of you this upcoming season. Everything is still possible this upcoming season. Are there adjustments to be done? Yeah. Are there fixes to be done? Yeah. Are there things that need to come together on this team? Yeah. Is there plenty of time for that to happen? You better believe there is. This was a fantastic win. I think this was a bit of a season-changing win. I think if you come out of this game at 0-2 and the negative vibes are where they are and the team just can't find itself and you have a secondary that can't stop quarterbacks and they don't have a lot of answers back there that they seem to be able to call upon, this could have turned in a way that would have been very, very disconcerting fast. So I look at this as a big win for your Seahawks, going out there and answering the bell after they got really rung last week, after they got really embarrassed last week. They came back and they said, hey, we got to answer it after that performance. We can't let that just slide on out the gate. And they did so. And they did so today in a major way. It was great to see. Garth Knight is going to finish this up with a nice $5 donation. I think that's the perfect way to finish this little stream on up. He says, Brando at Share Bear is the head of the Four Seasons branching out to motels. Pauly Shore cut the ribbon at the Medford, Oregon location. Well, congrats to them getting Pauly to do that. Here's your bed and breakfast, buddy, in Medford, Oregon. Thank you, Garth, for that $5 donation. Shout out to you, Share Bear. Don't be working too hard out there at the Four Seasons tonight. Get a little bit of rest, my man. You know what I mean? Nobody even knows if you're working. It's laid out. Nobody knows if you're working right now. Just chill. Chill. You'll be all good. All good. Feed Me More Legos. I do watch the KJ Wright show, Feed Me More Legos. I think he does a great job on his channel and a good source as well because he can understand what a lot of he's talking about. He has knowledge of. He knows how this defense works. He knows what he's talking about when he discusses the defense. So I think KJ is a very good watch. Very, very, very good watch. All right. I will be back this next week on Tuesday. We will be doing the B&B show at 7 o'clock here on the channel. Wednesday, we got the stream going then, and then Thursday too, B&B as well as a game preview at that point. I will for sure get a member show up this week on Thursday. We missed this past week just because got pressed with a little bit of time. We will be back this upcoming week though with that members only show. I want to thank all of you guys for an absolute sensational chat. The energy was great in here today, even in those moments where we're talking about sometimes some tough subjects, some controversial subjects, some subjects that can rankle and rile up the emotions of the fan base. I appreciate you guys being willing to talk about that stuff, to understand we're just trying to turn over. We're not trying to come to final conclusions, but let's turn over these subjects and items. Let's discuss it and talk it over with. It doesn't put anybody, shouldn't make anyone feel threatened or anyone to feel like they got to go and protect somebody and jump in front of them like a Secret Serviceman, you know. That's just what we were doing today. So I loved it. It was a great win by your Seahawks here. Relish this victory. Enjoy this victory. It was an impressive one by your Hawks to pull this one out. This wasn't you lucking it through or the ball bouncing right or the officials calling all the calls in your way. You went out there and you took this win. You took this win from this Lions team that wanted this win, that wants to get that energy going there in that stadium. And that is mighty impressive by our Seattle Seahawks. I will be back on Tuesday, and I shouldn't have to remind you after a win like this. Shouldn't have to remind you how the potential of this team. I shouldn't have to remind you to think good vibes and think beautiful things for this upcoming season, to have all the hope in the world. Nothing is lost as of yet. We still have everything within our reach. But I'm going to remind you anyway, because you know I got to let you know. 1-1, season in front of us, there to be had. NFC wide open. Let's go get this. Let's get these issues fixed. Let's get the secondary locked down. Let's bring it all to a tight, machine-like place by midseason, and then let's just start to roll. Get that heat going. Get that fireball going out the back of the exhaust. You know what I'm talking about there. So do not you ever forget. Don't you ever forget now. Go Hawks.